Hello and welcome to another DMU live stream. Today we're coming from the UK University Search Fair. We'll be streaming today from 12 till 6, a super long stream for you to be able to get involved with. My name is David Watts and I'm a DMU graduate. I graduated from DMU more years ago than I care to remember. I'm going to be your host for the next couple of hours, and I've got a couple of people with me here. So first one, we've got Dal. Dal, I'll let you introduce yourself in a second. So the stream today is just so that you can ask questions. So if you're in the chat, please say hi, just throw an emoji or something, ask a question, and we'll endeavour to answer it for you. We're going to be having loads and loads of guests today, covering loads of different topics like student finance, like accommodation, the UCAS application process. That's going to be Dal's job. And we'll be talking to current students about their experiences at DMU. So Dal, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, so as you're aware, my name's Dal. I joined Montfort University a couple of years ago. I used to teach at a different institution, but I won't say too much about that. Now I'm in a role of a more advisory role, trying to help the next generation of students make the decisions on what they want to do next within their career. So yeah, as David is saying, if you've got any questions, please do feel free to just drop us a comment on YouTube and we'll be able to answer that for you.
Okay, so let's go on with the schedule. So today, coming up in the next about 45 minutes, we have Felix Oshefu. He's a business and management graduate. He's currently working in the Lloyds Banking Group. And we've got Marta from Business and Law. She's a staff member and also a graduate, and she's going to interview Felix for us about his experiences on the course and in work. And then after that, we've got news from Olga Galona. She'll be talking to us about some of the things that have been going on at DMU over the last few months. Okay, we've got Marta here with us already, so she's arrived ahead of time. Hi, Marta.
Hi,
so
how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. You're a recent graduate as well, aren't you?
Yes.
So tell us what you did at uni.
I did advertising, marketing, communications in the business and law faculty. So then I'm working here. I just can't get away.
You can't get enough DMU. Brilliant. So when did you graduate, Marta?
2 years ago, then I did a master's degree at DMU. You know, the scholarship was just too tempting, so I stayed.
Brilliant. So we're going to be talking to Felix in a bit, hopefully, if we can get all the technology to work properly. Can you just give us a little brief description of what Felix has been up to? What course did he do and where is he now?
Well, he did business and management course, and then he went on a placement, and it would be good to know and sort of, you know, have a chat with him in regards to how he did on a placement, how he found the experience, and what sort of support he had at DMU, because finding a placement is quite tricky. So there's a lot of students applying, so it's just about the tips that he may give us to get a placement where you want.
Okay, well, while we wait for Felix, do you want to just talk to us about your university experience? Did you do a placement while you were at uni?
No, I didn't, because I did work experience throughout my first, second, and final year as a front-runner intern. You know, I was doing loads of different front-runner internships at the events office, in a software development company. So I was pretty much working part-time throughout my whole university experience. So I thought that a placement is just not needed for me.
But it's really important, though, to get some kind of work experience as part of your university.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, if you don't do anything, I mean, a lot of students do a summer internship before they sort of join the second year to get sort of ahead, and that's great. But for me, it was just easier to sort of work while I was studying. I didn't want to sort of miss another year because I wanted to do a master's degree. But certainly, if you don't know what you want to do and you just want to get some experience of working, if you have a specific area you're interested in and you want to know whether that's what you want to do before you graduate, that's just the best way to go about it. Just do a placement and try to get into this area then.
So why did you choose DMU?
My school before I joined DMU, I'm from Poland. It was very much, there was a lot of experience that we had to do. It was more about doing things rather than sort of learning them. And DMU reminded me of my school, which I just really enjoy, the sort of, you know, hands-on experience. The fact that do you do sort of part-time placements throughout the study that's available? That there's so much, the student ambassadors. I was a student ambassador as well. There's just so much experience available while you were studying, which is so important in business and sort of marketing, that I was sold.
Wonderful. Well, Felix has just arrived. Hi there, Felix. I know that you're in the background there, so we're going to bring you onto the stream now.
Sure.
Hey, Felix.
Hey.
So you're a business and management student or graduate now, is that right?
Yeah, yes, I am.
And I think Marta's got some questions for you, so she's going to interview you for a little bit. But welcome to the stream. It's nice to have you.
Thanks so much. Thank you for having me.
I'm going to take me and Dal off so that you and Marta can have a chat. Are you ready, Marta?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Wonderful. Okay.
Hi, Felix.
Hey.
So just if you could introduce yourself a little bit, let us know what you studied and what you currently, where you're currently working, what you've been up to.
Yeah, so I studied business and management, and I also did a placement year as well. And since graduation, I have been working as a business and technology consultant. And I'm currently placed with a leading UK bank working on some technology improvement projects within customer communications there at the moment.
So are you enjoying your current position?
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's very technical. So I'm learning a lot of technical skills, kind of looking at the broader picture of how customer communication works within the financial space as well. So yeah, it's been quite intense, but the company culture and the team are really good. So they're quite supportive on the learning journey and stuff like that.
Oh, that's good to hear. Now, if you had one tip to give to students starting at DMU, what would it be?
I would say be fearless. Don't be scared of anything or anyone. I feel like that allows you to really expose yourself to different opportunities and different experiences while you're on campus. When you come in, it's quite a grand entrance, sort of. Like it's so many people and so many faces and just a lot to do and see. It's easy to get kind of lost and just to kind of go into yourself. So one tip I just say, just be fearless. You're going to meet amazing people that way and have amazing experiences too.
So what was your first year like? I assume that transition from school to university was quite tricky because, it's such a different environment. So how was it like for you?
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, it was pretty chill. I had a lot of fun, as you can imagine. And it wasn't too bad because I had been to boarding school for most of my life up until that point anyway. So, kind of living by myself and moving in and having to make new friends all over again was pretty straightforward for me. Like I didn't feel any sort of emotional kind of difficulties around that. So yeah, like it was pretty good. It was nice to make some new friends. In fact, I actually remade some friends I had made years ago when I was in school in Nigeria that just happened to be at DMU as well. So it was quite nice to get introduced to a couple more people as well through them.
Oh, and the world is so small.
Yeah, it happened to me today as well.
So, is there anything that you wish you did better when you started university? Anything you can't, thinking back, you thought, oh yeah, I could have taken up on this opportunity?
Yeah. I think the one thing that I can think of off the top of my head is around my academics and kind of being in touch with more professors. It's something I didn't really discover until later on, like placement year, final year, like how important it is. And if I had been doing that from early on, around my assignments, because I realized there were lots of situations where I wasn't really sure what to do, but I didn't go seek the help, and your peers can't always help with everything. Sometimes it's good to actually speak to professors and get to know them. So I wish I had done that from pretty early on in my DMU career, I should say.
Yeah, just pop in during the surgery hours, ask. It actually gets you ahead in many cases. Because not a lot of people do that, especially in the first year.
Yeah.
So you're doing fairly well. You're working for a big company. Someone seeing you would think, yeah, congratulations, he's doing so well. But there's so much work going into getting where you are. So how did you find work experience at the beginning, and what mindset did you have before university? How it all changed throughout your experience?
So I didn't do a lot of work experience before I got to uni. I kind of did little bits and pieces here and there over the years.
Mm.
Um, I, the earliest one I did was when I was in my last year of school, secondary school in Nigeria. I worked for a real estate company for like a week, which was quite interesting. And I did some volunteering over some summers, and I worked for my uncle one time. And I would say in hindsight, I should have tried to do more, but at the same time, I wasn't really sure what to do and where to go. So
Mm.
um, I feel like work experience is important before university, but work experience at university is more important because
Mm.
you really get to have the relevant skills and you kind of know yourself a bit more, or at least from my personal experience anyway, you know yourself a bit more by the time you do get to university. So it's easier to find the right work experience for you at that point.
So how did you know that this work experience is sort of relevant for you? How did you come up
Mm.
to deciding that, this is what you want to do for your placement year? Because yeah, as you said,
Mm.
it was quite important for you, the placement year, wasn't it? But
Yes, it was.
how did you go about selecting the area you would want to get into?
If I can be honest with you, like the company kind of selected me.
Oh.
I was put forward. So the companies I wanted to work for, I couldn't get into them. So
Mm.
I knew that I wanted to do something around business, and because I studied business management, we had a lot of different facets of business that I could go into, from marketing, strategy, and finance, and all sorts of things. So like I had quite a broad area to kind of go into,
Mm.
but I couldn't find a company that I could get into. So the placement team, shout out to the placement team in Zool, um, they recommended me for a role when the company I ended up working for were looking for someone to come in and do sales operations as an internship. And they knew I was looking for a placement, so they recommended me, and I happened to just get the job. Some of my transferable skills did help by the time I got there, but to be honest, they found me. I didn't really find them.
Do you have any tips in terms of for students looking for a placement as to what criteria to select a placement they want to apply for?
Mm. Any tips? I'd say start as early as you can. Um, Probably make a list. Just visualize what's in your mind and make a list of, let's say, 5 areas you think you'd be interested in or good at, and then
Mm.
see what companies are looking for placement students in that space, and then just start that conversation. Do some research. Maybe email them. Again, don't be scared. Just reach out to people and just kind of see what's out there. Especially at the beginning stages, and also work with the placement team closely because they're super, super, super helpful. Um, when they have a personal relationship with you, it's so much easier for them to kind of recommend you things, and if they see something that might interest you, they'll forward it to you and things like that. So I'd say those tips were very helpful to me, at least.
Mm. Yeah, that makes sense. Now, tell me a little bit more about the support that is available to you as a student. What
Mm.
opportunities did you have to, at the university to support you in the finding of the placement task?
Regarding the placement task, there was a huge amount of online support. You could book into like I guess like what they call that, surgery hours or something. Like I can't remember what they're called, but book appointments with people from placement team and stuff like that, either in person or on the phone. That was really helpful because I'm a people person. I like speaking to people. So it was really helpful to kind of sit down and get face to face advice that was tailored to my situation specifically. Um, and the placement team again were really, really supportive and very empathetic towards you. If they see that you're working hard and you really want this, they will do everything they can to help you and to kind of make opportunities known to you, so that you kind of know what's going on, know what's out there, you know what you're capable of getting as well.
Mm.
And then just online, just like on the website, like DME also has internal placements as well, which I think they should advertise more, to be honest, because I don't think people really, at that time I was there anyway, people didn't know that was an option. Um, so yeah, there's quite a lot of support out there. It's just some of it needs to be advertised a bit wider so people know it's available.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, sometimes even a little bit too much, isn't it? It's hard to decide where to go because there's so
Yeah,
many options available.
exactly.
So, is there any other projects that you're working on apart from your day-to-day job?
Yeah, yeah. I know this is a live stream, but you know, keep it to yourself. um, I'm working on a little project called Ideas Lab. It was inspired by a DMU global trip that we had to Silicon Valley.
Mhm.
It's a sort of online incubator slash accelerator program for student entrepreneurs. So we love to help people, and I have a team of 4 um, who want to help student entrepreneurs kind of connect with other students to build their projects and startups and things like that, and also help them take their ideas and create businesses out of them potentially, and kind of just grow that and do it in a Silicon Valley type of style and really create amazing companies that go on to create massive value for the world and for the local community in the Midlands as well. So
That
that's
is
what
quite
I'm
amazing,
thank you, thank you.
especially to have a full-time job and then work on such a project.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's been interesting to manage the time, but my work isn't super intense, so I have the time to kind of dabble in and out of things and keep learning as I go as well.
Did the university experience help you in some way to sort of, work on your time management tasks?
Oh yeah, most definitely. Most definitely. I wasn't very good at that before, but by the time I hit like second year slash placement year, I had to get off the program, you know. So yeah, they definitely helped me do that for sure.
Yeah, that was definitely my experience as well.
Like
So
it.
before we end, I'm going to do a quick Q&A. I'll fire some questions, and if you can
Cool.
answer them as quickly as possible. Are you
Yeah.
ready?
Yes.
Okay. What did your course make you? How did your course make you more employable?
Um, by linking a lot of the content with real world examples, so that if I was in an interview, for example, and we're talking about a specific thing with the marketing or strategy, I could draw on that course content I had learned, and then use that as well as link it to real example to show that I really know what I'm talking about, and I can
Mm,
use examples to leverage my knowledge as well.
mm. Okay. Second question. You
Mhm.
already kind of touched upon it, but what academic support was available to you as a student besides sort of surgery hours? Can you think of anything else that you can do at DMU?
Academic support. A lot of it was more informal, so like
Mm,
conversations with professors, um, and just generally meeting people, as well as online support as well. But for me, the big one was speaking to professors and getting that one-on-one tailored advice, so that your situation that you were going through at the moment could really be understood, and they knew how to help you really well, and they were pretty good at that as well. I could name a couple of professors that were super supportive and helpful throughout my years at DNU. So yeah,
mm.
that's definitely one.
How did you enjoy Leicester? What sort of city is that in your opinion?
Oh man, Leicester is I kind of say this in a way like, if you know, you know. It's not. I didn't know anything about Leicester before I got to DNU. I didn't even know Leicester was a place, right? So I got there and I was pleasantly surprised. Like it's a small city, but it's
Mm.
also a big city at the same time. Like everything is really accessible, especially where DMU's campus is placed. I had a great time in Leicester. I actually missed it, to be honest. Like I need to go back and visit at some point. But I had a great time in Leicester.
Yeah, it's a good student city, isn't it?
100%.
Everything is in the walking distance, so
100%.
you
Yeah.
don't have to pay for a bus,
Yeah.
thankfully.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
So we run out of questions.
Okay, cool.
It was great
But that-
speaking with you. It's actually amazing what you do. You make me feel horrible about my time management and what I do in my time.
Bad. I'm going to do that.
Felix,
Just
I've got a couple
before,
of questions, if that's all right.
yeah, sure.
Cool. So this is going out to year 12 and 13 students, and
Cool.
they're no doubt going to look at you and be inspired about what you've achieved, and
Wow. I hope
like
so.
you've graduated, gone on to work for a big company, and you're working on like really cool projects, and it sounds
Thank you.
like.
Thank you. I appreciate
What
that.
kind of advice would you have for those year 12 and 13 students? Like how do they figure out what they want to do? Like how did you fall into studying business and management? How did it become your passion?
I'm trying to think of what would be relevant to me when I was in year 13. To be honest, I'm probably more like them than they realized. Like I wasn't really sure what it was I wanted to do. I'd always kind of had a interest and passion for business because it was one of the things that was the most relevant to me in life. Like I could see it in reality, like it wasn't theoretical, like a physics, for example. Like it was business. You could go out and see companies, you could go out and see, trade and markets and all these things, So I would say don't put too much pressure on yourself just yet. You have many, many years ahead of you to figure out what it is you want to do. Even as it is right now, I'm still not entirely sure what it is I want to be when I grow up, right? But, it's all about learning and don't be scared of experimentation and don't be scared of failing, because you fail, you learn and you get back up and you just keep going and repeat the process until you get to wherever it is you feel comfortable. And just be fearless.
Not being afraid of failure. I like that.
Yeah, just be fearless and brave, and just go for it. Yeah.
So you were talking about DMU a lot, about academic stuff and placements and things. I want to know what you did for fun. Like, what you enjoyed Leicester? Where did you go in Leicester? What did you do? Like, did you do societies or sport or?
Yeah, I admit I wasn't really. I didn't actually join any societies at all while I was at DMU. The one I really considered was joining Startup DMU, but that was like late in my time at DMU. I didn't really have any time in my schedule to do it. But for fun, I spent a lot of time with my friends. We went out. We were big foodies, so we went out to eat in pretty much every single restaurant you could eat in the city center and a bit outside as well. I would highly recommend Tipple Sultan. It's just outside the city center. It's really, really good. We played a lot of sports, dabbled in some football. Actually, I was on the football team for a short stint, now that I can remember. Played some basketball as well. We partied, as you can imagine, especially first and second year, probably partied a bit too much, but it is how it is. Yeah, shout out to Republic and all the other big clubs there as well. And what else did I do for fun? Yeah, just spent a lot of time with my friends and dreamt about the future and what we could do out of uni and potential companies we could create and stuff like that. Like spend a lot of time doing all that good stuff. And
what do you think of the campus?
The campus was right now. The campus is incredible. It wasn't like that when I first started. Like it changed so much. Like I remember going on placement year and coming back, and the whole thing had changed. I was like, what is going on? Like new buildings and everything was shiny and everything was so. I was like, okay, you guys are doing your thing. The campus is really, really, really good. Still a couple buildings that I think need to be improved, but it's overall it's probably one of the best campuses I've seen in the UK, and I've been to quite a few universities and checked them out. So yeah, shout out to whoever laid out the architectural plans for DMU's new campus. Yeah.
So what's in your future plan? I know that you said you don't know what you want to do when you grow up. But what kind of things do you want to develop? So you're working in this. I can't remember what you said it was called. It's some kind of like incubation lab.
Yeah.
Is that the kind of thing you want to move into? Like.
Yeah. I'm still super passionate about business. As I grew through my time in DMU, I got more passionate and learned more about startups and consulting and stuff like that. And I just really like people. I love helping people kind of build things, and I like to build things as well for myself, right? So I think I want to continue being in that space and support people who are building startups and maybe build a couple of my own and see where that takes me. And there's a little space I'm exploring right now called venture capital, which are a type of investor that invests mainly in startup businesses. And that space is super interesting, and I'm learning a lot about that. So that's potentially something I'd want to try out. Maybe join like an accelerator or an incubator and kind of, just help people build stuff like that. That's what I really find interesting in life. And kind of proving potential as well. within that
Right
business.
now, it's a really kind of exciting time to be in business because everyone's
100%.
working in a completely different way. No doubt you're working from home. I'm working from home.
Yeah.
So the space is really changing for business.
100%.
So how we communicate and
Yeah,
how to develop businesses.
Exactly. And I see that, the student entrepreneurship space is a little bit underserved at the moment. So, if any student entrepreneurs are listening to this, we've got a website up as well. Check out ideaslabglobal.com. Come and see what we do. We'll be happy to talk and to support you in taking your ideas to the next level. So please get in touch as well. Like, I'd be happy to support as I can.
You've got to get that in there.
Sure.
Well, thank you very much.
Cool. Thank you.
So I appreciate your time. Have you got anything that you would like to tell the audience or mention? Anything that we've missed out that we're not really informed about?
You mean as a university?
Yeah, just have you got anything you'd like to tell people about DMU or about your experience? Anything that we've missed?
I think it's going to go back to kind of businessy, but just bear with me. I think that DMU is holding a lot of really strong entrepreneurial talents that isn't being exploited enough.
Okay.
I know the Innovation Center is there, and they do some amazing work too. Shout out to Simon Baines and everybody that's in that space. But there are lots of entrepreneurs who don't think they're entrepreneurs. And in my experience, I came into contact with lots of those people, and they're really, really good, and people need to talk more. They need to collaborate more. Imagine the kind of magic that could happen if someone that studied computer science was in the same room as someone who studied fashion or lingerie design or footwear design, and they wanted to both start a company. You could not only serve the global market, but you could really serve like the local market as well within Leicester and within the Midlands, right? So I feel like DMU could really, really be the Stanford University of the UK. Like, I wholeheartedly believe that, right? Which is one of the big reasons why I actually started Ideas Lab, to kind of start to grow and facilitate that kind of talent. So yeah, like, you guys need to really identify that you're sitting on a lot of really strong talent and help them grow, for sure.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think perhaps some of that's to do with, you mentioned that student society about entrepreneurs. Maybe it's about pushing that out more so students can get together and talk more, or pushing out services from the Innovation Centre. I know there's a guy that deals with entrepreneurship, Simon Baines, there. So perhaps it's about pulling more of that together. So it's definitely something to think about.
Yeah, and to let people know that it's as important and as interesting as going to get a full-time job. Because now, like you said, this is a whole new era we're living in now. People are working from home. There's more opportunity. There's more rooms to grow and stuff like that. People don't necessarily have to go and join a big firm. They can really start their own big firm from their house if they really wanted to. And a lot of them can do it. They have the potential to do it. So I think it's about promoting that as a viable option for people from early on, so that they don't leave uni thinking like employees only. They leave uni also thinking like employers as well.
That's fascinating, because as you're talking about this, I'm sort of imagining first year you entering DMU and how your thought process and like imagination, ambitions must have changed over those 3 years.
Yeah, big time. I've never been looking like this. Like, I thought on a similar thought process a little bit, but now I think I've grown a lot in my confidence and in my ambition as well. And I know it's important to give back and not to hold on to any secrets. Like, it's not so difficult out here in the big wide world. There's opportunity, and it's not really about your age anymore. Like, it's about what can you deliver, what value can you bring into society. If you can bring massive value, please come and bring it. You can't keep it to yourself. The people need it.
It is a big, scary world, though, isn't it? When you're younger, when you look out there and think about jobs and things, it is scary. How did you get your confidence? Where did that come from?
I think it grew over time, and a lot of it was just validation. And I think a little bit of it has to be with me being Nigerian as well. It's an interesting one. I think visualization is really, really key in this, actually seeing that something is possible, right? So like I was in a program called CEO for a Day that happened when I was in placement year. And I got to spend a day with the CEO of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales.
Wow.
And got to see like top leadership, like go to the office, spend a whole day with him, be in board meetings with his vice presidents and all these kind of things. I almost went to a meeting in Parliament, with the Chancellor of the Exchequer as well. It didn't happen, but I was this close. And just kind of seeing what it looked like in real life, and it wasn't this far off, almost mystical thing that can happen. It can happen for you as well, sort of thing. Like, I feel like seeing it in real life, especially for me, I'm a visual learner, right? So seeing something that I didn't think was possible and being involved with it, and people telling you that, yes, you are capable of doing this kind of thing. Like you are better than you think you are, because a lot of the things that hold us back is literally in our own heads, right? Like we just don't feel like we can accomplish X, Y, and Z. But in reality, who is telling you that? It's probably yourself. Nobody else is telling you that, right? So I feel like that having those kind of experiences really got my confidence up. And I just think just naturally, the older you get, then the more experiences you gather, and the more you see, the more people you talk to, you just kind of realize like it's not so scary. And when you accept that it's not that scary, you just kind of grow into your own, and you be brave, right? So I think that's where it kind of comes from.
I think that's fascinating. Thanks for that.
Right.
So one other thing I wanted to ask about was it's sort of related to confidence, but part of it's also perhaps barriers that people experience when going to university. So for me, for example, I was the first person in my family to go to university. My family did not recommend it. They were like, "You're going to get a trade, like be an electrician, like join the army and stuff." That's what my family sort of did. They went and did trade jobs. So like I was worried about finance, like moving away from home and stuff. Was that an issue for you when you thought about going to university, and how did you deal with that?
No, not really. It was always part of the plan. I went to secondary school in Nigeria, so we always knew that coming back to the UK, doing A levels and going to university was the next step. So my parents did what was necessary to make sure that happened. Made sure like we did all the student loans and everything, and made sure like it was going to be as smooth of an entry into university as possible. And my dad is a professor, so not going to university was definitely not an option. Like it had to happen, right? The only hurdle I had to overcome was going through clearing, because I didn't do amazingly in my A levels. So I had to. I always say like that was probably one of the worst days of my life, like getting my results and realizing I had to start calling up every uni under the sun and try and find a place before everything else closed shop. So
was that quite scary?
It was. It was interesting enough because the day my results came out, my mum landed in the UK from Nigeria that same day, and she came into the house all excited and stuff, and she was like, "So how did you do?" And I'm like,
no.
"Oh." I'm like, "Well, you see, the thing about that is," so that conversation was really interesting. But she was super supportive, and she kind of gave me the free rein to find my path. And I felt like I grew like 5 years in that one moment, because I was calling up universities and everything. And I had never heard of DME before. It was at the time my head of sixth form, God rest his soul. He asked me if I'd ever heard of Leicester or DME. I was like, I have no idea where that is. And he was like, okay, like give them a call, like check them out. They're a good uni. We had someone from my boarding school who had just been there. We had a good time. So I was like, cool, let me just see what DME is about, see if they'd accept me. And thankfully they did, and I'll always be grateful to DME for that, because DMU gave me an opportunity to grow into the person I am today, just based on the fact that they were willing to give me an opportunity at all. So just for that, if I was ever in a position to give DME an endowment, I really would, because that opportunity and that kind of that opening the gate for people to come in and be themselves is something that I think DME does really well. It's not pretentious, there's nothing like that. So for that too.
So some of the people watching will be year 13 students,
Mhm.
probably looking at getting their results and worried about it as well because things have changed this year.
Yeah.
What can you sort of describe what the process was for clearing from your perspective?
It's been
And
a
was
while.
it easy talking to DMU and getting an offer?
It was actually. You know, there wasn't any of that. So some of the unis I was calling were ranked a bit higher than DMU, right? So you know they would say, oh yeah, we can do this, we can do that. This is what we have available. What did you get in your A levels? I got this and this and this. They're like, actually, no, we can't do that. So there was already that kind of prejudgment, like you haven't even taken time to find out what kind of person I am, right? But DMU were willing to have that conversation with me. So it wasn't just about my grades. It was about, okay, what are your hopes and dreams? Like, what do you want to do? You know, what kind of options are you open to? You know, and it made me so comfortable. And I was like, okay, you know what? Like, this seems like a university that actually cares, right? So just based on that, I would highly recommend DMU to any of the A13s who are listening to this. And if you get into my situation, and hopefully you don't, if you do end up in my situation where I have to go through clearing, it's expect to be nervous and angry and a little bit disappointed in yourself that this has happened. But every time your plans blow up in your face, it's an opportunity to create a new plan that's very much controlled by you. Because I understand that a lot of people's options, including mine as well, were pre-clearing, were kind of introduced by their parents or part of members of their family. But if those plans just get swept in the wind, you can really, really make your own path here, right? You can really choose your own options and really look at the list and see universities for what they are and what they offer rather than just the name of it. You know, really get into the research and I feel like that would be the first time people would actually get into contact with a university and speak to someone from the university. You know, so that's another opportunity to kind of get a feel for who the people are and how the university will potentially treat you when you get there. And from my experience, like DMU, I could tell like DMU really invested heavily in the student experience just from that one conversation I had with them going through clearing. So yeah.
You made it sound a little bit daunting. Can
you? I won't lie to them. Like it is daunting, but when you get there, you get there. You know, so just trust in yourself and be brave. That's the only thing I'll say about that.
So can you give me like 3 points, maybe like bullet points it for me? What should they do if they find themselves in clearing? What are the kind of things they need to do in order to get themselves in a good space to make a good decision?
Okay. So first thing I do, breathe. Just breathe. Take the time to let the emotions flow through you. Don't run away from them. To really take the time to accept what has happened because it might be disappointing to you. So that's the first thing. Just breathe and take the time. 2, sit down in a quiet space and do some research. Look at all your other options. Because I mean, the internet is free, right? So you have your grades right now. Start to benchmark the universities that you might want to go into based on the grades you now have, right? And even some universities that are a bit high because sometimes they have open slots for people who have like grades that are a bit lower than they normally would get. So don't discard them either. And then 3, just be strategic with it. Be strategic, and you have to be more open-minded at this point as well. Like don't be so hell-bent on going to a particular location. Like I was hell-bent on going to Newcastle, you know, but when the opportunity didn't come around, I had to look elsewhere, you know, I had to look at options. And like I said before, I had never heard of Leicester before. I really thought Leicester was a forest. And that sounds really ignorant. But yeah, I genuinely thought Leicester was just a forest. I didn't know what happened there. You know, I couldn't point Leicester out on the map if you asked me to at that time. Right. So you have to be strategic with it as well. And just be open-minded to the opportunities that could get you to where you want to get to.
Well, thank you very much, Felix. It's been enlightening. It really has. It's been lovely to speak to you. We'd love to hear from you again as well. I'll see if I can get Daniel or Marta to contact you, and we'll pull you on something else another day and see how you progressed in a little while.
Sure. I'm here. I'll be happy to talk, and I'm happy to pass on more information and little nuggets of knowledge to the next generation and do anything I can. So yeah, I appreciate you guys having me.
Wonderful. Thanks, Felix. I'll drop you off the stream now.
I appreciate it. You take care. Bye-bye.
Have a nice day. Bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
So just me and you, Marta, now. In fact, I'm going to bring Dal back in. Hey, Dal. He's busy typing away there.
Hello.
So that was fascinating. It was really nice to meet Felix and hear about his experiences.
I do agree with him, actually, in terms of students from different faculties, collaborating on projects. The software development company I worked at was completely run by students. It was a DMU project that had students from the faculty of computing and students, I was working there from business and law, but it was just one project. There could be so much more that we could do in regards to that.
I think, Marta, you paid Felix, didn't you, to answer those questions in the way that he did?
No.
All honest answers, right?
It was great. I thought his answers about confidence, about his real honest answers about what it was like to go through clearing. Like, he was genuinely worried about it, but then he came through to DMU, chatted to someone on the phone. He felt really good about it, so that's good.
And yeah, I think that's probably the case of like most year 13s are probably, for those of them that are thinking about such a late application, they're probably thinking, oh my God, clearing, what is it? How do I go about it? It's going to be really difficult. So to hear Felix talk about how simple it was and how understanding we were as a university for his own personal circumstances was really nice to hear.
Yeah, everyone is just like, I worked on clearing quite frequently, 2 or 3 years in a row. We're happy to explain the process, really. If you call in and say, I have no idea what it is and how that works, we will just go through the process with you and tell you what are the best options. Being able to speak with someone over the phone or for WhatsApp if you don't want to call. We have WhatsApp available for clearing as well. We can give you an advice specifically to your case. And I actually don't think it's that much of a difficult process. I think it just sounds very scary when you sort of first get into it. But once you go through it, you realize, oh, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, I think that's what Felix said about just breathe, like accept that you're going to have to go through it, and then take those steps that he described. So yeah, it's absolutely fascinating. Now, Dal, you're going to go in a second, aren't you?
I am. I'm going to love you and leave you all, guys. Try and get some lunch in somewhere.
I'm going to ditch Dal and bring in Faye. And Marta,
she's a lot better than me anyway.
You're welcome to hang around for a bit if you want, Marta, or you can drop out as well. That's okay.
I will go back to my work, but I will be watching sometimes to see how you're doing, guys, and hopefully it goes well with no technical issues.
All right. Thanks a lot. It's lovely to speak to you. I'm getting rid of you all now. I know Marta was about to say something there, but gone. Andy. Hey, Faye.
Afternoon, Dave. How are you?
I'm very well. Everybody, Faye is going to be here to talk to us about student finance in a bit, but she's just going to hang out with me on stream for a little bit, and we're going to watch some DMU news next. So I'll pop that on, and then we'll talk through the schedule, and then Faye's got some student finance goodness to talk about. Got to click all the right buttons. Where is it? There we go. Here's Olga with the news.
Hello, this is Olga from DMU, and today we would like to share some of our most inspirational stories of our students with you. To find out more, head to the news section on the DMU website. Let's start! So there have been countless stories of the NHS workers' selfless acts to help Britain's fight against the COVID-19 pandemic, and DMU student Raquel Mayers truly embodies them. The 29-year-old is currently in her first year studying adult nursing at DMU, and since the start of the pandemic, she has been working 2 to 3 night or day shifts a week at Leicester hospitals, while homeschooling 4 children by day. Not only that, but Raquel also volunteered to take on extra shifts at Leicester Royal Infirmary to help free up more experienced staff for the frontline fight against COVID-19. As soon as the coronavirus started to grip the UK, another DMU student, Anisa Latkan, joined the #ViralKindness campaign to support some of the city's most vulnerable residents during the global pandemic. She has been popping postcards through her neighbours' letterboxes to encourage them to get in contact if they're self-isolating and need any help. Anisa has also been volunteering for Islamic Relief and other smaller organisations in Leicester, providing vital food parcels for low-income families. Anisa first started volunteering with DMU Local, and she has visited countries such as America, India and Germany to help support refugees. She has also been invited to the United Nations headquarters in New York twice to speak about DMU's role as a global hub for one of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. DMU Media Production graduate Lydia George secured her dream job on ITV's This Morning 6 months ago, but she never imagined she would become an essential worker during a global pandemic. As an assistant producer for This Morning, Lydia was lucky to be able to do most of her job from home, but she is still required to physically work from the television centre when covering for senior colleagues. As part of this role, Lydia creates live comments and photos sent in by the public through social media and shares them on air during relevant segments. Before the show starts, she also loads a selection of the best social media interactions onto an iPad so that the presenters can reference them during the show. Some of Lydia's personal highlights from before the coronavirus crisis include coordinating and hosting an Instagram Q&A session with pop group JLS and meeting a fashion designer and Queer Eye presenter, Tan France. Since the start of the global pandemic, DMU contour fashion student Disha Lula has been going above and beyond to support her home country of India. Disha has been using techniques learned as part of her course to create and donate over 600 reusable cotton face masks to her local community in Indore, where protective masks have been made mandatory. This month, the 21-year-old has stepped up once again by donating vital equipment to her local police department. This included 160 handmade masks, 10,000 oral dehydration solution pouches, 8,000 vitamin C tablets, 60 litres of hand sanitizer, sanitizing machine pumps and infrared thermometers. Disha made this donation using her own savings. So this is it for today. We hope you have been inspired by some of these incredible stories. Please make sure to check out our news section on the DMU website to read more about our amazing students. Thank you. Bye.
Oh, there we go. That was Olga with the news. That was really good. Well done, Olga. So next up, I'm going to go through the schedule a little bit, but we have a guest who's joined us. I'm just going to bring him in. Hang on a second. Let's change our view. Jamie, are you decent? There he is.
As decent as things get, David. Yes, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Jamie, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Jamie. I've worked at the DMU, the Forest, for the last 17 years. That's my favourite part of my last interview, that Leicester was in a forest as far as Felix was concerned before he came here. So that was great. I've worked at DMU for 17 years as a school and college advisor in our widening participation team, working with primary and younger children, and with our international office working overseas as well. I know everyone watching is thinking, 17 years, how's that possible? It looks so youthful, but it is true. They are thinking that, David. They are.
Yeah, they could well be thinking that. I think you don't look a day over 25, Jamie.
Yeah, thank you kindly.
Okay, I'm going to run over the next part of the schedule. So here we go. So coming up in the next part of the stream, so probably over the next 40 minutes, we've got Faye Shears. She's going to be talking about student finance. You've already met Faye, but she can just jump in and talk about that after we've gone through the schedule. We've also got Nabila Ahmed Omaji. She's doing a PhD in cognitive psychology, and she can talk to us about her student experience. We'll be repeating Olga's news again in about 40 to 50 minutes. And then we've got the history of DMU with graduate Nathan Lunt. He's a poet, so it should be really interesting to watch that. Okay. Faye, do you want to dazzle us with all your financial knowledge? I think Jamie's going to be your... Did you say backup singer? Is that?
I'm going to be the backing singer, the person who stands in the background and jumps in at the chorus with something to make Faye's voice stand out even more prominently. Yes.
Wonderful.
Well, I think Sorry.
Sorry. No, go ahead.
No, go for it.
Do you want me to add your screen to the stream?
No, it's fine.
Okay. Then I'll let you finance us.
Sounds so serious, but I guess it is a really important thing to consider, and it doesn't matter what year you're in, if you're in year 10, year 11, year 12. I don't think it's ever too early to start looking at how you actually fund your studies and your living costs whilst you're at university. I think it would be a great shame for anyone to think that they can't afford to go to university, and that's a barrier for them. So today we're just going to run through over the next 15 minutes or so over what you have to pay for, what help is available, what does those kind of costs go towards, and I think most importantly as well, how are you expected to repay the money that you've borrowed? I think that's quite daunting to some people. So hopefully we'll help you to realise that it's actually quite a fair repayment system. Would you agree, Jamie?
It is. Sometimes with finance, the actual psychology and the intimidation and the thought of the fact that you're borrowing money to invest in an experience and to invest in your future, sometimes that psychology can actually be worse than a financial reality. And as Faye says, the saving grace is that when you've graduated and you've got your graduate job and you're earning hopefully that decent salary, that's when the repayments kick in, and they really are a relatively small proportion of your salaries. We'll talk about in a minute. So the top key for finances: don't let it stress you out. Don't let the concept of it put you off. If you think you want to go to university for the course, for the experience, for the skills you're going to get, for the graduate opportunities, then don't let the funding be the thing that stops you. In any ways, the funding should be the things that makes it possible to happen, because it means that you get the funding for your place rather than having to rely upon your own savings or your parents happening to be wealthy enough to fund you through it. The system allows you to go regardless of the financial situation yourself and your family are in, which is a really important and I think positive point of student finance.
Yeah, I think as well, if you're at this point where you're thinking, well, what help is available, you can apply for a tuition fee loan, and you can also apply for a maintenance loan. So you can already check your eligibility and what you might have to live on, what help you might be able to get. And if you just pop onto Google, type in student finance calculator, it will bring up a government website. So it's a gov.uk website, and then you can start checking away and see what you can access as part of your student experience. So universities do charge around about £9,250 per year for tuition fees. So we're not expecting you to have that in your back pocket or for your parents to pay for that. So that is available in the support of a government loan. So that's your tuition fee loan. You can self-finance if you want to, but the loan's there, so access it if you think that you would need it. And it's paid directly to the university. So if any of you are thinking out there, wow, do I get £9,000 in my bank account? No, unfortunately, it goes straight to the university. So no kind of thoughts of booking a holiday to Bahamas, when lockdown is well and truly gone and we can start traveling again. There's no age limit. So, if you decide that you do want to take a year out or 2 years, or, some people go to university later in life. So really have a think about it. You are investing your time, you're investing money. So you really need to make sure that you make the right choice when it comes to picking the right course for the university that you want to go to. Jamie, you might want to go on to what tuition fees pay for.
I can absolutely. So if you're watching this, you're thinking £9,250, that's a lot of money. Well, it is a lot of money. It's not a cheap thing to do. You got to think about it as an investment in your future self. The experience you get, the skills you get will round you as an individual, and it will prepare you for that graduate life and put you in a position to not just get a good job, but be a success in your graduate career as well. It's also really good for your self-confidence and your development. I was quite shy and quiet at 16 and 17, and certainly wasn't the same as that when I graduated at 22 after university and my gap year. So the fees, what they pay for the academic staff, the expert professional teachers who, one, create your course portfolio, but two, actually will teach you in your lectures, your tutorials. They'll be your one-to-one personal tutor. They pay for the infrastructure, I never say that word, the buildings, they pay the buildings around the campus. So when you walk around the university campuses, both at DMU and elsewhere, you'll see the facilities, you'll see the lecture theatres, you'll see the halls, and you'll see that universities are massively evolving, constantly investing contemporary places that are constantly updating and developing their campus to keep up with the times. They also pay for all of the support, the library, the IT support, all the support staff. Universities are fabulously supportive places. Sometimes you have the worry, and perhaps parents think this, you're going to be left to yourself, sink or swim, you'll survive and thrive, or be disastrous and you'll be sort of left out to sea somewhere. In reality, we've got support for everything from financial problems, ironically, through to problems with your accommodation, not getting on with your housemates, issues to do with needing counselling, disability support, anything to do with welfare support, employability, everything. And all of that support network, again, is funded by the fees that students pay for the course that they do. Were you guys, David and Faye, were you worried about finance yourself before you started uni? Did you think about it in a
Yeah,
was it an intimidating thing?
I was quite worried about it, honestly, when I started, because I was the first person in my family to go to university. It was all completely mysterious. None of us had any idea what it was. And in fact, I took a year out before I went to university just to work and earn some money to help pay for, accommodation costs and whatever else I might need in order to go to university. Turns out I didn't really need to do that. There was enough money provided by the loan and also I can't remember if it was a bursary so I don't know much about this. So you'd have to tell me, but it was very mysterious when I went. But finding information from what was then the Student Loans Company, I don't know if it still is that.
Yeah,
online.
The Student Loan Company is still the underpinning company, yeah.
And so it was actually super easy. I just filled in all the details, had my parents fill in some details, and everything was pretty much taken care of. I didn't have to hand cash over to the university for my fees. All of that was sorted. So while I was worried about it to begin with, once I did put a bit of research in, it becomes quite clear.
Same here. I don't know, but nobody in my family. I'm the oldest in the family in terms of children. My parents had not been to uni. None of my cousins have been to uni. People at school I knew have been to uni, but in our family circles, again, no, the whole thing was a bit of a sort of mysterious journey. I wasn't too worried about the money. I probably hadn't thought about it. My dad was super nervous about the worry. I remember he gave me a big sit-down session with a budgeting spreadsheet, trying to teach me to, maximize my output and input and spend sensibly and all these things. Turned out it wasn't advice I took, but it was advice he was pleased to give.
My mum sent me to uni with a massive box of Tesco value beans and other tins and things. So that was the budgeting that she decided I was going to do. Spending very little was the budget.
A top financial tip: when you arrive at uni, either get your parents to book you an online shop or take you physically to the supermarket on day one and make sure that they're spending their money on your first shop rather than your first student loan payment being on the beans and your washing up liquid and stuff. There's better things to spend your first loan payment on. So you get your fees, 9,250, and you get, I think Faye mentioned the fee loan, which goes straight through to the university. What other funding can they get, Faye? Is there any money to cover living costs if they're worried about accommodation or travel or, the occasional piece of social life that the students dabble in?
Yes, so your tuition fee loan goes straight to the university, but obviously you need money to be able to live, and that's available in a maintenance loan financial package. If you're thinking, well, I'm living at home, so can I get access to this? Absolutely, yes, you can. We realise that you still have to pay for maybe travel. You still might be paying for food. You might be paying for books, for example, paying for your social life, because you are allowed to have one, and it's up to you what you spend your maintenance loan on. No one's going to tell you, oh, you've been out to eat once already this week, you can't go out a second time. It's for you to decide, be the grown-up, decide what your student loan, your maintenance loan is going on. And we do have an infographic, which I think David might be able to kindly bring up for us. So there's a couple of things that your kind of allowance will be based upon. So I did mention already that, if you decide to live at home, you still can access something. If you're living away from home, then there's a little bit more money that you might be able to access because you will have to pay for rent. And now they do also look at your household income, and that's the house that you live in. So it might be that you live with just dad, for example, and so it would just be the income that comes into that house. So it's they look at that, and I guess there is a bit of an assumption from the government that if you are from, say, higher household income, that you will receive support from, your parents, for example. And that might not always be the case. So do have a chat with whoever you live with, whoever currently supports you, and see if they can financially support you whilst you're at university. And if not, then that's why you can start preparing. Do I need to perhaps work whilst at university? Or perhaps do what I did. I worked in the summer holidays, for about 4 months full time, and then also at Christmas and Easter. So that's how I kind of supplemented the money that I have to live on. And I also got a student loan with an overdraft. So that's where if you run out of your student loan, the bank allows you to dip a bit further beneath the zero. It sounds a bit scary, but usually it's interest free, and it's there as a little bit of a safety blanket to help you. So have a look and see these numbers. Have a look at the accommodation if you want to move an accommodation. Does this cover your accommodation? Can you get, the Ritz style university accommodation, or may you have to, might have to forgo a few of those luxuries. So it's a good place to start. Pop yourself onto the student finance calculator in Google and see, where this money gets you for your university experience.
Yeah, I think oh, sorry, Jamie.
No, go on, David. I'm going after you.
You were talking about summer jobs, and I think that's. Shall I take this off the screen? There we go.
Yeah.
About summer jobs, and I think it's really important that the overdraft facility. I used one of those when I was in university, and it was kind of essential. I had to get a summer job to sort of support myself. I was packing oranges, in those nets in a factory. So I was watching those nets go by full of oranges, but. Yeah, so I used that while I was doing a summer job before I got paid. So it was a really, really useful service to get. So getting a student bank account is a really good idea, but just be careful because it can go a bit further into that red than you really want it to.
And everyone knows someone at university who doesn't quite get the balance right, don't they? And ends up blowing everything. It's all about the whole university experience is about balance, balancing your budget, balancing your social life with your course, balancing your course with your part-time job, earning enough money that your budget is saved, but not earning so much money that you've got too much time committed to the work. It's all about finding that medium ground that fits yourself, getting all the excitement and student experience you want from it, getting the course passed and delivered, which is the primary thing you're paying your fees for, but making sure that at the end of it, that budget is managed fairly carefully through the process. One other thing just to bear in mind is some courses, you might find yourself in class for 10, 12 hours a week, maybe. Other courses, you might be in class literally full time, 35 hours a week, 9 to 5. It really, really varies. I did a business degree. My busiest week ever, this was a really intense week. I was exhausted come Wednesday. It was about 14 hours a week. My housemate, Joe, did chemical engineering. He was in class for 38 hours every single week. So our student experience was dead different. I could earn my money, do the part-time job and do the course pretty much within the 9 to 5 day. He'd got that just filling his teaching time, then he's got his homework, so his chance to earn part-time was a bit tougher. So just balancing yourself and working out the experience is what you need to do. So you've got your fee loan to cover your fees, so you haven't got to pay up front. You're not going to worry about your parents' income for the fees. You've got your maintenance loan for the living costs. It depends, as Faye says, whether you live at home, whether you move away, how much money you might need, but the budget's there to cover your core rent, your core travel, your core bills, your core lifestyle. You've then got scholarships and bursaries that David touched on earlier. So an individual university will offer a scheme of scholarships and bursaries that you don't have to be paid back. They might be linked to your academic performance. They might be linked to you playing a musical instrument, performing really well in a certain sport, or they might be linked to household income again, or even the postcode you live in. It's a case of checking out individual universities once you've got the shortlist narrowed down to seeing what sort of bursaries and scholarships they have in place. And they are many and varied. There's the next village down from where I'm from in Leicestershire, there's a local, I never say this word, a local philanthropist, a local man with loads of money, who essentially sponsors a student from that village to go to university every year. And I was born 2 miles out of the village, and I could have had that opportunity. So even little local pots of money can help you out.
So are there any kind of avenues for support if you do find yourself in a bit of trouble financially while you're at university?
So we do have on campus, really, really good point is that we do have a financial kind of and welfare student services support team who are there to chat to students, see how they can help them through any kind of situations that they may find themselves in. There are some hardship funds. So if you are genuinely struggling at university and that you can prove that you do need that extra support, then there are hardship packages that you can access, you can apply to. You will have to share your information, make sure that, you really truly do need that extra money. And that money is given without having to be repaid back. So if you do need to chat to someone, even if it's about managing your money better, there are people in place to help you with that. I think when I started university, I created a spreadsheet. My dad sat me down and said, right, you get your money for 3 months. So we're dividing what you have left after your accommodation and bills in 3, and then figuring out how much you have to spend on food, how much you can then spend on, I had my bus pass as well, and then how much you needed to spend on everything else, books and whatever it might be, going out with friends socially. So finding out actually how much I had per week to spend, so I didn't run out of money. But I mean, that's not going to be the case that everybody is going to have much money to live on after their accommodation. So that's why it's good to have those people to go to, because they'll even point out what you could access, what you could apply to, because you might not know otherwise, and they can point you in the right direction.
I think I had a heavy skew to social activities with my finance, unfortunately, when I was at uni.
Yeah, me too. A couple of DMU selling points financially. One, it's in the East Midlands, which is one of the cheaper parts of the country to live in. So your rent and your basic lifestyle costs aren't that expensive. 2, the campus is all on one site and the accommodation is literally walking distance. So you won't need a bus pass. You won't need to be travelling anywhere day to day other than just around the campus. 3, we're right next to Leicester City Centre, which has got 300,000 people, and that's walking distance away. So you've got jobs in shops, restaurants, bars, everything you can think of, factories packing oranges, you name it, you could do it. And finally, Leicester has also got a DMU. We've got a Unitemps temping agency. So if you want a part-time job on campus, you simply stroll into the temping agency, give them your timetable, give them your CV, and they will help you find work to, again, fill those gaps in your timetable and bring some extra money in. So it's a really, really practical financial place to be. And also it's commutable to lots and lots of local areas. We get lots of students from Nottingham, from the near side of Birmingham, from Derby, from Lincoln, from Loughborough, who commute into DMU rather than moving away, which again reduces the costs.
Well, we've got
finally, go on, Dave.
Well, we've got Nabila backstage here, who's a student ambassador. So you can probably tell us about what it's like to work while you're studying.
Sounds good. Bring it in.
Nabila, are you ready?
Soon find out.
There she is. Hello, Nabila.
Hi.
Hey, Nabs.
I'm good. How are you?
So Nabila, would you like to just introduce yourself?
Sure. So my name is Nabila, and I am currently in my 3rd year studying towards a PhD in cognitive psychology. Before that, though, I did my undergrad in psychology at DMU as well. I should also tell you that I'm an international student. I moved here from Zimbabwe in 2014, which seems like ages ago. But yeah, I've been at DMU ever since.
So you're actually you're going to be featured a couple of times in this live stream, because I've just remembered you did the city tour for our virtual open day. Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember. That was actually quite fun.
Embarrassing moments in there, didn't you?
Oh, very many. And it was freezing that day, I think, if I remember correctly.
Do you want to recreate it now? Do you remember what I got you to do in the, where were we? Abbey Park.
Oh yeah, green spaces.
Yeah, that was very funny.
Yeah, that was fun.
So you'll all be able to see that later on. I think Learny's going to come in and show the virtual campus tour. I don't know if you're going to get shown. Well, I can try and avoid it if you like.
It's fine. I'm happy with whatever.
Okay, so I'm going to chat to you for a bit about your student experience. And Faye and Jamie, you're welcome to throw in questions, and we'll try and put you off balance and say the wrong thing.
Ooh, okay. Bring it
write
on.
down some tough ones while you start. Okay.
So you're doing a PhD. What does that mean? Because there'll be lots of people that are just thinking about doing undergraduate degrees. So it's a different kind of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite different. And to be honest, I didn't really know too much about PhDs when I first started. But I got introduced to it pretty much on the first day. So in psychology, a lot of people, well, for me, actually, I came in thinking that all I needed to do was my undergrad and maybe a master's, and then I'd be a psychologist. Except that wasn't true at all. And actually, it became quite evident early on that I'd have to study quite a lot more in order to become a psychologist. But also a PhD is very research focused. So you specialize in a particular area. So my area would be cognitive psychology. And then within cognitive psychology, you pick an area that you're going to specialize in and focus on. And my research is focusing on that specific area. So I essentially am becoming, how should I say this? The only person who kind of knows more than anybody else on the planet about this specific area. And after all of my research, and I've found some interesting things, and I contribute to the existing knowledge, and it has to be an original contribution, I then get a PhD, and I will be Dr. Nabila.
That sounds exciting. Being able to say doctor.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of scary, though. And I only realized that I wanted to do a PhD actually in my third year of my undergrad, because in the third year studying psychology, you have to complete a dissertation. And with the dissertation, you have to conduct independent research. And it was actually doing that I realized I absolutely loved doing research. It was something that I really enjoyed doing because it was something I was passionate about. And so I thought, ooh, a PhD sounds great. So yeah, that's kind of how I ended up there. It wasn't the initial plan because I thought I wanted to be an educational psychologist, but through some volunteering with the university, I realized I don't actually like children that much. So I realized then that maybe that wouldn't be the right thing for me to do. And then I thought maybe I'll do clinical psychology, which is what a lot of people do study psychology to pursue. But I cry a lot. So I think I'd be emotionally compromised doing that kind of thing. And I realized that as well through volunteering with DMU again. So as I went along, I started to realize that actually the things that I thought might be good for me weren't good for me. And I ended up where I am now. And I absolutely love what I do now.
So that's a lot of years, isn't it, invested into psychology? So how many in total will it be?
So at the minute, I'm touching on 6 years. So I actually was a bit of a fluke situation because I should have done a master's before I did my PhD, but I didn't need to in this particular case. Some people have to, some people don't. It just depends on your individual situation. But I saved a year without doing the master's, so it's 6 years now.
What volunteering have you done? Was it with the Square Mile that you did?
Yes.
The DMU Square Mile?
Yeah, so I actually got involved with DMU Square Mile, DMU Local, as it is now. And I mean, volunteering has been a big part of who I am and what I've enjoyed doing since I was a little kid. So it was really nice to get involved. And initially I thought it'd be complicated because I'd have to go up to different organizations and sign up and do all of that. But actually Square Mile made it so much easier for me. I just had to sign up with them and they got in touch with me with opportunities. They organized transport, they organized all the training and everything. So it just made my life a lot easier. So I just signed up for a whole bunch of stuff. So one of the things that I was involved in was volunteering at the college nearby. I don't know if you know New College. Yeah, so I was.
My brother-in-law works at New College, actually.
Yeah, we do because we still do quite a lot of volunteering with them. So
yeah, it's close relationships.
Yeah. So I was an achievement mentor at New College. So basically, the 16-year-old kids were all getting ready for their GCSEs, and I was just basically there to help them and give them some advice and just talk them through some stuff. And that was a lot of fun. But then I realized actually going into the school environment and just that sort of thing wasn't something that I'd want to do for the rest of my life. Whilst I enjoyed working with the kids, I don't know, schools are I'm tired of education now a little bit. So I just realized that maybe that wasn't the best thing. And then I also got involved with Diabetes Champions. So I'm actually qualified as a diabetes champion through Diabetes UK. And DMU actually organized the whole training and everything. And normally I think you have to pay for that, but it was free, which is great. So that just involves going out into the community and creating awareness of what diabetes is and what you can do to avoid it. Because, I mean, it can be avoidable for certain types of diabetes. And so just making people aware that if you change your lifestyle a little bit, you can completely avoid it altogether. I also got involved with tutoring young refugees who've just arrived in the UK, and they're all like under 18. They're all alone, and a lot of them have to learn English from scratch, and that was just something I really wanted to help out with as well, because I went on a global trip to Berlin and met some refugees there, volunteered in a refugee camp, and I was like, yeah, no, I need to do everything that I can to help in whatever way. And so, yeah, DMU facilitated that. So I've been involved in quite a few of those kind of opportunities, which have been amazing.
You're making me feel like a bad person, like I'm not doing enough nice in the world. You mentioned global trips. So this is,
yes,
that's DMU Global. So that's an initiative where we get students out in the world. We send them away into loads of different countries to do loads of different things. And you went to Germany, and it was about helping migrants there. Was it to do with psychology, that, or was it to do with something else?
So I think, I mean, in all honesty, psychology is the study of human mind and behavior. So really everything has to do with psychology, and it's all about how you apply the knowledge. And I'd had one of the modules, counseling psychology, and I'd also done abnormal psychology and things like that. So I'd touched on a few things, and learning throughout my first and second year about the different aspects of psychology meant I was able to communicate with people who couldn't speak English at all. And it's all about body language and just certain actions that you can do that make people feel that they can kind of just talk to you, I guess. And they were speaking in German, but they started to pick up a few English words. So it was a really interesting experience, but also they'd been through some traumatic experiences, and just being able to listen to them, I think, is a key skill that I've developed throughout my course as well. So it's active listening and things like that. So yeah, I think it is quite relevant to psychology, to be honest. So it was an amazing trip, and it was incredibly eye-opening as well, because you see a lot on the news, but seeing it firsthand, a lot into perspective for me.
We were just talking about finance before you came on. How do you finance a DMU Global trip? How much did it cost you?
So actually the Berlin trip was fully subsidized by the university at the time. But normally the university offers a bursary for the trip. So at the moment, as far as I know, and obviously this is subject to change, but if you're traveling outside of Europe, you would get a bursary of about £400. And if you're staying within Europe, you get a bursary of about 150. And because normally staying within Europe is quite cheap, and transport and stuff is not that expensive. So it is subsidized by the university, but also because I have a part-time job and I work with the university, and I've been earning since I got here, I always put money aside for travel. Like, I always keep money for travel. So if any opportunity becomes available, I'm ready to go. So that's how I've kind of funded my way through it. So I heavily believe in saving. And so that's how I've been able to afford to travel as much as I have.
Do you think it's an affordable experience for most people to go on a
Yeah,
trip?
definitely. So I budgeted about £100, to be honest, for a couple of days, and it was very doable. I think it's just about how much you want to spend. You can control how much you spend. So with a bursary, like for example, I went to India and I was there for about 7 days, and I only paid £300, and that included the accommodation, transport, and food as well. The rest of it was covered by the university with the £400. So I didn't actually pay very much to get there. And then whilst I was there, spending here and there on souvenirs and things, but otherwise I didn't spend more than £450 altogether in overall for the whole trip.
I think when I was younger, we didn't have any. Well, we might have had a school trip to an old castle somewhere, but we certainly didn't go abroad. What's it kind of like going abroad with your peers, and what's that kind of experience like? I
think to sum it up in one word, I think it's amazing. that we have the opportunity to do that. And I think now, because we live in a world connected through the internet, we're communicating with people from all over the world all the time. So it's really important to develop cultural agility, to be able to communicate with people from different backgrounds, and being able to go abroad and meet people in their home country and learn more about their culture, etc., is just amazing that we can do that. And it's a lot of fun as well. The things that we get up to, I mean, obviously there you have your if you're going there for volunteering, you'll be volunteering. But outside of the volunteering, there's time to explore by yourself. There's activities that you can get involved in, and it's completely up to you, because as much as it's structured to an extent, there's free time to do whatever you want as well. So some people go out and go to bars and have a lot of fun there, or I prefer to go out to eat, try new things, meet people, that sort of thing. So it's completely up to you, and I think it's so much fun. And I know that I was quite afraid on my first trip. I think my first trip was actually to Berlin, and I was quite scared because I thought I've never been away with people I don't know, and actually it was so much fun. I made a lot of friends, people I'd never met before, and it was great. And after that, I went on everything that I could. So I think it's just about being brave for a short time, and after that, you can basically do anything you like.
You know, you used a really interesting term that I'd never heard before, cultural agility. That sounds fascinating. I like that. So that's about kind of being able to operate in different cultures. Is that essentially what it is?
Yeah, essentially it's being aware of different cultures and how someone else's culture might differ to yours, and being respectful of that. I mean, in the world right now, we're lacking a lot of tolerance and understanding, I think, primarily is the issue. And so it's important for people to educate themselves. And the one way to do that is traveling and meeting other people and immersing yourself in their culture, because it's about learning. That's pretty much what everything is about. You have to learn. And that was an amazing opportunity to do that, because by myself, I would not have been able to plan a trip to Berlin to volunteer in a refugee camp. So this was tailored amazingly for me and for the other students, because I think there were 16 of us that went on the trip, and all of us had such an amazing time. And a lot of us still keep in touch today. It's been 6 years, but I'm still friends with a lot of people that I went on that trip with. I've actually met a lot of people abroad, and it's good to keep in touch with people, because you never know, in the future there might be some famous rich person who might remember you one day. And yeah, I'd love to fly on a private jet to Berlin with someone.
Wouldn't we all, Nabila?
Yeah.
So DMU is kind of like a huge melting pot of cultures and people. Like, it's hugely diverse, but I think perhaps going out there and like you say, immersing yourself in that culture, being in that country, is a different kind of experience, isn't it? So you can meet all sorts of people from all sorts of places at DMU, but actually getting the opportunity to go and put yourself in that country and take part is it's kind of a precious experience, and one I wish I had when I was at university.
Definitely. I mean, it's one of I think DMU's major selling points, because not a lot of universities offer that, and I think it's terribly sad, because I know when I visited the US with DMU, actually, I noticed a lot of the students there do study abroad, and their universities offer so many things for them to go abroad and educate themselves. And I think the fact that DMU has included that as part of your university experience is great. And there's not just volunteering, there's also trips that are course specific. So psychology have kind of embraced the whole idea of going abroad, and so they've organized trips to Taiwan, to St. Petersburg in Russia. They've done trips to Auschwitz and to Germany and New York and everything. So there are also course specific trips that are organized as well. So if you're more keen on getting involved in that, go for it, because it will be amazing.
That's cool. Well, thank you very much. I'm gonna let you go unless you want to hang around. You're welcome to.
I think I have to pop back onto the chat.
Everyone's saying that. No one wants to hang around.
Thanks, Nabila. Good line to escape. I like it.
Yeah.
Wanna go now, David? Bye-bye.
See ya. Just give me a call if you need me again later. I'd be happy to jump on.
All right. Thanks, Nabila. Bye.
Yeah. Bye.
Thanks.
Oh,
I think Nabila is a classic example of, one, how many opportunities there are, but how, if you plan your time, plan your budget, focus, you could take advantage of so many different opportunities all within one experience. And also how she came in with a plan as to what she wanted to do, and then the nature of those experiences and learning from them, then adapted that plan, and she ended up doing something quite different. You know, we all think we've got the plan at 17, 18, but in reality, as we go through university, the plan often changes, and this experience university gives you that allows the plan to change and gives you the skills to adapt and do something different.
Yeah, certainly. Her saving all that money and doing part-time work has meant that she's had all those opportunities, which is fantastic.
And international students coming to the UK from a completely different culture is a big challenge in itself. So then to be able to jump in and take advantage of everything else is just fantastic. It makes you think, gosh, I should have done more when I was doing that, you know. It does.
Right, well, I've got Lernie backstage here.
Yeah.
He's going to talk us, well, could give us a campus tour. We don't quite know how this is going to work because
no,
Lernie doesn't know anything about this.
And leave you and learning to get on with it. So thank you for having us, David.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Faye. Appreciate you being here.
See you later. Have fun.
That's just me on my own now, and Lernie in the background. She can't. I don't know. I can't hear her, but she can hear me. So just before I bring Lernie on, we're going to watch a video by Nathan Lunt. So let me just put that on. It's the history of DMU. So DMU has been around for a very long time, and this is a poem composed by Nathan Lunt. Enjoy.
What do you think it takes to build a legacy? To not just be successful, not just memorable, but legendary. From every small beginning, something greater someday starts to grow. From a disused warehouse classroom started 150 years ago, where volunteers taught engineers and artists how to ply their crafts, when DMU was humbly known as the Leicester School of Arts. When treaties swept their staff and students off to serve in war, classrooms turned their tools to armaments to help support the cause. And when they returned with missing limbs and counting conflict's cost, they were taught the skills they needed to rebuild the lives they'd lost. Soon we reach the 1920s, and the campus must expand, with additional facilities to meet increased demand. After 50 years of excellence, the school now turns to colleges and leads the field in artists, engineers and new technologies. The Second World War saw sandbags piled high in lecture rooms, where students set their skills to building beds to rest the wounded troops and painted air raid shelter murals, keeping people's spirits high, while secretly a hidden radar training station watched the skies. The 1960s brought more change as spaces filled up rapidly, and finding new facilities became of great necessity. The Fletcher Building opened, with the Queen Mother inspecting, and in '69 it was time for City of Leicester Polytechnic. Now we reach the 1990s, and educational reforms find all administrative funding fundamentally transformed. With all performance at its peak, it's time to seize the opportunity. No more a polytechnic, now De Montfort University. Whether you came to build computers or you came to start a business, whether you came to study poetry or came to puzzle physics, whether you wanted to be an engineer, a midwife or a painter, whether you started at 18 or you found education later, whether you came from somewhere local or you came from far away, whether you lived right here on campus or commuted every day, whether you joined the student paper because you'd got something to say, or combined a few societies to balance work and play. Whether you had a fixed direction picked for when you graduated or your qualifications took you places utterly unexpected, the days, the weeks, the months and years you spent being a student here will stay with you through all you do, and you'll always be connected. But if you wanted more from uni than a simple education, if you wanted to take more with you than just your qualifications, if you wanted to make a difference, if you think you're bound for greatness, then our doors are always open and De Montfort's always waiting. Even after graduating, you can carry on with pride. There's always more achievements waiting, and we're always on your side. So keep creating, making, changing, take each chance to be surprised. And once you leave, we guarantee, no matter where your path may lead, you'll always have a place here. And you're DMU for life.
That was nice. I'm a big fan of that video. Just before we bring Lernie in, because I probably shouldn't have told you she was already here, I do have the schedule to show you. So coming up over the next 40 minutes or so, we've got Lernie, and she's going to be giving us a campus tour and talking about accommodation. We've got a guest, Henrik, who's also going to be talking to us about accommodation, pitching in his ideas. Then later on, we've got Demi, who's a business and management student, who's going to chat to us about his experience at DMU. Also knows something about archery, I believe, so that'll be fun. And then if we get time at the end, we'll be putting on the news from Olga Galona. So let's just get rid of that and bring in the guests. So we've got Lernie. Hi, Lernie.
Hello.
And Henrik. Hi, Henrik.
Hi there, how you doing? You both okay?
So Lernie, would you like? Yeah, good, thank you. Do you want to introduce yourselves?
Yeah, so I'm a media production student. I'm in my 3rd year, so I've just been finishing off my studies. So I've been at the uni for quite a while, so I do know the campus pretty well now. But yeah, it's been pretty good. And that video was amazing. It was pretty inspirational. Makes me want to again.
Henrik, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi everyone. Yeah, my name's Henrik. I studied at DMU. Started in 2014. I did human resource management, graduated 2017. And then since then, I've actually worked at De Montfort University in a couple of various roles. I did recently leave, but I've just joined back again. So back at DMU now. So yeah, any questions regarding anything sort of student related, anything like that, fire them our way. So yeah.
Cool. We won't talk about where you went.
Yeah, we'll brush over that quickly.
Okay, so we're going to do something a little bit experimental here, which is a virtual open day. It's meant to be sort of navigated yourself on a phone, because the idea is that you swipe through it. We're going to try and do this live with Lernie. So let me just share it. Hang on a second. I probably should have done this ahead of time. And there we go. So there it is on the screen. I'm going to have to look away so I can see it. But this is our campus tour. So I'm going to click Start Your Tour. You can all go to this. It's on dmu.ac.uk/Discover DMU or VOD. And look who it is, who our tour guide is right there. So
it's me.
Lernie did this for us. Just here, here's Lernie. She did this for us a while back now. Was it in November time or something? And
I think it was something like that.
And you help write all of this text. So she is your actual tour guide. So basically, this experimental thing is I'm going to slowly scroll through this. And you're going to pick out some things on the campus. How does that sound? Okay.
Yeah, so we're starting at the DMU sign, which I think most students, I definitely knew I did. I got a picture at the beginning when I arrived here, and also at the end, just so that everyone knows you're at uni, share it on social media. I went and post with my dissertation on my phone because I didn't have a printout one. Plus, I didn't have a printer because of everything that's going on at the moment. But it's a pretty sort of static part of campus. You know where you are, basically. You're going to get confused of what uni you're at. Then coming around, we've got the Newark Museum there. So if you want a little bit of museum knowledge, you can get it right on campus, which is pretty
It's also got a very nice mural on the side.
Yes, it has, with some like key parts of Leicester, which is nice. Sort of brings the city into the campus. Then here we've got the Hugh Aston building, which is part of the business and law area of the uni. So it's just where all those students are based, really. There's an extension of this building, which is the business castle, where we've got the Bloomberg trading rooms, which are on the right, sort of through those buildings. And there's also, so it makes you feel like you're actually getting the experience you'd get in the real world when you leave and finish your degree. Then dead ahead, we're coming towards the Hawthorne building now, which is where more of the nursing, health and life sciences, like psychology, pharmacy, all those kinds of students are based in. And I'm pretty sure there's also a half of a ambulance in there. And when I first saw it, I was like, okay, how did they get an ambulance in here? But it's obviously just to simulate what it would be like if you were working on the job, like as a paramedic. That's what it is.
So the paramedicine degree, you have a ambulance that they use.
It feels kind of like you're in a hospital in there, which is quite good because it gives you all the experience of what you'd be like in the real world. Then we've also got the DMU Global Board here, which it's a pretty key part of DMU, and I think we were talking about that with Nabila a few minutes ago. But global is, I think, a key part of everyone's time at uni. I think almost every student has gone on a DMU global trip, and if they haven't, they wish they had. I know I went to Tokyo in my first year, and it was amazing because we were able to see what the industry is like in a completely different culture, but also experience what that culture was like in general, because we had some time to wander around and explore the different areas. And we even went to Disney for a day, because if you're in Tokyo and you've gone that way, you might as well go to Disney.
Can I just say as well, I never went on a DMU global trip, and it's probably one of my biggest regrets when I was as a student at DMU. So if I could turn back the clocks, I definitely would have, tried to at least go on one. So,
yeah, I know friends from other unis have said that they wish that was something their uni did, just so that they can get experience from a completely different area, and your industry a bit more if you've seen what it's like in different cultures, which I think is really good.
Yeah, and if you're someone that likes traveling, it's a great opportunity to see parts of the world that you might not be able to otherwise. So
if you're watching and you're interested to find out what DMU Global opportunities are available for our students, and for you, if you were to join us in September, then you can go to dmuglobal.com, and all of those opportunities will be there. Some of them will be for specific years, so it might be there's a specific final year trip, but have a look through and you can see all the details. Or you can also watch a video just here, which we're not going to do just now.
But yeah, so coming back around, you've got the Hawthorne building again, as we were saying. All the health and life sciences are based in there. But then if we carry on, I think we go, to the Vijay Patel building, which is where all of the art and design students are based. So you've got things like fine art, product design, fashion design, and it's got some amazing areas in there. As you can see, it's mostly made of glass. So in the summer months, you get a lot of nice sun in there. So it feels like you're outside enjoying the sun while you're still doing your uni work. And there's a balcony, which you can see the whole of campus, which is really nice. So there are a lot of different study areas, and the facilities for those specific students are really nice as well. I've not used them myself. I have used photography studios in there, but I know that all of the areas in there look quite motivating. So you're not in a cramped environment. It is a really good environment, and anyone from any faculty can work in there, which is really good.
Yeah, that balcony's ace, isn't it? It's like the size of a five-a-side football pitch. Everyone will appreciate that comparison.
Definitely. It's not nice in the winter, but people still go there.
Yeah, it's a good place to take photos of the sunset, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think you can also see parts of the city, so it shows just sort of how close campus is to everything. But then the building we have here is I nearly forgot the name then. It's the Queen's building, and that been ironic.
Based.
Yeah, that's the building I spent all of my time in, and in my second year I could see it from my window. But yeah, this is the building where all of the computing, engineering, and media courses are based. So you have Formula One. There's a Formula One student group, and they have their cars that they model and build in there. There's also all of the engineering suites and everything. There's a radio studio in there which broadcasts live online. There's a TV studio which is industry standard. There's loads of computer suites which have got all of the software that the computing students need. So it's got a lot of different things inside there, and there's always something going on inside the Queen's building. And it's got what do you call it? The self-ventilating. It's the most self-ventilated building in Europe. So it's always quite cold in there, but if you take a blanket while you're working, then it's fine.
Yeah, the chimneys ventilate the space without power, so it's sort of natural air conditioning, isn't it?
Yeah, but it is a good building, and it's always one that I like to sit in. But then coming more this way, we've got the heart of the campus, which is basically because it's whichever way you go, there's something else to see in campus. On the left, we've got the food village, which is open 8 to 8. So although our accommodations aren't catered for, if you're not the best cook, you can come and get breakfast, lunch, and dinner at the food village if you want. Or if you just want to get some hot lunch between lectures, it's quite a good place to go because they have a lot of different hot meals. They have pasta, pizza. They have a meal of the day every day, and they also have a salad bar. So there's everything you could need in there, and it is all quite affordable. So it means you don't have to venture off into town when you've only got, say, half an hour between lectures and things. And then on the right, you can sort of see the Eric Wood Learning Centre, which is one of our study spaces. There's also the library, which is just next door, which is a 24-hour library, and it is 24 hours every day of the year. So if you want to go in on, say, Christmas Day or Easter or any of the half terms or anything because you're staying on campus, then you absolutely can. The books are all still there. The computers are there if you need to borrow them. There's also syndicate rooms in there. So if you have a group project and you want to work with a big TV screen to get your presentation set up with your group, then it's a perfect place to go. And there's also laptops for rental in there for, I think it's 3 hours at a time. If you don't have your own laptop and the desktops are full, then you can go and book one of those out, take it away, use it, and then go and renew your booking a couple hours later. So it's pretty good. It means that everyone has access to everything that they will need on campus.
Yeah.
I promise I'll be a bit more practiced with this for the one later on. In fact, we might
so good.
do a video instead. So we've got the campus centre here as well.
Yes, we have. So this is the campus centre, also known as the Students' Union. So it's where we've got a Starbucks in there. There's a little food diner area. There's the campus shop. So if you want to get a DMU hoodie, DMU pen, notebook, almost anything you can think of that's DMU branded, they've got it in the little supplies shop. But not only that, they have got things that you may need for your course. Like if you need to bind one of your assessments to hand it into them, then you can go to there and they'll bind it for you. There's also a little convenience store. So if you run out of milk between lectures on your way home, you can run past and get it. And also upstairs, there's a nightclub which turns into a social area during the day. So during the daytime, there's bean bags and everything. So if you are the kind of person to work in a more relaxed environment, then the Students' Union is the perfect place to go because they've got that area. And also downstairs, they've got booths and things. So you can sit and talk with friends about the different courseworks you're doing, or have little study sessions, which is pretty good. And I think there's a video there with Darren if people want to go and look at after, or if we show it now. I don't know.
If the audio comes through, you'll have to let me know.
Yeah. The audio is not, but this is Darren.
No.
And he, if we watch it through, I think he takes us around the Students' Union, so you can see a little bit more outside. So this is the atrium area where sometimes there are charity events. So I know there was a 24-hour, I think it was triathlon, but they weren't swimming, obviously, but they were outside biking for 24 hours. So there's always something going on out there. Then,
yeah, triathlon and rowing normally do some fundraising stuff out there.
Yeah, this is what the Students' Union looks like inside. It's quite bright and colourful, so it's not a dull place. It is a nice, bright place to be working. And he's just taking us upstairs now towards the nightclub and casual lounge area during the daytime. And this is also where
saying the same things you are.
Yeah. There's an advice sign there. As you can see, this is because it's a Students' Union. If you have advice that you need about your studies and you don't really know what's happening, or like with your life alongside your studies, or with the society that you're a part of, then the Students' Union, they have a lot of people there to help you out. As you can see, there's table football if you want to have a go at that between classes and things. I'm not very good, so I'd be awful if you played against me.
Right. Let's say goodbye to Darren. Thanks, Darren.
But yeah, there's a lot of different things in the Students' Union. They can also help you get some jobs and things in there, because in the last bit of the video there behind Darren, there was Unitemp.
Oh, sorry. Do you want me to go back? Do you want me to go back?
It's all right. Don't worry. So it's just a little shack type window, which Unitemps are based in. They've got a site online which you can sign up for if you want part-time work when you come to uni. So I signed up to that because although there is the city centre right by, there is also Uni of Leicester that are there. So there are a lot of different people trying to get jobs. So if you're struggling to find jobs in the city and other places like that, you can go to Unitemps, and they have a wide range of jobs, from working at the football centre on match days, cleaning things. There's also where you can become a student or a brand ambassador for the uni, where you can do campus tours, either on open days to help represent and share what your experience is like. So it's a good way to get extra money while being on campus and working around your studies, which is really good.
So if I go a little bit further along, we've already seen this building. This is the Hawthorne building. We're going to go to sort of the administrative hub, I guess. This is Trinity House.
Yeah, so Trinity House is the oldest building on campus. It was built in the 1300s, and it's where the VC has all of his big board meetings with all the top notches of the uni thing. So students don't normally go in there. There are a couple of times I think students go in, like if you have a disciplinary or there's something with your course and you're needing to maybe retake a year or something, then people will go in there then. But apart from that, it's just a nice building to look at.
Well, I think that's probably most of the campus that we can cover with this sort of feature, but we can have a look at accommodation, and but we'll do that in a second. So if I just take that off for now. So Henrik, you've stayed in accommodation while you're at university. What kind of accommodation did you stay in?
Okay, so I only lived out in my final year, so I didn't actually stay in Hall's residence as such in my first and second year at De Montfort. So just to sort of cut a story short, I originally studied somewhere else, and I stayed in Hall's there, decided to take a year out, then went to DMU, but only stayed in private housing. So I stayed with my friends, my rugby mates in my final year in a house. But when I was at a different institution, I did stay in halls. But halls tend to be sort of fairly similar sort of wherever you go. Leonie, did you stay anywhere, or are you local? Did you stay in halls?
I'm not local at all. I come from Channel.
Okay.
A little bit far to commute if I wanted to come for 9
a.m.
So I did stay in halls in my first year. I stayed in Filbert Village, which was an ensuite accommodation. So it meant I had my own bathroom area, but I shared a kitchen, which I think almost all of the accommodations here, unless you get a studio, are shared kitchen. So it means that you're cooking with other people and things, which is always a new experience. But you tend to get on, whether you get on really well because you're best of friends, or you just get on because you live together. Weren't really too many issues. Although one thing I'd say to keep in mind is I thought I was going to become the best of friends with people I moved in with, but that didn't happen. We just kind of were nice enough to live with, but weren't really friends outside of that. So I'd say try to not put too much pressure on the people I live with. Going to be the best of friends. I'm going to like go and do all these things with them. They may be, but also they may not be. So you may be like me and meet people on your course and through society. So that's what I did. I made some friends like that, and then lived in private housing in my second and third year with people that I'd met through my society. But there are a lot of different halls available. And if you want to stay in that kind of accommodation in your second and third year, there are options too. Obviously, it's slightly more limited because a lot of first years like to stay in there. But there are still options to do that if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's worth noting probably that halls residents or, dorms, that kind of thing, does tend to be more for first years. And then, like similar to what we did, second and third years tend to go into private housing. Good thing about DMU is because obviously it's in the city centre. There's quite a lot of private housing as well. So when you do move into your second and third year, your commute times they're still the same. They're 5-10 minutes from campus, and there's plenty of affordable housing, close by within the city centre of Leicester. So plenty of options.
I'd say if anything, private housing is sometimes closer to campus because, as I said before, second year house I could see my building from my window, whereas in my first year it was a 10-minute walk. So nowhere's far. Obviously, there are accommodations that are a little bit further out if maybe you want to pay a little bit less or have a certain look of your accommodation you're looking for. But as Henrik said, there are options all over the place, so it's not difficult to find somewhere to stay.
What kind of things did you need to bring with you for accommodation? Like apart from your clothes, what kind of things are you going to need?
I mean, there's a lot of different things. I'd say something that a lot of people bring that isn't necessary is a printer, because there are a lot of places to print on campus. Like the basics of cooking, like plates, bowls, although you don't just bring one, because some people may like doing the dishes right after they've eaten, but I know I personally don't. So if you bring at least sort of like 2 or 3 plates and bowls, then it means that you don't necessarily have to eat and then wash up straight away, so you can use it for the next time you need to use them. Say blankets are also a key thing to bring, because sometimes it can get quite cold and you don't necessarily want to put the heating on. So blankets are something that makes it a bit more cozy and makes it feel a bit more homely, I think.
I think a question that we sometimes get when we're at events is, is there somewhere to bring your car? And I think obviously where De Montfort is in the city centre, especially as a first year, I'd probably say, shy away from having to bring your car onto campus if you have got one, just because the accommodation that does have parking is extremely limited, and obviously there's a fee for parking your car there. If you live in second and third year, and you live in a house that has the facility to park, that's what I did. I had my car in my final year because I worked, so I paid for a permit just to park it on the street. that kind of thing. But I think unless you need your car, try to stay away from bringing it, because it's an extra cost. Paying for fuel, insurance, that kind of thing. So,
and I think for Leicester, a lot of people don't, unless you're going home a lot, you don't necessarily use your car in Leicester because everything is within walking distance. And
the train station so close,
literally 15 minutes away. So it's not like you have to trek a couple of hours to get there. It is quite simple to get to different places if you need to.
So there are, in terms of financing accommodation, so you get your loan for that if you want to, or if you're privately financing it, you're going to budget for that. But there are different options available, aren't there? Different kinds of halls for first years that are available. Can you talk through some of the options, maybe some of the costs involved?
Yeah, I mean, the halls will depend really on the preference of the student. So you'll have things, as Ian said before, you'll have things like studios, which tend to be a lot more private. So you'll have your own like washing facility, shower. You might even have your own kitchen built into where you're living, that sort of thing. They tend to be a little bit more expensive, and they also tend to be a little bit more sort of unsociable, I guess, because they don't have that shared sort of communal area. And then you've got more accommodation in the middle. So you might share a living room or share a kitchen, but you'll have your own ensuite. You'll have obviously your own private bedroom, that kind of thing. They tend to be more mid-priced. And a little bit more sociable, and then you might have the entry level, which will have, you maybe even share a bathroom, you'll share a kitchen, but obviously you still got your own bed, and the price does reflect on that. So accommodation does tend to range from around £80 a week all the way up to around 150, 160, depending on what you're looking for. There is around, I think it's over 10 DMU owned accommodations on campus. So the good thing with that is, you're not going to have to deal with any dodgy landlords. That is all run by the university. So you are covered there. They make sure everything's safe, everything's clean, everything's ready for you to move into. There is private accommodation around Leicester as well. So there's things like Code and these big blocks of apartments and flats and stuff that you'll see. They're a little bit further out, but they are also an option there. But then again, you don't have that peace of mind that they are run by and owned by DMU. So that's sort of a risk that you might want to take. But there's all sorts of stuff there. It really depends on what you're after. If you want probably the best thing I'd suggest is, and probably what most students go for, is something that has maybe like an ensuite, and then like you share a living space, you share a kitchen area, you share a living room, and that's where you're gonna make a lot of your friends. It's quite sociable, but you still got your privacy and that kind of thing. So
it's important to remember that you're not sort of sent into halls in your first year and left to your own devices.
Yeah.
Many of these they're managed. You've got security on site 24 hours a day. And there are people there that you can go and speak to about issues in your flat. So it's not just you and your hallmate.
Yeah, and friends and family could come visit you, that kind of thing. So it's not just like, that's it, you've gone to uni, that's it now. It's great. Like, obviously people have different experiences in halls, because a lot of the time you are put in with complete strangers. But most people tend to get on. You're all at the same university, you've all got a similar mindset, you're mostly like-minded individuals. And you tend to sort of, maybe if you are someone that struggles to cook, you might learn some tips off your flatmate, that sort of thing. You maybe can start cooking together, and it becomes a really, really great experience. So,
have you got any recipe tips you want to?
Pasta.
I'm not the best. I'm not the
I like good ones. They're simple to make. And
what is that in the background? Sorry, I've been distracted.
It is the world's smallest dog, Binky. Hello.
That's great. Sorry,
I was
just
sleeping.
Talking over you.
Yeah, this is our dog. She's. Hello. Yeah, we rehomed her a few months ago. She's great. She's very small. Called Binky. Yeah, she's great. No, she's gone.
She's not interested in accommodation.
No. But she did make lockdown a little bit easier. So
we're doing recipe tips.
Tips. Pasta, carbs, bread.
Bread is a good one, because you can have it as bread, or you can have it as toast, or you can make cheese on toast. So if you've got enough bread and pasta, maybe some tomato sauce to go with the pasta or cheese, then you'll be sorted for basics. Then maybe you can start to branch out for lasagna and things like that. But what I did in my final year, my housemate was a really good chef. So we'd just be like, oh, we're coming home quite late tonight. And then maybe he'd have made something. but we did learn things from him because he's gone home now. So during lockdown, I've had to sometimes message him and ask what he's having so that I can recreate it for inspiration, or keep some of those recipes that he'd made. Risotto is another one that's actually easier than I thought to make, because you literally keep pouring water and stir it and add. I'd look for
chili con carne, that kind of thing. Slight tangent to that as well, actually. I mean, where all the combination is in DMU, you're quite lucky. There's like a Lidl on your doorstep, pretty much. So if you want a affordable supermarket, you know, that's 5-10 minute walk from campus. You've got all the shops in the city centre. Like Leonie said, you know, if you want to get someone to cook the meals for you, you have got the cafe on campus and stuff. So, but yeah, it's a good opportunity. You know, learning to cook and that kind of thing. It's a good life skill that you use, you know, when you become an adult and stuff. So if you can sort of use university as a chance to maybe broaden your cooking skills, you know, it's a good way to do it. So
something I wish I'd done before I came was take more note of how my mum was cooking things, because I'd just be like, it just would appear at the table at home. I'd sometimes help by boiling the pasta or something, but I think if I took more note of how she was cooking the different things, then I'd have had a few more different recipes when I did come to uni. So that's something that if you are coming in September, maybe try and help your mum cook a bit more now, or just note of how your parents are cooking things.
Yeah, definitely.
There's a bit of so when I went to university quite a few years ago, one of my friends lived in Halls, and 4 of his flatmates brought bread makers with them. 2 of them bought kettles. So one thing you don't need to do is everybody bring a kettle or a toaster. Like most of that stuff is in the kitchen. You can check beforehand, so you don't end up with bread makers that I guarantee they never used anyway.
Maybe like the first couple of days that you get it, and then the novelty's gone. You never use it again.
Yeah, when you can't keep filling up that Instagram feed with bread. Right, thank you very much for that accommodation. I'm going to bring someone in just now. Demi, make yourself presentable. He's backstage. Here he is.
Hi guys.
Hello.
Just before we finish on accommodation, and we'll do the intro bit in a minute. Sorry, totally not allowing you to introduce yourself. Did you stay in accommodation? Were you staying in halls?
Me you're talking to now. Yes, so in first year, I stayed at New Wharf Hall, so it was very basic accommodation, and I shared with 7 other people. It's the one that's just near Saw Point and near the Tesco's, near the Narber Road. So it was always easy to get into town. It was quite cheap, so the money that I saved from that I could spend on my food shop, going out in societies and things like that. And it's also a 5-minute walk to the Business and Law Building, Hugh Aston. So it's in a great location for everything for me.
Cool. Right, so Leonie, you're free to go now if you like, and Henrik, you can also go if you want. You're absolutely welcome just to hang around. But thank you very much.
I think I'm back in a short while actually, but yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Right, thanks, guys. I'll
see you in a bit.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
It's just you and me now, Demi.
Oh, yeah.
So Ben had to give me a note to say that the S is silent because I was saying it wrong to him.
Yeah, well, hold on to him.
I wasn't going to say that. I was going to seem all cool, like I knew the whole time, but no, Ben did tell me it was Demi. So Demi, you are a business and management student. Are you in your final year?
I've just literally completed it. Yeah, completed my final year now. Yeah.
Great. That's good news. But you've also got some other things that you've done at DMU. So are you part of the Archery Society?
I was in my first year, and I was now part of the Ambassador Society in my final year.
And you did a placement as well. So I'm going to ask you some questions about basically your time at university. So I know that you've not prepped for this at all, but I'm just going to throw some stuff out at you.
Go for it.
First of all, before we go much further, just introduce yourself and just say what you're doing and what you did at university.
Yeah. So I'll just quickly start by saying that when I was in sixth form, it was always something that I wanted to do. So I went on to do business and management. I did my first 2 years, and then I had my placement year, and then I came back for my final year. My hometown's Milton Keynes, so it's nice to get away from home, and I've just enjoyed the independence, and it's a bit sad that it's come to an end now. Yeah.
So are you gonna hang around in Leicester, or are you gonna go back to Milton Keynes?
I'm currently in Milton Keynes at the moment. When the university shut down in March, I decided to come home because I thought if I can't see anyone and my flatmates were going home, I'd be all by myself. So I thought, why not come home and be with my family?
Good. I bet they appreciated that.
They did, actually, yeah.
So why did you choose DMU? In fact, why did you choose the subject area? Was it something to do with the A-levels that you'd done before?
Yeah, so I'll start with that. So business was one of my A-levels that I did alongside psychology and English language and literature. I just enjoyed it the most. And I knew that by going to university and studying business and management, I could learn about marketing, finance, HR, and the different functions. Because at that point, I was quite young with no experience, and I didn't know what kind of area I'd want to go down. But I thought by doing the business course, I could then kind of select what my interests are. And then when you get into second and third year, you can then choose some of your modules. So I've chosen a few more marketing modules, as that's the function in business that I seem to prefer, and my performance in those modules have been quite good.
So why was it you chose DMU specifically?
So I came to an open day when I was looking in year 12 it would have been, and I just met so many lecturers and the placement team who were full of information and enthusiasm for coming to DMU and doing that placement as part of it. And then something like DMU Global as well, which I've now been on 3 global trips in my time, which has extended my CV to make it look much better and given me things like cultural understanding and experiences that you can't just get from doing a degree.
Don't get it all out. I'm going to come to that. I'll ask you. Yeah. I'll ask you that.
And just the vibe from the open day. Yeah, sorry, just the vibe from the open day, like speaking to like current students. Everyone was just happy to help, from the people that help you register to current students and lecturers. Literally, I didn't meet one person that wasn't helpful. Everyone was just enthused and wanted you to come there and gave good reason to. So, yeah.
So we've had a quick question. So I didn't tell you this, but if questions come in, I'm going to pop them up on the screen and we're both going to answer them, whether we're qualified or not. But we've had a question from Leah Lane on YouTube, and she says, is it a busy university? I'm quite sure what you mean by busy, but we have a sort of a brilliant campus where lots of people congregate. We've got a thing running through the entire centre of campus called the Green Lung, which is sort of a green space that runs through campus. And you get lots of footfall through there. So yeah, it is a busy university in that respect. What's your view?
I think because it's literally directly 5-minute walk to the city centre area, it is quite busy, and you'll get students walking through, the public walking through. Even when there's a Leicester Football Club game, you'll get people walking through. And it's quite nice because I think it helps kind of mix into the city, and that's the kind of vibe you get on campus. But obviously, if you go into the library for your late night studies, like I've done in my first and second year, it will be a little bit quieter at night time.
All right, thanks. I hope that answers your question, Leah. So I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about placement. I know that you went on a placement at some point. Why don't you tell us about that?
Yeah, so I'll start from when I started applying and kind of the process involved, and it'll be more talking from a business and law perspective at faculty. So at the start of your second year, so September, you can go and get help from the placement team and kind of register your interest. They've got an office on the ground floor that they've now combined with the careers team. So I can go in, I can get mock interviews, they can look through my CV and help me structure it. So if I'm applying for a marketing communications role, there may be certain skills that I may need to include on there that would be different from a sales role, for example. So it's about kind of editing it to suit the company and the role that you're going to apply for. And I'd say the mock interviews were extremely helpful, as they provided me with things like the STAR technique, which makes you not waffle when you're giving answers in interview, and just help me feel much more confident. And then what they'll do is they've got the DMU Gateway, so the placement team will put on lots of different opportunities for you to apply for, but you apply yourself and you have to go to interviews just like normal, but you have the support of a placement team. So at any stage of it, and because they've been working with, and they may have a close relationship with a lot of the businesses, so a lot of the time they'll then gather information. So if I've been to an interview, they might ask me what kind of questions to ask. So then for the next year of placement students that are applying, then they can kind of give them some help and insight into it as well. And I actually secured my placement in July after my second year. I'd applied to about 50, and at times it literally felt like crying about all the rejections, but you just have to push through. So if you think that's about 9-10 months to actually get a placement, I had 6 or 7 interviews, but you have to have the mentality to never give up. I think there was one point in January where I stopped applying for like three weeks, and I was like, well, that's a bit early to call quits. And then I managed to secure one in July. But you'll go to your first one, and a lot of the interviewees will have not been to one before, so everyone will be quite nervous, but you'll definitely see progression, and you'll get to the next stage more often as you go through.
I've heard so many great things about the business and law placement team. There's a guy called Zul there, I think. And
yeah, lovely guy. He's the one that helped me with my mock interviews and CVs primarily. Yeah, no, great guy, very helpful. Without that, I definitely wouldn't have got a placement, because it wouldn't have given me the confidence. And I could have been to an interview and got rejected, and they'll talk to me about it and make me feel better and make me feel more confident going to the next one. So without that, I don't think I would have secured anything, to be honest.
So they offer sort of mock interviews, they do CV sessions as well, and sort of covering letter advice too. And you can just go in and book an appointment and see them, which is really helpful. Now your placement was as I'm just gonna pretend like I'm remembering this. It was a a brand digital and communications intern. Is that right?
Yes, it is right. You got it.
Remembered, top of my head there. So tell us what that was like. What was your day-to-day like?
So a lot of it involved kind of ad hoc tasks. So for example, I put like newsletter together monthly, which was kind of structured, but then there might be, the director of the team might send me an email and say, can you do this for me? A lot of it was working with maybe procurement, legal and finance. So for example, if there was any projects we were doing, like hiring photographers, we also planned like an event to launch an internal app. We were hiring all these people, so I got to like test things. I got to learn about the procurement process, which isn't directly related to me, but it's kind of helps me get an understanding of all the different things that link together to make it all effective. What else did I do? The newsletter was quite fun, because it would be all kind of internal business news. Now, I worked on the internal side of the business. So, for example, if there was any kind of mergers or acquisitions, I was responsible for sending it out. So things like excellent communication. Then I'd have like different meetings with people every week to kind of gain the information to put in that. So all those kind of skills you need to kind of do that.
That's interesting. We just had a question in the live chat, so we'll pop that up in a second. But yeah. I did just want to ask, what kind of things do you feel that you learned in your degree helped you in your placement in the real world of work? Because it sounds like you had some really big responsibilities there. You were actually taking part in real business. So
yeah, definitely.
It helped.
Yeah, placement isn't making the teas and coffees, it's actually doing work, but you just get more support when you really need it, because ultimately you're inexperienced, but you do have that support on the side. So yeah, no, it was just a great experience, and they were quite, so I can go into answering that question. So you can live in Leicester and you can apply.
On the screen. There we go.
Yeah. So I didn't live in Leicester, so my placement was in Coventry at Binley Business Park. I don't know why, but I decided to move back home to Milton Keynes and commute every day, which is further away. But at the time I didn't drive, so either way I would have had to get a train in, and they were equally as kind of long to get there. So I thought I'll live at home with my family. And really I wish I kind of stayed in Leicester, to be honest, because Coventry is quite close by. But you can do what you wish for, really. But in that year as well, I completed my driving. I got my driving license as well. So that's kind of will make me much more flexible for graduate work. So that's another thing I'd say. If you haven't got a driving license, you'll kind of see that it just makes things easier if you have one. So maybe in your placement year, if you've got some time in the evenings and weekends as well, maybe try and do that on the side if you haven't already got a driving license.
And sorry, I might have missed. Was it paid, and what was the pay like?
Yeah, so my pay was £16,000. So I think all the placements I saw and that I applied to were between 12 and 18. So mine was pretty good for placement. There are some, like I did see some, maybe 2 or 3 that were like kind of graduate pay, like 20, 25 onwards, but that was just very few. Most people would not get that, maybe a few students. But you're looking around the 12 to 18 kind of mark.
Okay, so it's good that it's paid. I mean, that gives you flexibility, doesn't it, while you're studying?
Yeah, no, definitely. And at the end of the day, you are learning, but you are doing a job and you are an asset to a team. So it's wrong of them if they don't pay you. And I did see a few that weren't paid, but it's not advertised as volunteering. So I think, that's not really fair for people to do it like that. But you know, when you go there, you'll feel nervous in your first few weeks doing the placement, but you will become an asset and you'll learn skills. And especially after 1 or 2 months, you will be doing so much for that team, and you'll be learning at the same time, which is why the pay's less, because you haven't graduated yet. But yeah, I think it deserves to be paid for because you are doing something essential for a team.
So you mentioned the support you get before placement. So the support in helping you write CVs and covering letters and mock interviews, and I guess part of that's building confidence, isn't it, while you're doing that? Is there any support that you received while you are on placement from the university or from the placements team?
Sorry, could you repeat the question again? It cut out for a second.
Sure. What kind of support did you receive from the university while you are on placement? So
this is another part of the placement experience. So you will be given and allocated a placement tutor. The placement tutor will visit you twice a year in your placement. I think once was within the first 3 months. So they'll help you set some goals and objectives. So really, when you go out on placement, once you have your initial training, you should then set some goals. And then once your tutor comes for your first visit, you should then reassess those goals and set some new ones. And after on placement, the tutor will also help you with your portfolio work. So you will do a presentation and a portfolio as part of it. And that can go as 30 credits towards your second year. And how it works is, so you complete your presentation, your portfolio, and that can replace the module, a 30 credit module or 2 15 credit modules that you did the worst in your second year. So for example, I did a HR one that was my worst one in second year, and I replaced it. So it ups your grade, and it's also beneficial because it shows that practical experience is actually being put on my degree as part of my degree. So I think that's really great. And they only made that change, I think, the year before I did my placement. So that's only happened for 3 years now. But I think that's really good stuff.
Yeah, that's great. So we've got a couple of people backstage here. We've got Dal and Ben who are going to be popping on. Ben's going to come on and take over hosting for a little bit so I can go and get something for lunch. So I'm really hungry now.
Yeah.
But just before we go, I would like to just quickly ask you about your experience in your first year of being part of a society. But I'm going to bring Dal and Ben in anyway. So welcome to make sure are you all decent? Yeah. Oh.
I think so.
There they are. So yeah, Demi, tell us about what it was like doing archery. What was the reason you joined the society? What were the benefits?
Yeah, so firstly, when you come to university, there's all these different societies, and in your Freshers Week, you'll have a fair where you can go around and speak to the committee members who essentially have different knowledge, and they may be able to offer you taster sessions as well. So I went to a few taster sessions. It's such a long time ago now, which ones I went to. But I thought, well, archery is completely different because before that, at sixth form and school, I just played football and didn't really have any other interests. I thought, I'll try something new. Maybe meet some new people and learn a new skill. It might be a bit fun. So I went to the taster session, and then I signed up afterwards, and I completed a beginner's course. And I did it with one of my mates that I live with in my halls of residence for first year. And we both completed it together. Met some new people. You have socials, and even the ones that wanted to be more competitive. I did it more for kind of fun, not non-competitive. Went to competitions in different parts of Europe. I think in the Netherlands. So as well, if you want to be competitive, there's the option there as well. But yeah, it was just fun to just go out and do something in the evening. We did like training once a week, and even in the winter time, we went out for a little drive into some field, just to shoot at some targets, which is pretty cool.
And now you're in the Ambassador Society.
Well, yeah. Well, technically, I'm kind of in it at the moment, but not doing anything because the academic year's kind of finished. So we're just setting up the new committee at the moment. But yeah, no, I've been in it for all my final year.
Right, Ben, Dal.
Hello.
You're here to relieve me.
We are indeed.
Hello. Go get yourself some lunch.
Okay. Oh, a wild Henrik has appeared.
We've also got a Henrik joining us as well, because I know that Dal and Henrik, they're going to be talking about UCAS application stuff very, very shortly. David, I just want to say thank you so much for doing everything you've been doing this morning. I've been watching the stream. It looks fab.
Ben, can I just ask, have you changed the sample rate on your audio?
I was going to say your voice sounds very funny.
Right, that's happened to me a lot recently, and I don't know what I've done.
you had a very deep voice like that.
Okay, I'll try and speak a bit louder.
Well, no, it might be just a deeper voice that you've got there.
Maybe.
But, okay, we'll figure it out. All right, thank you very much, Demi. You are free to go now.
Cool.
Ben and Dal are going to be taking over, and Henrik's going to pop in.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
A lot.
We'll see Dave back in a bit. Thanks very much, Demi.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, Dave.
Yeah.
Bye, Demi.
Later.
Ben, I can't take you serious.
Why? What's happened? Is it really bad?
Your voice just does not match the voice that I've got in my head for you, so it's just throwing me off completely.
That's really
you do not sound like yourself at all.
That's really right. I've tried adjusting one of the settings. We'll see if that solves it. It's all technical issues here today, but that's okay. I'm going to quickly just run through the schedule for you guys, and then we'll bring Henrik in, and I'll let you guys crack on with what you're here to do. Do I sound normal now? Are we getting there?
No, it sounds just the same. It sounds like you're, hi, my name is Ben. Like it's really deep.
I'm putting it on because you're here, Dal. That's all it is. Right, let's do a quick schedule update. Let's see what's going on. So over the next sort of hour or so, we've got quite a few cool things coming up. So if you're looking to stick around for some fun things going on here on the live stream, that is all going to be happening here. As we've just said, Dal is going to be doing a little bit about the UCAS application process, joined by Henrik, who was on the stream just moments ago. And then I'm going to have Aisha from the Students' Union, who's going to be talking to us a little bit about, well, what the Student Union actually is, everything going on with the Students' Union. It's all going to be very, very exciting. And then hopefully we're going to hear back from DMU News to hear some cool DMU stories. So if you want to learn more about the university, this is the place to be. I'm getting lots of comments about my voice. I think my microphone might be a bit buggered. I think it might be causing me some issues. Let's bring Henrik in, because I can see he's chomping at the bit to get involved.
Hello.
I can't hear myself, so I don't know what's going on.
It's like the opposite of helium. You know, like if you could. Oh, it's weird. Sorry, mate.
That's super weird. I might have to have a readjust while you guys are doing your UCAS thing. But how has the sort of day been for you guys so far?
It's been really good, thanks.
Yeah, good.
It's been very, very informative. The guests that we've had on, as you said earlier, have been absolutely fantastic. Provided some great insight as well.
Mm-hmm. Cool. I know, Henrik, you were part of the sort of accommodation and the campus tour stuff, showing people around the. Stop it! I don't know. All right.
Sorry, I can't. Carry on. Sorry, I will grow up. Sorry.
What? There's a saying that comes to my mind. What is it? All the gear, no idea.
Yeah, that's probably it. Probably it. Right. I'll tell you what. I've switched my microphone. Is that a bit better?
That's a lot better. We've got normal cool. Ben back.
That's really weird that it's doing that. I'll have to have a look. But yeah, got no idea. I've got all this technology in front of me and I've got no idea. So Henrik, quick, before we get started on the UCAS stuff, quick couple of pointers about the sort of campus. Like you were showing people around the campus, some highlights from that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing I'd say anyway is if you're thinking about going to uni, obviously you've got the sort of two types of campus. So you'll have the campus like DMU where everything's close by. You've got all of your lecture theatres, your library, even the nightclub, all your accommodations close by, and then you'll have other universities that have it a little bit more spread out. So obviously that will depend on your personal preference. Definitely think about going to open days so you can have a look about sort of what you feel. For me personally, I'd rather get up at 5 to 9 and make my 9 o'clock lecture and study at a campus-based uni so I can get there on time. But and I think as well, obviously have a look at where DMU is, for instance. It's so close to the city centre as well. So you're 5 minutes away from all the shops. You're 10 minutes from the train station. So it's super easy to get to and from. You've got 2 or 3 big sports clubs down the road as well. Leicester Tigers, Leicester City Football Club, even the basketball. So yeah, I mean, loads to think about, but
yeah, definitely. Yeah, so there's stuff on our website if you do want to go and have a little bit of a look around our campus using similar sort of things that you would have saw earlier with Henrik. And there is also going to be another quick sort of tour a little bit later here on the stream, so make sure you stick around for that. Right, well, I guess I'll let you guys get on with talking a bit about the sort of UCAS application process, because that's what we're sort of here to chat about. So Dal, take it away, my friend.
So what you guys are doing today, which is really good, is you're attending a virtual fair. Usually this would have happened in a more face-to-face scenario. You'd have actually got to speak to us face-to-face. But the thing that what university have created today is really fantastic, because it gives you an opportunity to not only sample the courses, but you also get to sample as well the different universities that are out there and all the niche courses that are there for you to choose from. Potential downside is that, like a sweet shop, sometimes you might have too much of an option. How do we then narrow that down to just 5 choices? Because when you come to apply on UCAS, you have to bring those down to 5. And stuff that Henrik has said in regards to attending an open day or a virtual open day would be very, very helpful in regards to you making that choice. Just some few headline dates so you're aware of for those of you that are in year 12. You should be utilising this summer period to be conducting your research. Have a look at the different courses, have a look at the different universities and see which one suits you best. Because as of the start of September of this academic year, the cycle for UCAS will officially open. So you can start to fill out your UCAS application form. UCAS is very simple. For me, the best way to remember it, it's just like applying for a job. You've just got to put a whole host of details on there along with a personal statement, but I'll break that down in a bit more detail for you very shortly. If there is any of you that are very, very ambitious and you want to attend or apply to Oxford or Cambridge, there is a separate entry date for that, and that usually happens around mid-October. But for everyone else, we work to a deadline of mid-January. So when you start your year 13 in September, you have between September and January to finalize that application. That might seem like a million miles away. That might seem like, oh my God, I've got a lot of times just to fill out the application. But don't forget, you'll have your extracurricular work, you'll have your academic work, all in that space of time as well. So it's really good that you're starting to do your research now and start to narrow down those courses. The application process itself is dead simple. So you go into UCAS's website, so www.ucas.com, and you create yourself a little username and a password. Please keep this safe, because throughout this UCAS cycle, you'll be referring back to that to log in, to update anything that needs updating, and to check your progress to where your application is. Okay, like I said, you can add up to 5 choices, and there is a cost for the application, which is £25 if you're making multiple choices, or £20 if you only make a single choice. Now, for us, we always recommend that you do make these multiple choices, just so it opens up the chances for you in regards to being successful at university. When you look at the application in a bit more detail, there is 6 sections to it. So the first section is just your personal details. You then put in your university choice. This is not in order of preference. This is not, right, choice number 1 is DMU, choice number 2, etc., etc. That's the order I want to go into. It's just listing down those universities so that UCAS can send that on your behalf to those universities for them to then review your application and make an informed decision on your place. You'll also have to put down your academic qualifications, what you achieved so far. So your GCSEs, your A-levels, or your BTECs, any EPQs. You get the opportunity to put that in on the qualification section. Employability might be a bit tricky with this year, with the country currently coming out of lockdown. The employability chances are not as varied and wide as what they have been previous years. But one thing that we want to say is that universities are taking that into consideration when we're assessing your application. So please do not stress too much that you haven't had the opportunity to go and conduct work experience as previous years would have. But there are substitutes that you can be looking at. And my advice to you guys would be keep your eyes peeled for a digital version or anything that you could be doing online and taking advantage of the wonderful technology that we have. Last thing that will happen, your tutors will then provide you with a reference. There's one part I've missed out, which is the personal statement. And this is the bane to every person's life who is writing a UCAS application. And I believe Henrik is our expert, and he's just going to provide us with some tips on how to structure it, some of the stuff that students might need to consider when writing a personal statement.
Thank you, Dal. I mean, yeah, I can agree 100%. The personal statement is probably the most difficult part. It's probably the most frustrating part. I remember when I wrote it, I mean, probably the same for Dal, you know, it takes 6, 7, potentially 8 attempts, you know, until you're fully happy to send it off. And yeah, that's being, you know, pretty conservative. You want to make it as perfect as you personally can make it. Obviously, it's personal to you. So it's all going to start with an engaging opening paragraph. You know, the whole purpose of the personal statement is just to really sell yourself. And that can be quite tricky because you don't want to seem, you know, in your head when you're writing it, you might feel like you're blowing your own trumpet a little bit. But remember, you are in competition with every other student that's applying for the same institution, the same course. So you really want to set yourself apart from your competition. And you're going to do that by, you know, explaining your choice of course. So where that real desire to study that has come from. So is it because you've got a career in mind? You know, do you want to study engineering because that's what you've always wanted to do, that sort of thing? Or even if you're studying something that, you know, that doesn't necessarily have a career at the end of it, you know, doesn't have a direct pathway into a career. It might be because you want to keep your options open, that sort of thing. So these are the kind of things you need to touch on. Talk about your suitability. So what makes you a good candidate for that course? You know, is it some work experience that you did when you were at college or sixth form? Things like that are just going to, you know, to line you up with the requirements of the course. And then you're also going to talk about anything extracurricular. So this is sort of your cherry on top of the cake, where you're going to talk about, you know, what sets you apart. So, you know, you might have a student that's got the same predicted grades, you've done similar stuff, similar work experience, but, you know, maybe if you were captain of the school football team, that kind of thing, if you can talk about the qualities and the skills that you got from that, things like leadership, things like communication, things like time management, that kind of thing, it might set you apart, and it might just put you in that yes pile rather than that no or maybe pile. So I think the biggest thing is try avoid cliches, try avoid things like quotes, because admissions tutors are just fed up with those. Try avoid using the word passion. Everyone's got a passion for studying something. Try to think of more creative ways to talk about your desire and your passion to study that course. And the biggest thing, never ever name drop the institutions that you're applying to. That's like the golden rule of writing a personal statement. So even if you wanted to come study with us at De Montfort, please don't put, you know, De Montfort anywhere in your application, because it's just going to get rejected straight away. And then if you do apply to other institutions as well, they're going to discard your application straight away. So yeah, I think that's the biggest thing, is don't be afraid to sing your own praises. That is the whole part of the personal statement. Just obviously do it in the right way. I don't know if there's anything else you want to touch on with that, Dal, or?
Yeah, you covered most of it. I'd say just picking up on the point of, in the last institution that I worked for, I used to mark personal statements. And one thing that I would have to agree with is that we do get bored sometimes when reading personal statement. I remember when I had to read personal statements, my boss would turn around and say, right, Dal, here's 100, 200 statements for you to get through. And when they're all starting with words like passionate, you do start to get a bit bored. So one of my biggest watch outs for students is try and really engage the reader from the start. So I can remember from my own personal experiences, reading the first 3 or 4 lines, if I weren't interested or if you didn't capture my attention, I wasn't that inclined to read it, because I'd just be thinking, you know what, I've got another one to read, so I'm just going to crack on to that. And my biggest tip for you guys would be writing your personal statement is just understand what your key skills are. Understand the relevancy to them and how it's going to help you be successful within the field that you're applying for. So if you can think about your key skills, if you can give an example of how you've developed those, whether it was academically, whether it was socially, or whether it was from an employability background, and how does that then refer into or relate into the field that you want to study. If you can remember that type of relationship, you can't go too wrong in writing your personal statement. But I would advise you to think deeper than just the communication skills or the problem solving skills. These are skills that are going to be commonly listed by a lot of students. So really have a think about the skills that's going to set you apart from student B, who's also applying for the same place that you're applying for on that course.
Definitely.
Cool. Thank you very much both for talking a bit about the UCAS process. I think, Dow, like I say, your insight coming from working for a university and seeing how many personal statements come through the pile and how many of them stand out, I think that's really important and definitely something students should be thinking about. So if they were to sort of go away from this talk and maybe go and talk to another university or come and have a chat with us on our chat platform, what sort of questions should they be asking about the courses that they're interested in?
I would say, first of all, is can they draw a line between their current education at the moment, so i.e. their A-levels or BTEC, and understand how the university course that they're choosing is linear? Where is the connection from it and where's the progression? And try and find out what type of background knowledge or background expertise you'd need to have before entering in that course. Now, the first year of any degree course is taught at a level playing field. We try and bring everyone's knowledge up to the same sort of level, but it's always handy if you know, right, I studied computer science for an A-level and I'm going to do a computer science degree where I really specialized in cybersecurity, for example. I'm really looking forward to doing those modules at degree level. So understanding the modules that are on there, understanding how the assessments work, how they're taught. Is it seminar groups? Is it lectures? Is it practicals? Is it within workshops? There's a lot of things that students should be really utilising this time now to ask and find out.
Yeah, I think like Dal said as well, if you can show in your statement that you have an understanding of what's going to be expected of you on that course, you're going to be more likely to be accepted because tutors are going to pick up these statements. They don't want you to think you're applying to university for the sake of it. If you've got some goals or you've got an idea of what you might do afterwards, and you can say that kind of thing in your statement. It's going to make you obviously far more likely to be accepted. So,
absolutely, I think that's a big part of that for students. And again, like I say, the personal statement is that bit that is it's probably going to take the most time if you've not already gone past that stage. That's the bit that's going to require the most sort of time investment, as you guys have just said. So,
yeah, definitely.
One other thing I wanted to just ask then. What happens afterwards? What happens after the student has submitted that, and what are their options once they finish?
Go on, Henrik.
Yeah, so obviously you sent off your statement, and it will be just a case of waiting briefly to hear back from your university choices. So like Dal said, we would recommend sending your application off to 5 choices. It doesn't have to be 5 different institutions. It can be 5 different courses at the same institution, or you can apply for 5 different courses, whatever. I think that the key thing to point out is as well, if you are going to apply for different courses, you're only writing one statement, and that one statement is going to get sent to all of your choices that you do apply for. So if you're applying for potentially things like English language and creative writing, you can quite easily make that link within your personal statement. If you're going to apply for psychology and engineering, if you're having to try to talk about why you want to study those courses, you've only got 4,000 words in your personal statement. It's going to be quite difficult to make that link. The admissions tutors that pick up the applications, they might think this student's not quite sure what they want to do. And same again, it's going to sort of lower your chances of getting accepted. So I think once you've sent off your application, the university is going to pick it up and they're going to go through it, make a decision, and you'll hear back from the uni. So you'll either get a conditional offer, and that means that obviously as long as you meet the conditions of that offer, so whether, to get onto that course, it's 3Bs. If you hit those 3Bs come results day in August, you've got a place on that course. Or you're lucky enough to get an unconditional offer. Now that does mean that they want you on the course regardless of your outcome come results day. But obviously what we try to say to students is don't use that as a way to sort of rest on your laurels. Don't just accept that because it's been given to you. Assess all your options. You still need to work hard because your A-levels, they do follow you around when it comes to things like employment and stuff. They are still going to ask for your A-level. So, you might have got an unconditional offer, but if you've got 3 E's, it's not going to look too good. you might be made unsuccessful, which obviously no one wants that. But maybe if your predicted grades aren't quite at the level of the course, or your personal statement wasn't quite right, that could be another outcome. So you will get one of those three, and then between that, you've got to choose which one you want to go to. So the one you want to go to the most, you will make your firm choice. So that's going to be your number one course that you really want to go to come results day. And then you also pick a backup choice as well. And that will be your second choice, just in case things potentially don't go to plan come results day. But these are things you need to really think about, because you are investing a lot of time and money. So have a real think about what you want to do.
Okay. Last thing then on the whole sort of UCAS sort of scale of things, and I think Henrik, you've kind of segued quite nicely into what I'm going to ask. Dow, could you very, very quickly, in like a couple of minutes, just very quickly explain what sort of clearing and UCAS Extra are?
Yeah, so UCAS Extra is actually available, is it now for students? It's open now, and it gives students an opportunity to make one additional choice. So if you're not happy with what you've chosen before, or your circumstances have changed, you can add an extra option through UCAS Extra. And I believe you'll be able to access that through UCAS Track. Clearing itself is totally different. So clearing will open at a later stage, and clearing gives, again, students the opportunities to change their course. So say, for example, you come to results day and you didn't achieve the grades that you were predicted, and you haven't made your first or your second choice, you'll automatically be entered into clearing. So don't panic. A lot of students will go through clearing, and there are a lot of support in place on the actual day. So all you need to do is have a look on the university's website, for example, have a look at the course that you're interested in doing. Do you meet the requirements? If the answer to that is yes, please pick up the phone, give us a call, and we will be able to do the rest for you. You can come through clearing as well if you haven't made an application at all. So if university wasn't on your horizon in September when you started year 13, but you've just realized, you know what, COVID has absolutely ruined my chances of employability for this year. I'm going to go to university for 3 years. Hopefully by then it starts to stabilize out. Then you can use clearing to get yourself an offer over the phone, fast track on the UCAS application. You do have to write a personal statement, but you're applying with the offer, so you can just accept it on UCAS.
Absolutely smashed it once again, Dal. Thank you very much for covering that. So that was a very quick sort of whistle-stop tour through the UCAS application process. Dal and Henrik, I believe you are coming back a little bit later to talk more things UCAS. And you're going to be supporting a little bit later on the live stream as well, which is going to be good fun, I think. We're having a good day. So thank you so much to both of you for coming
cheers,
along.
man. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see you both a little bit later. Thank you very much. So now I've got my sort of technical issues out of the way, and I've sort of sorted what my microphone sounds like. We are now, after our introduction to UCAS there, we're going to be talking to somebody from the Students' Union. So if you don't know anything about what a Students' Union is, if you are thinking of going to university, they are a great bunch of people and a great opportunity for you as a student at that university. So it's always good to find out a little bit about what your student union has to offer. So I'm going to introduce Aisha. Hello.
Hi.
Let's just make sure we've got your... Oh, there we go. I can hear you now. Thank you very much for coming along. I know this was slightly short notice.
That's okay. I'm here to help.
So give us a little bit of an introduction as to who you are and what you do, and then we'll go straight into talking about the Students' Union.
Absolutely. So hi everyone, my name is Aisha and I'm the Student Opportunities Engagement Executive, which is literally a fancy title for someone that's in charge of student voice for societies, sports clubs and the overall engagement of students.
Amazing. So I guess then first question really is what is a Students' Union? What can students find if they join a Students' Union?
Well, I like to think of the Students' Union as like the fun side of uni because we're the fun crew. I'm just going to go ahead and say it right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
But a Student Union is a charity organization that is a part of university, but we are our own separate entity. So we have things, for example, we have societies, we're in charge of sports clubs, we're in charge of freshers. I mean, come on. And so many other things, for example, trying out different activities. We're here for advice. We've got like 5 main strands. So there's voice, there's advice, there's activities, which is societies and sports club. There's your lifestyle. So we've got like a shop at university at DMU where you can buy your essential supplies. Also, very cool DMU hoodies. Just gonna plug myself there. And then we've got yeah, I've mentioned advice, and they've got voice, which is student representation, which is what I'm part of as well. So we've got, alongside me, there's 4 other full-time exec officers, which kind of look at different aspects of your academic life. So like the whole, not session, but like the whole period of time that you're here as a DMU student, you've got representative to represent different strands of you. So we've got academic representation, we've got welfare representation, we've got activities, which is me, we've got equality and diversity, and we've got union development, which kind of represents and make sure the union itself, so the students' union, is running effectively and that the students are our priority, and then we're actually meeting students' needs.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's really, really good. And I can say that gives a really good, clear sort of idea as to what a student union is. So we're going to pick into that a little bit. So let's start with the voice side of things. So let's talk a bit about that sort of representation. So what is it that you do for the student body?
Okay. So for voice, in terms of student representation, there are 11 part-time officers, 6 part-time officers and 5 full-time officers, so 11 in total. These part-time officers kind of entail, they are student representatives and they're volunteers, so they would do this role alongside their studies, whereas a full-time role, which is what I'm doing, is they have to take a year out or they can do it after their 3rd year. So part-time officers, we have liberation groups, which are women officer, we've got international student representative, we've got we've got disabled representative, we've got postgraduate representative, and mature student representative. We've also got a BAME and a LGBTQ+ representative. So these are all different part-time officers that we like to call, and we call them in to have different views on anything we're doing, any projects we're doing, any campaigns, just to make sure that we're being inclusive in everything we're doing, and to ensure that these different liberation groups are taken into consideration for any plans we have in the future. And these kind of liberation groups feed into full-time officers, which way we come into play, and we sit on different university boards and university meetings, which have an impact on the students' lives and the futures of students. So for example, currently we've been very much in demand because of this whole COVID situation. So trying to ensure that how are students feeling now, what are their opinions now, how are we gonna go forward, what they would like to see. So we are like the medium between the students and the university, to make sure that all these voices and opinions are being heard and make sure that there's change coming about it. So that's kind of how the voice and student representation works. And everything,
No, go for it, carry on.
And just so people are clear, every part-time position and full-time position are democratically elected in. So there is like a whole election process, which I'm way too familiar with, that everyone goes through, and any DMU student has a right to vote, and they have a right to who they vote for and who they pick, and then that's how we're elected for our term.
Okay, I must admit that was going to be my next question. So no, brilliant. I mean, I think that's a good thing to just highlight there. So if somebody were to get involved with the Students' Union and actually think, yeah, I want to be part of this sort of group of representatives, that's what they would have to do, is they would have to go through the election process.
Absolutely, but that's not a limit, because there's more ways that you can get involved in. For example, you can volunteer via My Uni Pal, which is basically a buddy scheme that we created for any freshers coming in, to kind of have that someone who's been through what they're being through and kind of guiding them along their first few weeks of university. So that's what My Uni Pal does. You'll usually find them on campus in a yellow t-shirt, and they'll guide you like, oh, this is this building, this is that building. Okay. But then you can also, for example, be a part of a society or a sports club. That's volunteering.
Perfect. Well, in that case, then let's talk about societies and sport clubs, because as you said before, that is the fun part of the SU and fun part of the university. So what? Yeah, exactly. So what is a society then? Let's talk about that.
So for example, a society is anything that you want it to be, which is the fun part about it. For example, we have over 200 societies now and growing, and each society is what's personal to you. For example, we've got a cappella, we've got drama, we've got Demon, which is our student media group, which is amazing. They're awesome. We've also got really, really funny societies. We've got a chicken nugget society where people come around and have chicken nuggets. And I'm like, I'm here for it. Sign me up. We've got Harry Potter society. And that's just societies. I'm not even coming into the clubs. We've got our sports clubs, which are ranging from indoor sports, outdoor sports. We've got field sports, and we've also got sports like trampolining and barbell and all sorts, which is so great. And what makes it fun is the fact that if there is something you're interested in and we don't have, you have the ability to create it, which is amazing. So for example, let's say I wanted to start a new society that's all about eating cake. I can do so. I mean, who wouldn't? I would be president right here, okay? So all you would need to create a society is literally you and 3 other people to have 4 core roles. You would come to the activities office, or you would come to me directly, and we can kind of help you set it up, and we can give you the training that you need in order to run a society successfully. For example, having meetings efficiently, what your social events are going to be like, how you can access your student finance accounts for your society. And it is just so good because it gives you the ability to kind of create what you want to create, and you have all the support and backing behind it. And I think that's one of the most exciting opportunities I had when I was a student, because I'm like, oh my God, I can just do that. Like, just like that, I can create something.
Yeah. I think societies are brilliant. I think they are, in my opinion, like I say, some of the best parts of my university experience. I was part of Demon Media, as you already sort of highlighted there. That was, when I look back on university, that was sort of some of my fondest times at university. And I think it's a really good way of making quite a lot of friends and stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Because like you would be part of something, or society is because you enjoy or you have a passion towards it. But then you'd also be surrounded by people who have the same passion. So you kind of create those lifelong links. Like, I'm sure you're still friends with some people from Demon, but am I correct in saying that? Like, I'm still in touch with all the people I was a part of a society with. And it's just that, it's that sense of belonging, I would say, that like, oh my God, okay, this is my bubble. Like, this is my circle. These are the people that I associate with. And I think finding that people or finding that circle in itself is a journey. And I think that's really magical as well.
Yeah, I think so. And I think it's one of the questions that we get quite a lot at, these sorts of fairs, which is obviously what we're hosting today. And a lot of conversations I have with students when I'm out and about and I'm talking to them, and they'll say, I'm really worried about going to university because I'm worried about making those friends. I'm worried about sort of putting myself out there. Societies and the SU in general, and the opportunities you guys provide, some of the best ways to do that.
And I think that's just a common question that like everyone faces and kind of fears as well, any student that's coming in. But I think what they have to remember is the fact that they're not the only ones. There's everyone else around them. For example, every other fresher is in the same boat as them, that you're far from home, this is a new chapter in life. So I think if they just kind of accept the fact that they're not alone in this, it'll be like an easier transition into this university life. And you're right, like having these freshers fairs and stuff like that really kind of helps bring it all together.
Absolutely. So when they kind of join the university, obviously outside of their course, it's just something else they can get involved in, and some of the skills that they get from being part of a society. I mean, you mentioned like the president's role. I mean, that's such a fantastic opportunity to build up those sort of transferable skills, isn't it?
Absolutely. And that's actually like something that we've kind of really bringing into life for the past few years, is the fact that the training that we give inclusion training. We get these different roles, and you get training behind it to be part of a role, and then you have your whole year to kind of carry out the role. And these transferable skills are amazing because you get team working in there, you get leadership in there, you get communication in there. If you're a treasurer, you get some finance experience in there. If you're like a social sec, so someone who organizes socials, you get events in there. So these little things, people might like overlook them because it's something they do out of passion, but it's actually skills that they can use to kind of get a job for in the future, or get into something else that they want to do. And I think that's just like your passion giving back to you in a way.
Yeah.
Like you invested all this time and effort into something that you just really loved, and now that's giving back to you.
Yeah, I think it's brilliant, and instead that exactly that encompasses my time at when I was at university. What society were you part of when you were a student?
Oh, I was so I actually created a society.
Okay.
So I was part of Blogger Society. So that was like blogging was way back in, like, that was like the it thing before blogging came along. And so we just literally every week we kind of, because it came from like a personal experience. So when I used to be a blogger, like I'm like, oh, that networking wasn't there. For example, like you couldn't network with other people, and then if you're on a blog, like blogging is all about like, oh, if you network with this people, if you collaborate with this, you kind of increase the traffic that's coming on your blog. And also, like, sometimes you just get stuck on what to write about, basically, like writer's block. So I had this idea, like, why don't we just create a community of bloggers and we just help each other around? So each week we'd give like a topic to talk about. For people who are interested in blogging, we kind of help them set up their blog and see, like, kind of give them tips and tricks that we learned from our experience to kind of make sure they don't have to go through that and they get the easier way around of it. So blogging was what I was all about back in the day.
That sounds amazing. Oh, that sounds really good. And like you've highlighted there again, it was that sort of bringing people in and sort of you're almost helping them sort of build up their skills as well. So you're not just learning for yourself; you're helping other people learn.
And I think that's what being a society or being part of a society is. Like, for example, I've seen for like the past 4 years I've been at DMU, see those roles be passed down, and like each year the society be better and better because of all the things that the previous leaders have learned and passed on to the future leaders. And then I see that kind of domino effect, and I think that's just so amazing because you see that growth.
Yeah. Oh, that's fab. That must be really rewarding to see from your perspective now as sitting in the SU. I think that's wonderful.
Yeah, I, to be honest, every year someone will come up with something so creative and you're like, that is amazing. Yeah. Like, I wish I could be a part of that. And luckily, I think I still can get away by slipping in here and there and just into their events like, oh, hey guys.
You can sneak in now.
I can sneak in. But it's amazing to see how creative some people are, and it's just so refreshing to see that.
Oh, that's really good. Yeah, and so I have a similar sort of thing from the Demon magazine, because that was the big thing that I was part of many years ago. So it's really good to see that still printing on campus and stuff. So it's something else fabulous for students to get involved in.
I still have that Demon magazine, which I was interviewed for. I felt so like, oh my God, I'm going to be in a magazine. I still kept the magazine. So it's going and it's doing really well. We've seen some amazing covers and we've seen some amazing stories. So that's something that you created. That's your legacy.
I have to be honest, it is a little bit. Yeah, when myself and my friend Emily, we started, we were like, well, it's a newspaper now, but we could just do something else. We could do a magazine. So yeah, it was good. Okay, so we've talked a bit about the sort of voice and the representation side, and we've talked how students can get involved in that. We've talked about sort of societies and sport teams. Is there anything else that students should know about the SU in the last few minutes?
Absolutely. That is one important component, which I absolutely love about our Students' Union, is our advice department. So our advice department is absolutely amazing. They're angels when it comes to advice. They've got advice on, so they're professional advisors who deal with any student issues or queries that we can get, and we can direct them to when students come to us and we don't know where to go about it, so we'd give it to advice. And they kind of deal with student finance, they deal with housing, they deal with any academic advice. We've also got, for any international students that are watching, we've got advice who deal with international visas, kind of helping you with your visas. We've got a lot of advice deals with a lot of international issues, and we've been dealing with them for the past 10 years. Everyone that, like our advisors, our DSU advisors, have been trained on many different international student advice, anything to do with your UCAS, anything to do with UKVI, or anything to do with Tier 4 visas. We give advice on that, which is absolutely amazing. And I think it's one in the top 4 universities that does that at DMU in our Students' Union advice, that we kind of help with visas.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's really cool. So advice for students as well outside of the university, they can come straight to you guys if they've got any sort of questions.
Advice is open to anyone that's a DMU student. And if there is something that we don't know or we can't give advice on, we can always signpost to the right organizations, because we are partners with a lot of organizations that deal with different issues, and we are literally there to help. That's all I can say. Like, advice never leaves me. unsatisfied.
Cool. So if students were having sort of maybe issues on campus, or there's something they're not maybe sort of happy about, they can come to you guys for support for that.
Absolutely. And anything that's in a device appointment is absolutely confidential, so no one else apart from your advisor would know without your permission. For example, if some other people need to get involved, then we would ask you for your permission and then involve them, but everything's absolutely confidential. So for example, if a student was to come to me with this issue and I'm like, oh, I'm not really sure how to deal with that, I would pass them on to advice, and then that would be with them. Like, there would be no other person involved.
That's wonderful. I know that one of the big ones that I know about from a few years ago was that the SU helped obviously extend the hours of the library, because the nursing students, I think, wanted a bit more time around their placements. So that's like a big gesture that the SU were involved in, which I think is really good.
And one other thing the SU was involved in was getting anonymous marking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so any anonymous marking or any feedback that's happening at DMU, actually on campus, was the Students' Union behind it. So I'm quite proud of that. Yeah.
That's cool. So all those different facets and all those different things that the Students' Union is supported with, and different ways that the students can get involved. The SU is absolutely fantastic. And like I say, the societies for me were some of my highlights when I was at university. So as a student at university, the SU is absolutely something you should definitely get involved in. So we've got a couple more minutes left. Is there anything else that you'd like to sort of shout out, or any advice you'd give to students that are thinking of going to university?
Oh yeah. Oh, I know it's going to be a very not challenging time, but it can be quite overwhelming, I would say, because you've got all these amazing universities and options. But I would say go for university. Don't go for just the academic side. Look at all the other aspects of it. For example, the city it's in, how close it is to like the city center, where you'll be living, and what other opportunities like the university provides. Like, for example, I know one of the biggest things that I came to DMU for was because it was local to me, because I live in Leicester, and like that was just that commuting aspect wasn't as big to me compared to like other places I was considering. And the other option was that DMU was the only course that was the only university that provided me with a course that I wanted, which was a joint degree, which is what I love DMU about, is providing those niche courses, which is amazing. For example, I did pharmaceutical and cosmetic science, so that's literally 2 degrees into one, and some places only offered one or the other. So that was one of the reasons I came. But the fun side of DMU was the DMU Global that really attracted me. I ever since I was a first year, all I looked forward to was a New York trip in my final year, and I'm so glad I got to go on one. And not that, but Hong Kong, Amsterdam, there's so many other DMU Global trips. And looking back now, like when I'm planning holidays ahead, what you get for like the amount that you pay for is amazing. Like that package deal is so good. So I would just say, don't just obviously consider your course, but consider other things alongside for it. For example, will you be commuting? Will you be able to do that? For example, if you have to stay late nights for a group work, or if you have to go there early morning. So just look at like different aspects of it, because I know the course is important, but there are so many other aspects that affect and impact the course while you're there at university.
That's really, really good. Cool. You've talked so much and you've managed to squash the SU into like 15 minutes, but there's so many other things that I know that the SU do. So I do always sort of signpost the SU website. I'm always like, go and have a look at the societies, go and have a look at the groups you can join, see all the fun activities that you can go and do and get involved in. Because I know that, again, the SU is involved in quite a lot of charity work, for instance. So there's loads of things that you guys do, and it's absolutely fantastic. So keep an eye out for you guys. Are you all sticking around for another year, aren't you, I believe?
I am. You're stuck with me for another year, Ben.
So if you see any of the SU reps on campus, did you say you're wearing yellow t-shirts?
Well, we'll be in purple t-shirts, but Unipalers will be in yellow t-shirts. But you'll see our faces everywhere.
You'll see their faces absolutely everywhere. So definitely say hi. Go and have a look at the SU. Go and have a look at all the fantastic things you can get involved in. Thank you so much for coming onto the stream today. Again, I know it was a little bit last minute.
That's all right. Thank you for having me.
No, and I look forward to speaking to you maybe in the future.
Maybe.
So
take care, all. Bye.
Thank you very much, and we'll talk soon. Bye.
Bye.
So There we were talking to Aisha about the Students' Union there, which was absolutely wonderful to see. She described it as the fun part of university, which I'm inclined to agree with. I think that is definitely, certainly a fun part of university, get involved in with all the sports teams and all the societies. They were a definite highlight for me when I was at university. I'm very distracted by, there's lots and lots of questions in the chat function on our booth at the minute, which is lovely to see. I know that coming up very, very shortly, we are going to be talking to Jamie and Faye, and they're going to be filling us in all things student finance. But before we get onto that, I'm going to do a little bit of a wrap up of the, or sort of highlights of what is coming up over the next sort of 40 minutes or so. So let's play this. There we go. So coming up on the stream, I'm going to be playing another video for DMU News, so you're going to be able to check that out and just see all the exciting things that DMU has to talk about. Then we're going to be jumping over to Faye and Jamie. Jamie doesn't get a shout out on my lovely graphic here, but they are going to be talking about student finance, which is exciting. It does say Cara is there going to be joining us on the live stream. I'm not sure if Cara is available, but I know that we will be talking to a current DMU student about their student experiences very, very shortly. And then we will also be looking at the history of DMU. So if you're curious about that, make sure you stick around for the stream, because lots of fun stuff is going to be happening. So let's introduce my, I like to call them the dream team, the student finance dream team. Jamie and Faye, hello.
Hello,
afternoon.
Right, how's it all going?
Wow, tragic news in the Bradford household. I put on my favourite DMU hoodie, and look at the sleeves. Look at this. Ridiculous. Looks like it's outrageous. So the day has gone downhill in the last 10 minutes. I'm a laughing with my children, honestly.
Is it shrunk in the wash?
It appears to have shrunk in the wash. Obviously, DMU do have quality merchandise, but this particular piece of quality merchandise perhaps should have been washed at a low temperature.
So that's the biggest advice and takeaway from today is wash your DMU hoodie at a low temperature.
Exactly. They do buy one because they are very nice and very slick.
It's a nice colour.
Nice colour.
It is. Do you like, what is it, burgundy, mauve? I don't know.
I was just bigging up the student union shop, which is where I believe you can get that from.
I know, I can recommend it, definitely. They've got a really good selection of hoodies, the T-shirts. You got to get your merch. It's important. Buy all your family DMU merchandise for Christmas once you've started. Yeah.
Absolutely.
You grab some DMU socks.
So I'm going to roll the news video in a minute, but first I just want to come to both of you and say, obviously we're doing this for a big sort of virtual fair. Normally these would be very sort of physical fairs and you'd be able to come over and have a chat with Jamie and laugh at his very small jumper, but obviously we're having to do that virtually at the minute. But what advice would you give to students that were sort of maybe approaching the fair? What kind of questions should they be asking? What sort of information should they be finding out from universities?
Do you want to go first, Faye, and I'll follow after?
Well, it depends where you want to start today and where you're at in the cycle. So if you particularly want to ask something about the course, we've got a fantastic chat room at the moment and lots of students in there from a variety of different courses. That's the best place to go to find out the information about the course, find all the ins and outs, you know, how to prepare for the course. You need to do lots of reading beforehand. Is there anything generally that will help prepare you before you start? And then also the kind of things to expect at university, not to scare you away from the course, just to be prepared. You know, if you have to do placements, how does that work? It's a lot of information to take in. So use this as an opportunity to really, really pick the brains of those students on our chat today.
Brilliant. Jamie, what about yourself? What advice would you give?
I think before you do a fair, be it a virtual fair or a physical fair, an amount of preparation. So work out who you might want to talk to, what questions you might want to ask, what is most important to you, and then do physically engage with people. At the physical fairs, you sometimes see people walking around in a mob with their mates, kind of like a herd of sheep, never with their shoulders, the opposite of social distancing, essentially. A mob of like 6 or 7 friends, all within 1-2 meter radius completely of each other, and not having the confidence to go off and talk to different people. So if you want to go and talk to DMU and your mate wants to go and talk to Exeter, let your mate go and talk to Exeter. You come and talk to DMU, and I dare say you will catch up with them again at some point in the future. So just be your own boss, go by yourself, make sure that but then make sure you do go and do talk to people. Don't just walk around and grab stuff. Like the equivalent in this virtual fair of walking around and grabbing stuff is walking around and watching the videos, but not actually having any of the conversations. Do talk to people, do ask questions, because people are genuinely there to help.
Cool. And I think we've had quite a few questions come through our booth so far today. I've been keeping an eye on them over here. It's been really good. Lots of really good questions, I think. So it's starting to pick up again now. So hopefully lots and lots of questions answered. So definitely go and have a chat with some of our current students that are set up over there.
Yeah, don't finish the fair, go home and think, oh my gosh, I wish I'd asked this, I wish I'd asked that. Use the platform to get all the info you need, particularly as at the minute, there's less opportunity to do that than perhaps there normally is.
Yeah, definitely. Do you know what the biggest shame about all of this, doing it virtually, is they can't get one of our cool flashy pens, Jamie?
That is true. I haven't even got one to demo. I've got a flashy pencil, but no. Yeah, normally at university exhibitions, we'd all have our merchandise on the stand to lure you in to come and talk to us. And we have these very cheesy looking pink flashy pens that you point and they flash. They are cheesy, but students do tend to come in their droves to get them.
They do. They certainly do indeed.
Get them, the pens will.
Certainly will. So we're going to be coming back to you in a couple of minutes to talk all things student finance. So we've got some time to fill and talk about finance in just a moment. But I'm going to roll the news video for now, just so that we can get a bit more insight into some of the things that DMU has been doing over the last few months.
Hello, this is Olga from DMU, and today we would like to share some of our most inspirational stories of our students with you. To find out more, head to the news section on the DMU website. Let's start! So there have been countless stories of the NHS workers' selfless acts to help Britons fight against the COVID-19 pandemic, and DMU student Raquel Mayers truly embodies them. The 29-year-old is currently in her first year studying adult nursing at DMU, and since the start of the pandemic, she has been working 2 to 3 night or day shifts a week at Leicester hospitals, while homeschooling 4 children by day. Not only that, but Raquel also volunteered to take on extra shifts at Leicester Royal Infirmary to help free up more experienced staff for the frontline fight against COVID-19. As soon as the coronavirus started to grip the UK, another DMU student, Anissa Latkan, joined the #ViralKindness campaign to support some of the city's most vulnerable residents during the global pandemic. She has been popping postcards through her neighbours' letterboxes to encourage them to get in contact if they're self-isolating and need any help. Anissa has also been volunteering for Islamic Relief and other smaller organisations in Leicester, providing vital food parcels for low-income families. Anissa first started volunteering with DMU Local, and she has visited countries such as America, India and Germany to help support refugees. She has also been invited to the United Nations headquarters in New York twice to speak about DMU's role as a global hub for one of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. DMU Media Production graduate Lydia George secured her dream job on ITV's This Morning 6 months ago, but she never imagined she would become an essential worker during a global pandemic. As an assistant producer for This Morning, Lydia was lucky to be able to do most of her job from home, but she is still required to physically work from the television centre when covering for senior colleagues. As part of this role, Lydia creates live comments and photos sent in by the public through social media and shares them on air during relevant segments. Before the show starts, she also loads a selection of the best social media interactions onto an iPad so that the presenters can reference them during the show. Some of Lydia's personal highlights from before the coronavirus crisis include coordinating and hosting an Instagram Q&A session with pop group JLS and meeting a fashion designer and Queer Eye presenter, Tan France. Since the start of the global pandemic, DMU contour fashion student Disha Lula has been going above and beyond to support her home country of India. Disha has been using techniques learned as part of her course to create and donate over 600 reusable cotton face masks to her local community in Indore, where protective masks have been made mandatory. This month, the 21-year-old has stepped up once again by donating vital equipment to her local police department. This included 160 handmade masks, 10,000 oral dehydration solution pouches, 8,000 vitamin C tablets, 60 litres of hand sanitizer, sanitizing machine pumps and infrared thermometers. Disha made this donation using her own savings. So this is it for today. We hope you have been inspired by some of these incredible stories. Please make sure to check out our news section on the DMU website to read more about our amazing students. Thank you. Bye.
There we go. So that was Olga there giving us a bit of a rundown of some fantastic news stories from the last, I guess, few months, and how students have been tackling the coronavirus situation. It's been really, really good. Some really cool stories there.
It's great to get them so involved as well, isn't it? You know, so passionate, committing their own time, their own money. Nice wallpaper she's got too, I thought. Did you notice that?
I wasn't looking at the wallpaper, Jamie, but now that you said it, yeah.
No. Got to take advantage of home decor tips when everyone's streaming from home.
I've got a very boring sort of blank wall over here.
Yeah. I'm not feeling inspired there. Next time, maybe.
I'll try. I'll redecorate for the next one, Jamie. So I'm going to hand over to the two of you now to talk all things student finance. So this is another question we do get quite a lot from students about how they're going to fund themselves at university. On paper, it sounds like an awful lot of money, but I guess realistically, there is a lot of support out there for you. So I will hand over to you guys to take it away.
Right, Faye, again, you can be the lead. I'll be your support group.
Oh, great. So if you've signed in with us today, you know, that's a really good start, because it's something that I think a lot of students are worried about, and something that I was concerned about. You know, you might worry that you might have to have saved up lots of money, or if your parents have to dish out loads of money to be able to send you to university. But there is actually government funding available. So you can have a look actually already. You can go into the gov.uk website. You can type in student finance in Google, even to bring up the website, and you can find all about tuition fee loans and maintenance loans. The tuition fees at the moment are set at £9,250 per year. That would probably make my eyes slightly water now looking at university, but you can get the loan to cover that. And we'll also go over repayments, which actually you probably never will make that kind of payment completely back. So something to bear in mind later as well, is when we have a look at repayments. And your maintenance loan as well. How are you going to fund yourself whilst you're at university? How are you going to afford to eat, live, go out, see friends? So we will go over as well what you can do to how you can access the maintenance loan and what kind of things you can spend it on. So those fees that we mentioned for £9,250 per year, that does go towards lots of things so that the university can invest in their facilities. Jamie, did you want to go over what that kind of covers for the university?
Well, the tuition fees are the main source of income for the whole institution. So they cover all of the staff. So it's the academics who teach you. And these academics aren't just people who've been trained in a subject. They're people who are experts in the subject. The textbook you're using, they've probably written the textbook, not just using somebody else's secondhand material. So you've got the academic staff. Then you've got the actual campus buildings and infrastructure itself, the investment in the teaching and learning facilities, investment in the accommodation, investment in the library, investment in the IT facilities, and investment in the support staff. So you've not just got the teaching staff. Whenever you say you work at a university, everyone assumes you're a teacher, whereas in reality, the bulk of staff do something different. And we have staff to support you with financial issues, welfare and student support issues. We have staff who work in admissions. We have staff who work in marketing. We have staff who work in the whole sort of network that allows your university experience to happen. And the tuition fees is the core income to the university that pays for all of that staff. So essentially, the income from tuition fees allows the university run as a business, but the majority of the fees you put in do actually go directly to teaching facilities for your course, teaching and learning for your course, and direct sort of facilities and research and resource that come into your course as well. Just realised I'm literally feel like I'm in some kind of laser sunblast here. Like I'm absolutely scorching in my shrunken hoodie. Yeah.
I know I've had to close the window because every time I go onto one of these live streams, somebody's mowing the lawn, doing some kind of, redecoration, knocking their house down, whatever it might be, as long as it's noisy.
Well, I was going to close the curtains, but it does give us one tangible problem, which is that. So I shan't close. You might find it's better with the curtains closed. So yeah, your fees will cover all of those core costs that your course and your student experience will cost. And then the second pot of money you've got available to you is actually money for your student lifestyle. So the second cost. So the fees are a fixed cost. You can't negotiate with the university. You can't haggle them down by 20%. Go, well, you know what? I'll pay you £7,000, shake on it. You've got a fixed amount of fees. With the living costs, though, they are completely within your control as a student. So if you live at home, your living costs are going to be a bit less. If you live in a cheap part of the country, your living costs will again be controlled by those lower rent, lower social costs. If you move to a very expensive part of the country and socialise aggressively, your costs will be a lot higher again. So it's all about finding the balance when it comes to your student living costs between keeping the costs under control, but not reducing your student experience, and doing everything you want to do, but making sure that you're not going completely crazy and forgetting about the bottom line of it. So your living costs are within your control, your student lifestyle will dictate, and there is funding for your living costs as well, isn't there, Faye?
Yeah, so again, just like the tuition fee loan, you put in an application, same time for your maintenance loan, and you can already have a look to see what you would be eligible for. So I have actually got a table here because it does depend on a few things. So they'll have a look to see whether you're going to live at home. So they do understand that you might still need costs for getting to university, that social life, again, depending how busy that social life is. It might be material costs, for example, or you might actually live away from home and might be able to access a little bit more money from the government. And again, this is all borrowed money, and this is what the government have decided that you could be entitled to. And down the side closest to me, where that's the left, I think it is, have a look as well. That's household income. Now, when I was applying to for student loans, I didn't know how much my household income was, so essentially how much my parents earned. So that's something I did have to get help with. I don't think they wanted to let me know, because then I'd probably, want to go out shopping or something, or maybe I wouldn't. So yeah, have a chat with them, because you can already go onto the student finance calculator and have a little look at how much you would have to live on. And then you can look at things like accommodation, what kind of accommodation can you afford, and also make that kind of decision as to whether you might need to work whilst at university. So there is the kind of assumption that if you are from a higher household income, that there would be support from your family. But that's definitely a conversation you need to have with them. Again, whether you need to work to top up your maintenance loan, whether you need to just do a bit of casual work, it might be signing up to be a student ambassador, which is a fantastic way of making some extra money, but making sure that you can fit it around your study, so it's completely flexible working. So hopefully, that gives you a little bit of an idea of the amounts that you would have to live on per year.
Yeah, the idea is those core pots of income cover your basics. They cover your rent, they cover your bills, they allow you to do your basic food shopping. And obviously it depends on exactly how much you've got versus your living costs. It depends what your parents can supplement. But the average student will work part-time up to 10, 15 hours a week. You've got 3 weeks off at Christmas, 3 weeks off at Easter, nearly 4 months off in the summer. So if you use those holiday times to your advantage, you can top up your loan with your own additional income on top. And that really does make a difference. And one way to think about your student finance, don't just look at it as a cost. Don't just look at it as a borrowing and a debt. Look at it as the finance you're getting from the government to invest in you, to invest in your experience academically and socially, invest in your skills development, and invest in your future career as well. So it is an investment rather than just a cost. And thinking about it again, without those tuition fees, if you got to pay the money up front, that would really reduce a lot of students' ability to go. It would mean only people from higher income backgrounds can go. The fact the funding is there, the fact the loans are there, both the living costs and the maintenance costs, means that, and it's not repaid till after you've graduated, that means that university genuinely is accessible, because the graduate income you've got is not based on your parents' background. It's based on the success, the qualifications, the skills, the communication abilities that you're generating from your educational experience. So it's a lot of positives, even though all it tends to get in the press is the negatives. There's got a lot of decent elements to the student finance scheme. And the most positive of all, as Faye will now tell you, is the way the repayments work when you've graduated.
Yeah, so just as a side note, there are some free pots of money out there. So it might be dependent on the courses that you do. So if you do something NHS related, for example, something like nursing, midwifery, for example, There's bursaries now of up to 5,000, perhaps even more, depending on your personal circumstances. So do a bit of research. Universities can help you with that. You can call us up. We can chat to you about what might be available. Even if it's just something like travel kind of scholarships available, you know, things to essentially help enrich your time whilst you're at university. So don't hesitate to call us and grill us about scholarships and bursaries, because we can certainly help there as well, point you in the right direction. But Jimmy really quite helpfully, is that a word? It is now, pointed out the repayments. And I think that is something to really kind of help understand that, you know, you're not going to be racked with debt when you finish university. It's not kind of like any other borrowed money that you might take out, you know, for a house, for a car, credit card, wherever it might be. It's all based upon what your earnings are. So if you don't actually earn anything when you graduate, then you don't make any repayments. Am I okay to grab that screen, Ben? There we go. Moving on to repayments, you're actually not making any repayments until you're earning over £26,575 per year. They couldn't make that a round number, make my life a little bit easier. So if you are earning, but say you're earning £21,000 per year, that you don't make any repayments on your student loans. So what happens is everything actually gets consolidated. Your tuition fee loan, your maintenance loan, all becomes one lump sum. You've got until about the April after you graduate before you have to start making repayments, and again, only if you earn over £26,500 per year. So I think, you know, it's quite manageable. If you were, say, earning £30,000 per year, your monthly repayment would be about £30. If at any point you're not working, you know, if you decide that you want to go and travel or whatever it is, then you can certainly do that. You just stop making your repayments. Wiped after 30 years, and they can't be passed on. So it's your commitment. So if you go get married, you know, it's not your partner's responsibility to pay. It's completely the graduate's responsibility. I think a lot of people want to actually repay all of their loan. I think there's no official kind of government stats out there, but you know, a lot of people won't make any repayments. Some people will make some, but still continue to pay over 30 years, perhaps even just a small amount. So I feel like we are getting, you know, we're getting a degree, and it's going to open a lot more opportunities for you. So yeah, definitely keep it in mind. It's not something I think that keeps you awake at night worrying about how you're going to pay off your student loans.
Yeah, I agree. The repayments are pretty flexible, long term. The way I look at it, the way I sort of get my head around it is, if your degree genuinely works for you in terms of opening up those graduate career opportunities, and your salary is decent, it's coming in at those high 20s to start with and going up, then yes, you do make payments, but they are always going to be linked to your income, always manageable, and you'll never be in sort of challenging positions because of them. Because of Sean Connery there, and if your degree doesn't give you that higher income, if you enjoy your experience but it doesn't lead you to that high paying job, then you don't have repayments in the short term, therefore you're not paying for that experience. And if down the line it does then hit those high ratios, in comes those repayments again at manageable levels. So it's actually cash flow wise, to be honest, the average graduate paying their loan doesn't necessarily know per week, per month how much they're paying. Just comes out the paycheck without you even noticing it at a relatively small proportion of the time. You know, I think our top tips would be, don't let the finance put you off going to university. If you fancy the course, fancy the lifestyle, fancy the qualification, fancy the graduate opportunities it offers to you, don't let money and finance and the perception of it be the things that puts you off, because it really isn't as bad as it seems like it is. The funding is there. You've not got to use your own cash in the short term. The ability to work part-time and supplement is always an opportunity. And the repayments after graduation really are flexible and income linked rather than high and linked to the amount you have borrowed.
Yeah, I think so. And that was really good. Really good wrap up there of student finance, which is cool. That letter that you get after you've graduated in April, that's quite a scary shock to the system initially, isn't it?
Yeah, what he says, you're now starting your. It makes you feel like a grown up, doesn't it? With these kind of financial thoughts coming out. Yeah.
Yeah, it does have quite a big.
To be honest, it's so long since I had my letter of that equivalent. I can't actually remember that day.
Funny you say that, because I've been relocated to the back bedroom for this particular live stream. I actually found it in a stack of paperwork. I was like, oh, that's a big figure. But obviously, as Faith just highlighted, it's quite manageable, and so you don't really notice it on your paycheck, do you?
No, I'll tell you what I found. We're looking to move house, and I found my personal statement from over 20 years ago, written in a format, but it wasn't electronic. This was a paper form. It shows you how old it was. And I'd done the cardinal thing you should never do. I'd applied to 2 different courses that were completely unrelated. I'd tried to bodge a personal statement to cover both business and economics and history in one statement. If I was to choose reading it, I'd have been shaking my own head and going, oh, what are you doing?
Don't show that to Dal, because Dal would be very upset, won't he?
I would have rejected myself based on it, I think.
I don't think there was the resources that are available. Like, I think there's so much more available now to students on the UCAS website, just generally online. There's no excuses now. We'll let you off, Jamie.
No live stream back in my day, if I could tell you that.
I think what we should do is
putting down the bottom of your garden, you know.
We'll get Jamie to read it out on the next personal statement live stream, and we'll tick off all the things that he did well and things he didn't do so well.
No, I think I'll be getting a D- in the marks for it. I wasn't impressed. I'd highlighted no skills. I just listed stuff. It was a poor performance all around, really.
So
I wonder I get anywhere.
Yeah, well, you did all right, Jamie. You've been at DMU for a few years now, so he's top dog at this point. So he's all right.
Woohoo!
So quickly on finance then. I'm trying to think of a question. How about budgeting tips? So what would your sort of top budgeting tip be for students sort of looking to manage their money?
You get your
spreadsheet, didn't you, Faye? You had a spreadsheet from your dad, didn't you, to help?
Always have a spreadsheet. Yes, my dad sat me down and said, right, you're getting 3 installments throughout the year, then to last about 3 months at a time. So we need to take out your accommodation, and bills are included. That's what's really good about university accommodation, is that the bills, things like internet, water, electric, are all included. So you've just got this one lump sum that kind of comes out of your maintenance loan, and then you can work out what you have left to live on. So then you can start. I think my mum started making sure, and my dad started to make sure I was doing the grocery shop and looking to see how much I would spend per week on things like food, toiletries, and things like that. So you can actually have a look and see how much you've got per week left over after your maintenance loan, and then start thinking, okay, well, if I go out with friends and have a coffee, how much can I kind of do that per week? You know, definitely. You probably can't have a Starbucks addiction whilst you're at university. Save that for afterwards.
No, absolutely.
I think it's about finding some balance, and it's about making sensible decisions, but not being so sensible but the whole experience passes you by because you're busy in the back room counting your pennies. You know, you've got to live life as well. If I was to go into university now, I reckon I'd get my parents, rather than giving me cash, which I probably shouldn't have been trusted to have been given, because literally I got sent the equivalent of a parcel of money, and you're just like, well, hey, you know, and so you're off and you come back and you've not got a parcel of money. I'd get my parents to do my actual groceries for me online once a week, once a fortnight, so they know you're getting the basics, you know you're getting the basics, and then the cash you've got left you genuinely can spend on the things you want to spend it on. Was I used to get a bit excited, go out and spend the money socially, and then have to really scrimp and save with the groceries and concoct and write random food things to try and say. I remember doing spag bol out of like discounted streaky bacon in the supermarket, and the salt factor was like, ugh. So get the parents to get those basics covered, then you know you're covered and you can spend your own money accordingly.
Yeah. I think one of the worst things that I did as a student was, you know, packets of super noodles. You remember?
Oh yeah. They're student people.
Yeah, I put them on toast, which was not good. Not. Yeah, it was a bit weird.
I could see it working.
It's a bit too watery, I found. So yeah, maybe not top recommendation from me.
You were thinking, well, I had spaghetti on toast yesterday. Why not change that to noodles? But
true, but noodles are just a little bit more watery, so I found that didn't really work quite so well.
I'm hungry now.
Sorry.
It was a bit soggy at the end of that, wasn't it?
Yeah. So yeah, thank you very much for covering student finance there. If you've got any other questions about student finance, head over to the chat on our booth and then feel free to drop a message in there or speak to one of our advisors there. Faye and Jamie are both available on that chat function if you want to have a chat with them. And Jamie, you're going to be back in about 15 minutes or so talking a little bit. We're going to have a look at a campus tour.
Yeah, we're doing a campus tour. We're looking at the accommodation, and then we're going to talk a little bit about UCAS and chip in about the personal statement. So if you're thinking, really like the idea of university, but what exactly do I need to do to get there? The UCAS element will talk about that process, that timeline, and the campus accommodation will actually give you a chance to see DMU in a bit of detail. Because again, one of the challenges at the minute is you can't get to an open day, you can't see something firsthand. But what we're going to have is a video tour of the accommodation and the campus, but with one of our experienced and knowledgeable student ambassadors talking over it to add that student experience.
Cool. Well, I look forward to seeing that. So thank you very much, Jamie. And thank you very much, Faye, for putting together some slides and talking about finance. It's all been good stuff.
Cheers. See you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
Bye-bye.
And I'm just bringing Kat in here as well. So hello, Kat.
Hello. How are
you? Right?
Yeah, all good.
So Kat is one of our now graduating students, I think.
Yes.
Finally, she's got it all out of the way. So Kat is joining us on the live stream to just talk a little bit about her sort of experiences of student life, what it was like to be a student at DMU. Obviously, we know that it's quite difficult to get to things like open days and to find out about things like accommodation and all that sort of stuff. So we're able to kind of bring it to you digitally. Kat is also one of our student ambassadors, both in the chat and in real life. So if you had come to an open day and you've been to an open day before, you've probably seen Kat before, wandering around campus with the big sign that says campus tours.
I'm always dancing around.
You are, yeah, you're always so full of energy. So Kat, you have got through your 3 years. What do you think your biggest, this is really putting you on the spot, by the way. What do you think your sort of biggest highlight of university has been?
I think the biggest highlights definitely were the DMU global trips that I did, because I went on, well, actually, no, I only went on 2 trips because the third one was cancelled. Unfortunately, I was meant to be going to New York in May, but that didn't happen. Yeah, I was really looking forward to that. But in my first year, I went to Hong Kong, and in my second year, I went to India. And obviously, DMU global trips are subsidized by the university, so it's really affordable, and I had such a great time there. The first trip to Hong Kong was actually with a lot of my student ambassadors as well, so we had a great time there, and I think that was really my highlight.
Oh, amazing. So you got the opportunity to go on one of these trips. So what sort of things were you doing while you were out there?
So when we went to India, we actually DMU, I think, is kind of partnering with an ashram there, so yeah, we kind of visited that and kind of, I don't know, saw what kind of projects they were doing there, helping out, and yeah, it was really good.
Cool. So students, it's one thing that students can do whilst they are a student at DMU is take advantage of one of our global trips. Obviously not when we're in lockdown, but in the future, perhaps.
Definitely.
So during your time at university, let's talk about accommodation very quickly, because we've got an accommodation tour coming up very, very shortly, so we won't stay on it too long. But you stayed in halls in your first year?
I did. I actually tried kind of all 3 options that we have. So my first year I was in halls. I was in Liberty Park. And that was kind of a leap of faith that I took there, because I didn't actually go to an open day when I went to uni, because I'm an international student. So I got all of my information online and kind of booked whatever seemed, I don't know, the best option for me. Yeah, I stayed in halls in my first year, which was good. Obviously, you get the chance to meet a lot of other people, a lot of first-year students. And in second year, I stayed in a house. And then in third year, I had private, like a studio accommodation. So I tried all 3 options.
Cool.
But yeah.
So when you were in your first year, was that where you sort of met quite a lot of your sort of flatmates? You made quite a lot of friends doing that?
Yes, definitely. So, I mean, to be fair, some people, obviously, when you come into halls, you don't actually know who you're living with.
Mhm.
So some people get along with their flatmates really well, some don't, but it's a great option to kind of meet lots of other first year students from different courses, different backgrounds, different experiences. And yeah, I'm still in touch with some of them for sure.
Cool.
But yeah, you kind of learn lots of things as well, how to arrange yourself with other people and share a kitchen and share cleaning duties and everything. But yeah, it's good.
Yeah. We were just talking about, you might have heard as you came into the studio, we were talking about sort of budgets and that sort of thing. And one of the things we were talking about is
spaghetti on toast. What is that disgrace?
Yeah, sorry. But that was one of the things that I've said we do experience moving into accommodation is obviously learning how to cook and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So that's one piece of advice I think we'd give to students is learn a few good dishes and don't just make, spaghetti on toast.
Definitely do that, because the dishes that I've seen some students prepare, I could not. Like, no, that's not happening. So yeah,
No.
I actually use a lot of kind of YouTube channels and stuff to learn different.
Oh, cool. That's a really good way of doing it, actually. I think one thing I do want to quickly touch on then, actually, because as you said, you're an international student. You actually didn't get the opportunity to see the accommodation beforehand. So what was it like kind of researching the university? But again, in this situation, doing it where you're not able to actually go?
I thought it was all right. So I obviously researched lots of different universities, and I think DMU has a really good online presence because we have so many, obviously, live streams like now, but we also have lots of videos on the DMU YouTube channel. We have, I don't know, like online campus tours where you can see everything on campus.
Yeah.
And there's loads of pictures everywhere. There's loads of information online. If you do your research, you can find pretty much everything. And when I got there, I wasn't actually that scared because I felt like I already knew quite a lot about the campus.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I went around and I was like, oh yeah, I've seen this and I've seen that online. And I thought I wasn't too scared coming there without seeing it beforehand.
Okay, that's good. I think that's quite good advice for students that are in this situation that might be maybe starting in September, that won't again get the opportunity to see the campus before we start, because obviously we're in lockdown and we're having to do a lot of this sort of online. So yeah, you can do that research, and it is good because we have got quite a lot of stuff online. And the campus tour that Learny is going to be doing shortly after this will again be able to show you some of those things as well.
Yeah.
So that's good. So in terms of your sort of student experience, what was it like, the actual kind of study side? So talk a little bit about your course and the sort of things you got up to.
Yeah, so I do media and communication. So we actually have, so the main two things that you have are lectures and seminars. And then in my course, I have some practical stuff as well. So you have some workshops where you go into like TV studios or editing suites. And yeah, so usually you have around 4 to 6 modules per year, and then you have one big lecture and one seminar per module. So you don't have too many classes during the week, but you obviously have to do a lot of kind of independent work. You have to spend a lot of time reading things and preparing things for your class, doing assignments, things like that. But yeah, I mean, day-to-day life was, yeah.
So would you say that it was different for different courses as well? Like if you were doing something like psychology?
Yeah, exactly. So some courses have lots more lectures and a lot more contact hours. Some courses have even less contact hours than I have. So I think usually, yeah, I think usually when you go on the DMU website and go onto the course that you're interested in, then you get lots of kind of information. And usually it says, I think, how many contact hours you have. So you can kind of see if that is something that would interest you or not.
Cool. And did you spend quite a lot of time in the library? I know Demi was talking about his late night ventures to the library earlier, so I thought I'd ask you the same thing.
I spent a lot of these late night ventures with Demi there. Yeah, definitely. I was actually famous for being the person that always lived in the library. I know people that don't use the library at all, which is fair enough, but I'm the kind of person that I can't work at home at all. Like I can't focus when I'm in my room. And obviously, when you're a student, you usually only have one room really to yourself. So you don't want to stay in this room all the time, like where you sleep, you eat, you work. That doesn't work for me. So I use the library a lot. And there are lots of different areas in the library as well. So if you like it a bit more noisy and busy, there are some areas for that. Or if you really want absolute quiet, there are some rooms for that as well. So I thought it was always the perfect kind of area to do my work.
Cool. Okay, last question then, because I know we're short on time. We've got lots to get through today. But I know that you are a student ambassador, and I know you're part of the society as well. So maybe just quickly touch on that before we wrap up.
Yeah, so I'm the social secretary actually for the Ambassador Society, and yeah, we kind of created that only last year because we all are good friends, I'd say, among the ambassadors, but we never really got the chance to actually kind of socialize and hang out outside of work, because we do that a lot on shifts, but we wanted to have a space where we can chill and do things. So yeah, we created the society last year, and we have bi-weekly socials, so we meet and we kind of catch up on what we've done during the week, and we had some activities as well. So we went bowling and things like that. So yeah, it was really good.
And you didn't invite me along. I'm very offended.
Sorry.
So with something like a society, were you part of any other societies?
I wasn't. I tried. I tried some societies, because usually at the beginning of the year you can join some taster sessions and stuff. So I tried Taekwondo.
Okay.
And I was part of the swim team for a few weeks, but then they weren't the.
You got to try.
I did try. Yes, exactly.
That's really cool. So if you've got any other questions about student life, you can actually go and have a chat with Kat on the chat function on the booth. So if you click on the booth, click on chat, you'll be able to see Kat in the big long list of people that are in there. So if you do want to find out more about Kat's experiences or any of our other student experiences, you can go and find Kat there. Kat, thank you very much for jumping in there and talking a bit about your experiences. I hope you have a lovely day, and we'll be able to catch you later.
Yeah, catch you later.
Thank you very much. See you later. Cool. Right. Well, I think that's coming to the end of my sort of tenure here on the live stream, but I am going to bring in the guys that are going to be taking over from me very, very shortly. I know there's some fantastic stuff coming up. I know we've already mentioned there's going to be a campus tour coming up, so Henrik and Lernie are going to be doing that for us. And then I know we're going to jump back over to Henrik and Dal, who are also going to talk again you through the UCAS application process, which is going to be brilliant. So I'm going to bring those guys in now very quickly while we just wait on the last couple of minutes. Hello, Dal. Hello, Henrik.
Hello,
Henrik, have you moved to the back cave or something?
I haven't, but it's really gloomy here.
Where's he gone?
No, let me see.
He hasn't paid his lecky bill.
Is that now? I'm like, hold on.
Now you look like you've got like the sun above you there, Henrik.
Hold on, I'll figure this out.
Right, well, while Henrik sorts out his lighting issues, now what is coming up for us on the stream?
So I believe Jamie's with us as well.
He is. There's Jamie. I'll bring him in. There he is. Oh.
That was a fleeting glimpse, wasn't it?
It was.
Quickly done your stint, and that was it. It was done.
Done hair and makeup for half a second. I was like, well, hair would be nice, but makeup, makeup I have done. There we are. All low level though. Nothing too serious. How's it going, guys? You all right?
Yes, all good. I'm gonna shoot off in a second and leave you guys to it. But yes, just as I said before, if you've got any other questions, obviously head over to the booth. We'll be able to answer them there, or pop them into the live stream comment. These guys, they'll be looking after you from now. So I'll see you guys in a bit. Have a good stream.
Bye, Ben. Cheers.
See you later.
See you later, Ben.
This 6-hour live stream feels like Le Mans, the motor race, doesn't it? You know, when kind of a driver has like a stint and then he jumps out of the car and someone else jumps in. I think that's it. Yeah, it's just kind of the 3 a.m. kind of part of Le Mans now, and it's been going for a while, isn't it? Oh.
See, I've got sport on the brain with the Premier League restarting today, so I'm absolutely
I know. I was all
thrilled
set
about that.
The first game, 6 o'clock, and now we've got a viewing on our house at the same time. I'm going to miss the start. I was like, oh.
Just give them the COVID excuse.
We need to sell the house, or I would be. Well, we hope you guys have been enjoying it today. We know we are unlikely to have anyone who's watched us for the whole of the 3 hours and 44 minutes and 45 seconds. But if you have, fair play to you. A DMU hoodie or something of that type should be coming your way in the post. So far during the script, we've had everything from student finance. You've been able to hear from multiple different students about their own student experience. You've heard from the De Montfort Student Union talking about the support and the social offers they could bring. You've seen the campus and accommodation once. There was a further chance to do that in a moment. And hopefully you've enjoyed what you've seen. What we're trying to do in these virtual experiences, in fact, what I guess the whole sector is trying to do, to be honest, is to try to help you visualize what your university experience will be, to visualize each individual university and do your research in a similar way to what you will be able to do face-to-face, only using the virtual open days, the virtual live streams, all the video content to give you a real detailed flavor of what the whole experience will be. I'm hoping that if you're in year 12, at some point in the autumn, we'll be able to start opening the campus up so you can actually come onto campus and have a physical look at what is upcoming over the coming sort of weeks and months, and also sort of visualize yourself at our university next year. Have we got a slide of what's coming up next, Del? Have you got one of those up your sleeve somewhere?
I have indeed. Are you ready for it?
I think we can hit it. Come on, here we go. So coming up, this is quite exciting. What have we got? Hit that button. We've got learners going to take on a campus tour and accommodation tour. So one of the things you really want to be able to do is just see what's that campus look like, what's the accommodation facilities available. There's going to be a video tour with overlaying it with our own student experience to bring it to life. Then we've got Del, the man himself, talking about the application process. So this is the part of the whole part of university. The bits that are hard work are the application and the finance. They're not exciting. They're not fun. You know, we can't champion it up. The filling out a form is going to be the best thing you do all year. But this process that Del's going to talk through is your gateway to getting through to university. It's a competitive process out there. There are a lot of people, up to 500,000 people per year apply to university. Your job is to package yourself with the form, the personal statement, the reference from your tutor who will have kept sweet in the intervening period to make sure that you stand out from the crowd in a positive way. And when a tutor's shortlisting which students they want on their course, you're in that shortlist. Then you get loads of offers, and then the decision is completely in your hands. So the application process, kind of hard work. You've got to put the time and effort into it, but it absolutely pays off. And it really is the most important part of the autumn terms university journey. Once you've researched, you've got to decide how you're going to get there and how you're going to move on forward and get yourself from A to B. So Del's going to dip into that shortly. Any little appetite wetters, Del? Anything to give them a flavour of what you're going to say? Del is the master of the analogy, so he's got to have something up his sleeve here.
Oh, you teed me up, and I'm just going to completely miss the volley here because I've got nothing. I've got nothing at all. You should have just pre-warned me. We're the worst Ant and Dec duo in history.
I don't know which one I'd be actually. We've had this debate before. Out of Ant and Dec, which one would I step into?
Just purely on size, you could be Ant, I could be Dec. You're taller, I'm funnier. You know, I think that.
But they're about 5'3" as opposed to 5'2", aren't they? Not exactly a lanky one of the couple, is there? You know.
I think both Henrik and Lernie are there and ready to join us.
Right, let's bring them in then. No more Ant and Dec analogies for us, sadly. Yeah, me. Yeah, welcome. How you doing?
Hello.
Good, thanks you.
I'm all right. Yeah, I'm constantly looking at people's decors whenever I'm. There's not much going on here to talk about. I was hoping for some interesting wallpaper for a couple of minutes of anecdotal chit chat, but you've got
very
just plain white.
Yeah,
I've got a sofa behind me. We're very
I'm getting a flavour of it. Yeah, you'll see. I've got a dubious set of curtains, a pretend intellectual book cabinet.
My curtains aren't in shot, but they're even really boring as well.
There you go.
White. That's what student accommodation is like.
Yeah. So what we're going to try and do now is give people watching a visualization of what the campus and the accommodation is like. Ideally, we want to be getting people onto site, get them into the halls, taking you around the campus on a tour and getting you to see it firsthand. Obviously, with the current COVID situation, that's not something that's possible to do. So what we are trying to do is increasingly help you visualize that experience by seeing the video, but also hearing firsthand from students who've lived in the halls, studied on the campus, to give you a flavor of what the whole experience is going to be like. So we're in Leicester. We are central in the country, easily accessible from an hour on the train from London, hour and a half from Manchester. So accessibility is really, really valuable to the university. A big percentage of our students do live in halls on the campus. What are we doing first, guys? We're going into halls first or the campus first?
I think
so we'll go
first.
Yeah, so we've actually got a surprise. It's going to be a surprise for you, Lani. It's going to be a surprise for you, Henrik. So we've actually got a video that we'd like to play. And if you could, whilst we're watching the video, both Lani and Henrik, please do take it in turns. Would you be able to provide us some Martin Tyler style commentary over what we're seeing?
Try my best.
Is that okay?
With the Football Premier League starting today, this commentary is quite appropriate. This could be a future career. You know,
maybe
commentator and pundit. I can see the roles happening here.
So,
right.
Gary Neville, Jamie Carragher, are you ready?
Yeah.
Oh, well, Gary Neville, I think, yeah.
I'll be out of those two.
So I'm going to play it now for you guys.
Got to be Gary Neville.
So this
what
is
have we seen? Oh, sorry.
This is the DMU site. So this is kind of where people will first enter onto campus. A lot of people tend to take pictures here when they first arrive at uni or with their dissertation and things, just so that everyone on social media knows exactly where you are.
Yeah, I've got a photo there with my housemates when just before we graduated, standing on the wall.
I've taken lots of photos of graduates on that wall, throwing their hats in the air. It's a bit of a rite of passage photo there, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Then there you can see we've got is it a Muriel?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a relationship with Thailand and the owner of the Leicester City.
Yeah, it brings the city more onto campus, which is nice. Then you've got the business school, which is Hugh Aston building, where you've got all the business and law students. And
that's where I studied. Sorry, but yeah, that's where I studied. I did human resource management. That was my building. So, yeah, lots of lecture halls because they're quite sort of common with obviously business related courses. Not too much creativity going on in there, but yeah, it's a good place to study. Lots of learning space. Big lecture halls because a lot of students do study business subjects, so they'd hold up to a couple hundred at a time. Yeah,
it's quite a new building. It's only about half a dozen years old still, I think, maybe slightly more, 7 or 8. But it's still a pretty new building, Hugh Aston.
Yeah. But then coming up dead ahead of us, we've got Hawthorne building, which is the building for the health and life science subjects. So you've got things like nursing, midwifery, pharmacy, also some like psychology and criminology in there. So it's a big variety, but it does feel kind of like a hospital, and it has even got a half of an ambulance in it, which is quite cool.
Yeah, it's a nice looking building too.
And when we first became a sort of a college of higher education, Leicester College of Art and Design, back in 1869, Hawthorne was where the Art and Design College was based.
It's changed a little bit over the years then.
Well, I wouldn't know. I wasn't here at that point that it was suggesting.
Yeah. No, that wasn't what I meant. But related to art and design, Vijay Patel is where all of the art and design courses now take place. The building is quite modern, as you can see, a lot of glass you can see all around campus, which is nice. Then the building we've got in front of us now is Queen's Building, which is where all of computing, engineering and media is. So that's where I was based. There's a radio studio, TV studio. There's a replica, racing car in there as well. So there's a lot of different things in that building going on. Then this is kind of the heart of campus, where you'll see a lot of people transitioning between lectures and things, because you've got the library coming up on the right, which is 24/7. So whatever time of the day, whatever day of the year, you can go in there and study. Then on the left, you've got Food Village, which is open until 8. So although the accommodations aren't catered for, you can go and get food in there if you're not much of a chef, which I know I'm. But yeah, then coming up ahead of us, we've got.
I've heard you're a great cake baker, though. Is that true?
Oh, I do like to bake cakes. I'd say I'm better at baking cakes, and if you want to see that, you can see me baking a perfect recipe for UCAS Extra on the YouTube channel.
Absolutely.
It's a different skill, isn't it? Right.
By the time it went live, though, you're baking a cake in the wrong order. I did notice. You cracked the eggs after you put it in the oven, but
yeah, well, it still worked. The cake still came out all right.
It does. one of the advantages of our campuses, everything is an easy walking distance. So where you are now in the centre, you're literally 5 minutes walk from every single corner of the campus. So you can get to pretty much all the halls, all the lecture communities, the student union, the library, all of the IT facilities, everything within 5 minutes walks of this central spot right here.
Yeah, and the gym, that's close by as well.
Oh, the gym, the gym, yeah. Although for most of my student life, I did forget the gym, but I shouldn't.
It's still there if you do want it, though.
It's a really contemporary gym place, and a swim pool as well there, isn't it? So it's not just a gym.
Yeah, and a climbing wall.
There's a lot of different things in there.
I know, absolutely. When you guys first applied to DMU, what was it that drew you to the university? Which parts of the campus do you think, I can picture myself here? Because you were quite local, weren't you, Henrik? And Lernie, you came from the Channel Islands, so you made a whole big decision to come to DMU. What drew you to it in the first place?
I think initially for me, the course was what drew me to DMU, because the course is quite practical and I'm quite a practical person. But then when I came, because obviously the course is only one aspect of it. So I did come to see the campus with my mum. And when we came, it felt really homely. And although a lot of universities do have a campus base rather than being city based, it felt like everything was in one place and like it was safe. Because you've got like little garden areas and greenery, so it feels nice and like relaxed. So it doesn't feel like it's going to be a really stressful environment the whole time. And that's one of the things that really sort of drew me once I'd been on campus. It just felt like the right place to be when I was there.
And that feeling's really important, and that's something that obviously, because you can't go to open days at this time of year, it is more difficult to get that feeling. So what we're hoping to do is, by having the interactions with all the students, the chance to visualize the campus firsthand, that you get that feeling at least starting to emerge, because it's a bit of an intangible thing, isn't it? What about yourself, Henrik? What are your sort of motivations and experience in terms of the campus and your choices?
Yeah, I mean, so totally different. So where I'm from in Leicester, I live probably like, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes away from DMU, 45-minute walk. So I'm quite close to city centre already. That's where I was brought up, that's where I was raised. And I think my biggest sort of apprehension really was when I was thinking of coming to De Montfort was studying in my hometown. So a lot of my friends, they went far afield and they moved all the way up north. Some of them went to London, went all over the place. But I decided to stay local. And at first I was a little bit worried that I'd be studying in a city that I know already, if you know what I mean. But yeah, I mean, logistically for me, that's the reason why I decided to go to DMU, just because it is on my doorstep. And in my thought process, stay at home, save a bit of money, even though I did end up moving out, so that didn't really make any sense. But
did you still live in halls in year one? Did you still move in?
So I didn't move out till my final year, which is a bit strange, because normally if students do move out and then go back home, whatever, they normally move out in their first year, get freshers out of the way, and then live at home. But I did the other way around. So I lived at home for my first and second year, and then moved out in my final year. I had quite like a lot of sporting commitments, and that took up a lot of my time. And so for me, it made more sense I lived with my rugby mates in my final year, which was really good fun. But yeah, so for me, the biggest thing for DMU was the fact it was so local, but it's such a good institution. I mean, just looking at that video there, you can see how nice the campus is. It sort of sells itself. It's a beautiful place to study. And you've got everything there you need. I think biggest thing when you're thinking about your campuses and stuff like that, where you're going to study, is do you want something that's all close? I quite like to rock out of bed at 8:45 and make my 9 o'clock lecture, rather than have to either walk 45 minutes or get a few buses. So these are the things you want to start thinking about. But
true. And you're not far from the city centre either, are you? So whilst the campus based and everything is on one site, most universities that are campus based, by definition, it means the campus is out of town somewhere. So
normally,
completely on one site, but be a 20-minute bus journey to get to the shops or Mackie D's or something. I mean, how far is Leicester City Centre from the campus? 5-minute walk?
5 minutes?
Yeah. It's that. Yeah, you got the train station 10 minutes away.
Do you go into town much as students, or is your lifestyle more campus based and local based, or are you in town quite a lot? I think
it depends on the student, but I would spend a lot of time studying on campus, but then in the weekends and the evenings and things, because town is so close, that I'd go to the market to get fresh fruit and veg, which is in the centre of town, or if we want to just go and browse the shops and things like that, or even some of the coffee shops are really nice to study in, I found towards the end of this year. Obviously before everything started happening, I found that I'd go to some of the coffee shops and study in there because it was a different environment, which was nice. So I would go to town quite a lot, and I think that was partially because of how close it was. So I appreciated having that with being at DMU.
Yeah, it's quite dangerous how close it is. You can find yourself shopping more often than you plan on. There's a Zara 5 minutes away, you know, and coffee shops and stuff. So yeah,
spending money you don't have.
Exactly.
You've got your Zara's, you've got your Debenhams, your Next, you've got your Superdry, you've got your quite a big Primark in town as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Primarks, one at Foss Park, one in town. Did you guys join clubs and societies when you were in your student experience as well?
Yes, I joined a society right when I came to DMU. I joined doing media, partially because it fit with my course, but also because I really love being able to make videos and have a creative outlet. So it was a fun way for me to gain some more skills ahead of doing some of my course, but also meet some people that I like-minded, because some of them were maybe pharmacy or criminology students, but still enjoyed doing that media aspect. So it was a really nice way for me to meet a lot of different people.
Sounds good. And you were a sporting man, were you not, Henrik, at your university experience?
Yeah, I didn't join any societies, but I joined the men's rugby union team. I remember when I went to Freshers Fair, that was the only stand I signed up for. I knew I always played rugby since the age of like 10. I knew it was what I was going to play at uni. It was part of the reason I wanted to go to uni as well, actually, because I like the idea of playing like a decent level sport every Wednesday, getting to travel around the country, that kind of thing. So yeah, I signed up for rugby, and yeah, it was wicked. It was a great 3 years, and got a lot of experience actually that I could use, for future interviews and stuff like that.
As well, weren't you? Were you not chair? So if you're the society, you have chairs, secretaries, and treasurers. Again with a W. And if you have those roles, that gives you the experience and responsibility of running the society, working with the students' union, managing budgets, managing a group of unruly students who just want to have fun, and that's quite a good set of skills and quite a good thing to have on the CV in future careers.
Yeah, definitely.
It definitely helps.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, yeah, like being chairman and that kind of thing. We had a really successful year. We were named like Sports Club of the Year. We raised a lot of money for charity, that sort of thing. And these are things that even until like interviews to this day, I still talk about. And I think it really supplemented my academic stuff as well. I had a really good time playing rugby at uni and got a lot of really good skills from it at the same time. So I think if you are worried about you're a little bit apprehensive about joining sports team societies, 100% go for it. Immerse yourself in the full experience, and I think it will have such a better time for doing so. Because
you do get sometimes students think, and perhaps parents of students sometimes think, that clubs and societies is a distraction away from the course, and you're not focused on what you need to focus on, those types of things. But in reality, it's these rich experiences that you do, the clubs, the societies, the trips, the volunteering, that give you the experience and the memories, but also give you the skills and the experiences to talk about in your job. Makes you more than just a one-dimensional individual.
100%. My parents are the same.
It helps you keep a work-life balance as well, so you're not just constantly doing your coursework. It gives you a time to make sure you are taking a break, so you're not getting burnt out, because university, you can do that because you're so focused on trying to get everything done. So it's a good outlet to do something a bit different.
I agree. It's a bit like in your job and a career. If you become singular focused and all you think about and do is the job, eventually you either burn out or feel stress or whatever it may be. It's the same with the course. If you focus and take it, you've got to take it seriously. But if you take it too serious and it becomes a singular thing, you do start piling a lot of pressure on yourself. And 3 years is a long time to be that intensely into something. Did you guys work part-time as well as having your club societies and your course?
Yep, I did.
What did you do, Henrik?
So mine's a little bit different. So I'm quite good at getting up very early in the morning. I'm quite good at going to bed late. But in my first year, I was a personal trainer, and on a Wednesday, I used to work at 5 in the morning until 11, and then Wednesday is when we used to go and play sports. So then I'd go and play rugby. So I was absolutely knackered that day, and then I'd work on a Saturday as well. And then in my final year, I got this. It's like a crewing job. So these companies that go and set up like stages and lighting and sounding at like gigs and festivals and stuff.
Oh yeah.
I did a job like that, but a lot of that was through the night. So I might work at 10 till 3 in the morning if I didn't have a lecture the following morning, and that's how I'd work. So I knew that I needed a job because I wanted to be able to live at uni, but I didn't want it to impact my sport for one, and I didn't want it to impact my studies either. So I decided
to into those spare hours in the twilight and early morning when you weren't doing sport and you weren't doing your course.
it's not for everyone, I'll tell you that. I think it, and I did burn out a little bit, but I enjoyed it. You know, it was good. It was good fun.
Yeah. What about yourself?
And I worked with my housemates as well. We did it together, so we could all go in the same car. And
that's quite cool. So it's even a social element to it as well, then.
Yeah, it made sense for us really. But it was good. It was good.
Yeah. So I've been a student ambassador throughout the past 2 years of being at uni, which has meant that I've been able to help with events that the uni has going on, share my experiences for the course and things. And it's really good because it's ran by the uni and you're working for the uni. They understand that you have your course going on and you have other commitments. So you can choose the shifts you work around everything else you have going on, because obviously life at uni can get quite busy. And then I've also done a few other like freelancing things to sort of help enhance my career. So I was able to do some freelance work with the BBC and with a Student Radio Association as well. So alongside like a part-time job, I had a few other bits and pieces here and there that have helped grow my career. So it means that while you're doing your course, it doesn't stop at just doing your course. You can be doing other things to make sure you're ready for the real world when you do finish.
Sounds great. I mean, what you two guys have beautifully showed is, and this isn't actually planned, this is just, like, let's get, is how utterly different each individual student's motivations, lifestyle, experience is. Always rich and exciting and dynamic. So Henrik, you're quite local to Leicester and went to DMU, didn't live in Hull in the first year, but did move in year 3, sport rather than society, and a whole different range of jobs. Then you've come from, you know, well, literally off the mainland UK, and you've chosen first of all to come and study in England, and then you've chosen to come and study at Leicester and DMU, and again involved in a totally different set of things. So university is exactly what you make it. The opportunities are many and endless, literally endless. You know, there's so many opportunities to go on trips, to get work experience, to join societies, to join sports, to volunteer, to be involved in mentoring and buddying. Honestly, there are literally hundreds of opportunities. Every single student picks that unique combination of things that fits their own interests, their own time, their own future aspirations, and builds it from there. And some people do, you know, not everyone does everything. Some people just do their course and go home and have a perfectly happy life. And some people are involved in every single thing. It literally is what you make it and can be whatever you want it to be. I'm feeling quite spiritual now. You know, having a Zen moment. You know, a moment of outrage. The one problem with DMU I've got at the minute is my DMU hoodie has shrunk in the wash. Look at the length of that.
Oh no, I have to get a new one.
I popped it on. Honestly, it's ridiculous. I'm looking at so if you get a DMU hoodie, I can recommend it, but do please wash it at lower temperatures. It's my personal tip for applicants. Any final, before we move on to look at the accommodation, any top tips for future generations of students coming through? If you had to say one pearl of wisdom from your own experience, either things you've done or things you've not done, what would you say? No pressure.
I think just always, I think just always say yes to opportunities, because there's so many opportunities that if I'd been nervous of it, and I mean I was nervous, but if I'd been so nervous to say no, then my experience at uni would have been completely different, and I probably would have been a bit of a different person, going a bit deep there. But if you say yes to everything, you can get to experience so many things, and it is really fun. So I think if you say yes to everything, then you can make the most of the opportunities you're given.
Leonie stole my what I was going to say.
Oh no, your short sleeve.
No, I was just going to say as well, just immerse yourself in the full sort of university experience. You know, you don't want to finish your 3 years and have any regrets. You know, maybe that trip you didn't go on or that society you didn't join. So, yeah, just immerse yourself in the full experience, I think.
And everyone's got a mate or two at university who doesn't involve themselves in everything, who literally just goes home and sits around and plays a bit of PS4 and, you know, chills out a bit. And then by the time they graduated, maybe they don't even realise for years that they've missed out. And then perhaps in their late 20s and 30s, suddenly they're like, oh man, I wish I'd done this and this and this. So it is one of those one-off experiences in your life, almost like a rite of passage time when you genuinely do want to come out of it that change, developed, mature person. I reckon we could start some serious self-help groups on this. We could genuinely some income for us here. I reckon we work on this.
Therapy with Jamie.
We talk afterwards. Right, okay. Anything else to add on that before we move on to look at the accommodation? And how are we doing this, Del? Have we got another video of halls, or are we just going to chat through it?
We have indeed.
Oh, I hope
you guys, have you guys finished your philosophical edge
I think so.
For now.
For now, until we move on to accommodation.
Yeah.
Okay, so the second video is coming up now, guys.
So
There's our friend.
I think we're going to have a look inside the DSU now, which is a bit of a central part of the campus where students can go and work in there, because there's sort of places where you can sit within groups to do group projects, or you can just have a bit of a chill out between lectures and things. And there always seems to be something going on in the Students' Union, whether that's a 24-hour charity event or, I don't know, there's just always something going on.
And there's a Starbucks if you want a caramel macchiato.
Absolutely. It's both support and social for student union. People tend to think before they start uni that the student union is where the bar, the clubs, the nightlife is. But in reality, it's a massive representation of students for students, and they're there to help you with welfare, with finance. They can offer counselling support, as well as being the social hub and the sports and society. So if you can see the advice down there. So it's all about making sure it's a supportive environment as well as being a fun environment.
I think it's worth saying. Sorry, Leonie. I was just going to say. I think it's worth just mentioning that obviously the Students' Union is like a democratically elected body as well. So they are students for students. So as a student, you can run for for executive, I don't know, council, whatever you want to call it, and you can represent your uni. And same again, that's just another thing that come graduating, you can pop down in your CV, and that's going to give you a load of experience in the working world and stuff.
Yeah, so the bit just behind our tour guide here is Unitemps, which is a thing you can apply with when you join uni. So if you're wanting to get a part-time job but struggling in the city, then Unitemps is perfect, and that's how I've got my role as a student ambassador as well. But now we're going through campus a little bit more. As you can see on the left is the food village again. And then we've got the DMU Global sign on the building there on the right, which has got New York and a couple of other places, which, if you didn't know already, DMU Global is a scheme that DMU has to make sure that their students can get sort of an experience of what their industry is like in different cultures. So I managed to go to Tokyo in my first year, where I could see places like Sony TV, the Fuji TV as well, and see what it's like in a different environment, as well as see my way around Tokyo a little bit as well. And that was thanks to a bit of a help of a bursary from DMU Global.
Yeah, because the global trips, they're partly funded by the students and partly funded by the university, which means that you've not got to pay out the whole cost of a trip to Tokyo or get quite a heavy subsidisation on it. It means that for places that might be too expensive for a student to reach while still studying suddenly become achievable, and you get the social experience plus the academic as well. I'm quite jealous. The furthest I got to go to university was Manchester.
Oh, gosh. Go to uni again just for that.
I did take my passport just in case, but I didn't need it in the end.
Oh.
Yeah, so you're back to the Hawthorne building on the right there, which is the building we talked about now for Health and Life Sciences, but the previous oldest building on the campus. The building in front is where the top brass is. So that dates right back to the 1300s. That's Trinity House and Chapel, which again used to be part of a really old hospital back on campus. So the campus has got a really nice mix of old buildings dating back right through to the Middle Ages and completely contemporary buildings built in the last 2 or 3 years. And it really is harmonised quite nicely together, and a big amount of pedestrianisation these days as well. So apart from this street running around the edge here, most of the campus is now fully pedestrianised.
It kind of brings the top to the uni, which is nice, because you have got people from the public that sometimes will walk through campus, and it just makes you feel like you're part of the community of the city, which is really nice.
Yeah, you're not in a complete goldfish bowl, are you? Because if you're living in the western side of the town, you'd walk through the campus, that street there, to get into the city centre.
Yeah.
Leicester City paraded through campus, didn't they?
Yes.
That was pretty special.
Yeah, we had an open day, which made it slightly more awkward, but we had tragically the chairman of Leicester City last year was killed in a helicopter crash leaving the field of play following one of the games, and it crashed literally right outside the stadium. And a couple of weeks later there was a massive sort of march of memory through the city, right from the city centre right through to the football ground, with some 40,000 Leicester City fans and their families walking through, and it came right through the heart of the campus, which was really, really beautiful. We got 3,000 people on campus for an open day, so it made it slightly tricky. But, it was genuinely a really, really positive. And the sporting city, the football club, the rugby club, the cricket club, and the city centre and the university itself, so we've got quite a close affiliation. We're part Wilfred Ndidi, the Leicester City midfielder, is a current DMU student doing a business course. So we do have close affiliation with the sporting part of the city. It's a good place to be. In terms of the accommodation, which halls did you live in year one, Eleni?
So I stayed in Filbert Village, which is only a 10-minute walk away from campus, but it is an ensuite accommodation because I personally didn't want to share a bathroom with people that I didn't know yet. So I had my own shower, toilet, everything in my room. And then not in my room, but attached to my room. And then I had a shared kitchen with 4 other people. So it meant that I was able to get to know some people from other courses. We didn't necessarily get on that well. So we didn't really do much outside of the fact that we would sort of be friendly enough in the kitchen and things. So I think that's something to keep in mind, that the people you move in first year, they may be your best friends for life. And that's what I thought was going to happen. So I was a little disheartened when it wasn't how it worked out, but it worked out in the end. I made friends through my course and societies and things like that. But because the accommodation was so close to one of the other ones, I was able to know people in my other floors on my accommodation and from the accommodation across the way, which was the Liberty one. So it meant we were able to walk to lectures together and everything, which was nice.
Yeah, because I think there's so many different aspects to your social scene at university. Yes, you've got the people in the halls, and you're right, before you start, you imagine they're going to be your besties that you hang out with for the rest of your life. But then you've also got people on your course, you've got people on the society you've joined, you've also got the random people that you just meet, maybe in a queue, maybe in the campus centre when you're buying a coffee, one of your caramel macchiatos, whatever you have in Henrik, you know, or maybe you meet them literally through a friend of a friend or something. Most of my absolute best mates of uni, I didn't meet in any obvious, tangible, they lived in the room next door. I met my best mate, even to this day, I met queuing to get our library card photo approved. You know, and we just ended up ranting about, oh God, queuing again. It wasn't a DMU, we don't have queues here. Well, virtual queues here. But you do meet those random groups of people in different pockets. And did you live in a shared flat in year 3, Henrik, when you moved here? You didn't move back into halls, did you? It was more like a shared house.
No, yeah, I lived in a terraced house, just probably like 5-minute walk from Narborough Road. So that's quite like a famous road in Leicester. Very, I think it's been voted the most multicultural road in the UK or something along those lines.
So many different bars, restaurants, shops, cafes, takeaways. It's crazy.
Everything you can think of, but it's really cool. It's quite like a student-y side of the city, really. And same again, you know, that was only 5 minutes from campus itself, so it was really, really close. I managed to get a parking permit so I could have my car outside. It was super duper cheap, like it was £50 a week for rent. I mean, that did reflect kind of in what you were getting. So, you know, if you do pay a little bit more, you tend to get a little bit more when it comes to this thing.
So that wasn't the penthouse then?
No, definitely not. I remember, like it was one of those where you open the front door and you're straight in my friend's bedroom. It was like one of those scenarios. But for what we wanted, it was absolutely perfect. It was fine. We did the whole halls thing. And we just thought, you know, we should live in a house. But it was great. It was really good. That's what most students tend to do. So they'll live in halls in their first year as a fresher. And then second and third year, whether they live with their course mates, their previous flatmates, just friends from society sports teams, they'll then go and live in that house. And then they tend to stay in that sort of similar setup until they graduate, really. So
well, that's exactly what I did. I lived in halls first year and then I actually did move in with mates from the halls in year 2. And then I moved in with mates from my course and societies in year 3. So you can just vary it up each year. You know, you've got that complete flexibility. You make a plan before you start uni, but normally it's evolving right from day 1 of year 1. You know, it's changing, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it changes all the time.
I know. So, Henrik, you've graduated now, haven't you? You're back in the exciting world of graduate work. What do you miss most? What do you miss most about being a student?
I mean, I'm going to be honest and say probably the social aspect, the social side of things. You know, being able to go out a couple of times a week without not too many worries, but no, just being in like a good bubble. Like it's nice just to be around like-minded individuals all the time. And yeah, I had a fantastic time. DMU was great. I'd recommend it to absolutely anybody. So yeah.
Thank you. And how about yourself, Loni? You've finished now nearly, haven't you?
Yeah, just finished my course a couple weeks ago, but
strange way to finish, I'd imagine, this year. Not quite the natural culmination you'd hope to have.
Yeah,
what do you think you'll miss most? As it becomes like not in your rearview mirror yet, but nearly. What do you anticipate missing the most from the whole experience?
I think it's probably what I miss at the moment with being in lockdown and everything. It's the fact that everyone is so close normally, because everyone is trying to be around campus when they're choosing accommodation and things. So if you want to just go around to your friends for a coffee or to go over some coursework together and things, you can just go 5 minutes, walk down the road, and you're at their flat. You can have a movie night with them. You don't have to plan things too much. It's just kind of spontaneous. People feel like meeting up, and you can. Whereas at home, it's a bit more. You have to drive to get somewhere and things like that. So I think that's what I'm going to miss the most. Probably.
Yeah, you're right. Your whole life's there, isn't it? You've got all different groups of mates. You know, everyone's in the same point in life, and you know, everyone's in a little physical. I used the word bubble earlier on. Everyone is in that bubble. Whereas once you graduate, everyone disperses slightly. If we go to jobs in different places, work different hours, have different commitments, it's a lot harder to meet up with the full group of people in the same way.
Yeah.
Certainly harder to do it spontaneously.
Yeah, definitely.
You can't just knock on the door, can you, and go, "Oh, come on, coming out," you know. So they ended in a wine, got to do something social. But at the same time, the social life can be whatever you want it to be. For some people, the social life is pubs and clubs. For some people, the social life is cafes and restaurants. For some people, the social life is just chilling out with the friends in the house, hanging out, playing games, and just having a laugh. Again, it can be whatever you want it to be. So if you're thinking, oh, it's going to be this loud kind of drunken experience, it genuinely does not have to be. It literally can be whatever you make it, whatever you want it to be. Getting philosophical again. Right. I think we've run out of time when it comes to student life and it comes to campus and it comes to everything else. Any other footage we need to show, Dal, before we move on to your moment in the spotlight on UCAS and the application process?
Oh, how I'm relishing that now. I think we're all good. We've covered everything that we needed to.
On UCAS, you know, I don't think we're going to quite get to those peaks of emotion. Talking about.
I'm going to have to take a philosophical route like you guys to keep the audience interested.
Look to you.
I'm sure we'll be able to do it.
No, well, thank you so much for your insight, guys. It's really, really helpful to hear from your experiences and to visualize the student experience through the words that you guys are coming out with. So thank you so much for your time, and thanks for the insight. Thanks for the emotion. I'm going to reapply for another undergraduate course now. That's it. I'm going back. Mature learner. Don't tell my wife. Right. So you guys can you're free to escape if you like, or you're free to chip in and add some philosophical musings to Dal's UCAS. It's entirely up to you.
I'm still here, I think, aren't I, Dal?
No, Henrik's still here. You
can
escape and go back to the chat room, where I'm sure there's plenty of people waiting to ask you more questions.
Yeah.
Learning has paid their dues.
Thanks so much. See you later.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
See you later.
Right. Okay. So UCAS. This has got to be emotional. It's got to be highbrow. This has got to hit those sweet spots. So again, I want people in tears by the end of this, such as not tears of like, oh my god, this is awful. Tears of music. So where do we start, Del? What is UCAS? What's the core principles people need to know?
So first of all, it'd be helpful to understand what it stands for. So university, colleges, admission services. So that's what the abbreviation of UCAS is. Right now, you guys are hopefully browsing through the different universities, stopping by on DMU's page, saying hello to us, and having a look at all the wonderful niche courses that we have on offer. So there's absolutely tens and thousands of different courses on offer at hundreds of different institutions, which is great on its surface because it gives you a good variety of choice. But just like a sweet shop, trying to find that right sweet for you, it can be quite difficult to work out which course is it I want to do, especially when a lot of universities package them the same and they seem like the same course at around 60 different universities. So where you are now in your year 12, if you're in year 12 at the moment in your timeline, is that you should be in this research process. Utilize this time well, speak to as many universities as possible, and try and find out as much information as you can on the different courses and what differentiates each university to help you in regards to making your decision. When you switch into year 13, so roughly around September time, you will notice that the UCAS application portal is open. So the schools will be badgering you to get your UCAS application process done. Write yourself a wonderful personal statement so they can then send it off to the different universities. If any of you are thinking about applying for medicine or veterinary sciences, can never say that word, or dentistry, or if you're applying to Cambridge or Oxford, they have a deadline which is around mid-October. But for large majority of students, the deadline that we work towards is mid-January. So you've got between September and January to fill out this UCAS application process. Now, on its surface, it might seem fine. Oh my God, that's still 5-6 months away. I've got enough time just to chill out and do whatever it is that I want. But in between there, you've got to factor in your academic work as well. So when you go back for year 13, you'll have your academic work that you'll need to do, any extracurricular activities that you might be doing to bolster up this UCAS application that you're about to submit. So the process itself is very, very similar to a job. So if you're applying for a job, you have to create yourself an account with UCAS, similarly, like you would do. I don't know if you guys just heard that thunder, just absolutely nearly.
Oh, wow, yeah.
I've got seriously out of my window. It's going to pelt it down. And the best stroke work part is the wife and kids are out in the meadows on a hike.
See, I told you I was gonna bring some entertainment to my park.
Part of me's worried, the other half's looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go get them.
They're literally, we've got a nature reserve across the road. They've gone off into the wild. So yeah, there's no picking up in the car. There's no Uber.
There's my entertainment for this section, guys. Right on cue was the lightning.
Rearranging the thunder was a touch beyond what I thought you'd do. That was impressive, mate.
Okay, so back on track. So we've got to create ourselves an account with UCAS, very similar to creating an application with a job. So you create yourself a username, get yourself a password. Keep this safe because you'll need to keep track of your UCAS application as you go through the year to accepting your position. So you get the opportunity to make up to 5 choices. So it's up to you whether you make a single choice or multiple choices. We always advise you to make multiple choices because it will just greaten the chance for you being successful at university. There is a cost attributed to it. So if you make one choice, it's 20 quid. If you make multiple choices, it's 25 quid. So there are 6 sections to the actual application. So the first part is your personal details. So you'll just fill those in. You will then put in your university choices. So this is not in order of preference. So you don't have to put your #1 university and course at #1. It's entirely up to you. It's just that UCAS know where to send your application to. You'll also then put in your academic qualification. So if you're studying your A-levels, if you're studying your BTECs, or if you're doing an EPQ, that will all go in there. And then also you'll put any details of any employment history. So we understand that the current circumstances that we find ourselves in aren't great. The opportunities for employability might be limited compared to what they would have been on previous years. Please rest assured that universities will take this on board and will take it into consideration when we are looking at your application. Your tutors then, so your form tutors, your course tutors, whoever they may be at your 6th form or college, will then write a reference. And then we get on to the wonderful section of the personal statement. And I can assure you, this will probably be the bane of your life, trying to complete it, as you will write numerous drafts of it. Henrik, are you okay to talk us through the different elements of the personal statement?
Of course. And yeah, I totally agree. I think the personal statement is probably the most challenging and arguably the most frustrating part. I think it took me probably, 7, 8, 9 attempts until I was happy with the personal statement I actually wanted to send off. But it is really important. I mean, I'd argue that a personal statement is equal to, or potentially not more important than, your predicted grades, especially if you are applying for an institution and you've got the exact same predicted grades as another student. What's going to separate you from them is your personal statement. So when the admissions tutors for that university receive your personal statement, that's what they're going to read, and that's what you're going to have to sell yourself on. So it's all going to start with a really engaging opening paragraph, and this is where you're going to introduce yourself. You're going to describe without using the word passion, because every admissions tutor in the world's heard the word passion for a certain subject, but that's what you want to convey and why you really want to study that subject that you are applying to. And I think the key thing is you're going to look for what skills and what qualities and what experience you have that you can link back to that course, and what's going to make you a good candidate for getting onto that course. And that's what the admission tutors are really looking for. And then you're going to start talking about things like your suitability. This is where, if you've got a career in mind, if you want to be a nurse, going and studying a nursing qualification is a natural pathway. That makes sense. But, if you're thinking of studying a business management course, you're not quite sure what you want to do at the end of it, start talking about what your options are, how you maybe want it to keep your pathways open. that kind of thing. Just while I'm talking about things like subjects, it is worth noting, as Dal said, you get up to 5 choices, so you can apply for 5 different courses at 5 different institutions. You can apply for 5 courses at the same institution. If you're, say, going to apply for politics and apply for international relations, 2 separate courses, it's quite easy to talk about the links between those in your personal statement. But if you're going to apply for something like engineering and psychology, it's going to be quite hard to make that link in your personal statement. You only get 4,000 characters, which you might think sounds like a lot, but it really isn't all that much at all. And if you're having to talk about your real desire to study a certain subject, you might want to think about really what course you're actually going for. About 2/3 of your application, you want of your personal statement, sorry, you want to make about your suitability and your ambitions to study that course. And then the final chunk, which is really like the icing on the cake for your personal statement, is your extracurricular stuff. So things like, if you've got any work experience, maybe you were captain of the netball team at school, maybe you were head boy, these sorts of things. Talk about the experience and the skills and the qualities that you gained from having those roles and how they link back into your course. And yeah, don't be afraid to sing your praises, because that's really what the whole purpose of this personal statement is for. So I don't know if you guys want to add anything. Dal, I mean, you've got some experience reading a lot of admissions papers, so.
Yeah, so one of the things that I would recommend for students to remember is that we are human beings. Just the same way people get bored of reading stuff or disinterested, we are not robots. We're not programmed any differently from any of you guys. So really emphasizing what Henrik said around creating an engaging paragraph. I can remember through my own experience, if the first couple of lines didn't capture my attention, if I'm being completely honest, I didn't read it. And if the course is very competitive, we only have a set number of spaces, it's really important that you capture the reader's attention from the outlet. One of my biggest tips, and the only tip I'm going to give, because I know we're constrained for time, is please keep it relevant. So anything that you're mentioning, please remember what is the relevancy to the field or the subject area that I'm studying. And if you want to use things that have happened in your past, can you think about anything that's more relevant? And finally, with your key skills, try and think a bit deeper than just your communication, your problem solving skills. These skills are going to be widely used by a number of students. And I believe that students today have developed far more skills than just the ones that we see on the surface.
Sounds great. I found my personal statement, because we're looking to move house. I found up in my loft in Dusty Corner, written in 1923, my own personal statement. And I'd done all the things I'd spent years telling people not to do. I'd applied to economics, business, and history. My personal statement across all of them. I just listed what I'd done and not linked it to skills and linked it back to the course. I'd not contextualized anything. I had used the word passion at least twice for all the subjects. Honestly, I looked at it and
Did you go to university?
We may be able to use it in our role as an example of what not to do. It could have some benefits. So, and I think that from the session before this, talking about student experience of learning in Henrik, another thing I've thrown to the pot for the personal statement is Learny's top tip was don't say no, do say yes to all opportunities. And yes, there's lifestyle benefits to that, and it's amazing. But also, when it comes to things like personal statements and your CV and applying for jobs, the more things you've done, the more things you've got to draw those skills from, the more varied your experience is, and the more employable you are, and also the more desirable you are from a university's point of view as well. And the more you can impress someone like Dell when they're reading the statement. The less things you do, the more you have to just talk about your A-levels, your BTEC, or if you're a graduating student, your degree, and the less diversity and variety there is to the statement.
Can I just add 2 things as well that I should have mentioned, but I completely forgot? So I think two quite big important parts are, whatever you write in your personal statement, keep it true, keep it factual, because for some courses you might be asked to interview. And if you put something on there and you forgot you put it on there, and the person interviewing for that course asks you about it, and you can't talk about that in depth, they're going to see straight through that. If you say that you've climbed Mount Everest and you haven't, they're going to pull you up on that. And I think another thing as well, probably it's a golden rule in writing personal statements. Don't ever name drop any institutions on your personal statement. So even if you want to apply to us, apply to DMU, please do, but don't write DMU in there at all anywhere. Because even if you apply to us and you apply to 4 of the universities and they see that you've written an institution in there, they're going to reject your application straight away, and you're going to find yourself in a pretty tricky situation. So that is like a golden rule of personal statement writing.
I've seen examples of both of those. I've read a statement that Obsessive Newcastle, it name dropped Alan Shearer, Geordie accent, Newcastle white guy. Honestly, I've only applied to DMU and 3 other universities as well as Newcastle. Imagine if Newcastle reject you because you've not got the grades. You're left with the I love Newcastle statements, and every university going, what? And I had another guy, it's nearly always a guy, unfortunately for us, who didn't do anything exciting, wanted to look like he was more dynamic, and made out on his application and personal statement that he liked parachute jumping. And it just so happens that one of our former admissions tutors for pharmacy who interviewed this same person used to be in the RAF. Imagine the fate of that. So the professor goes, amazing. Dr. Groves goes, fantastic. Natural starting point. Let's break the ice. All right, you're into parachuting, young man. And imagine if so definitely do not lie. Do not exaggerate in a way that takes it being beyond what it is, and definitely do focus it on one course as much as you can, but across all the institutions you want to apply to. Any final words of top tips from you, Del?
Now, just say use terminology you're comfortable with, grammar that you're comfortable with. Don't try and go too much outside of the box thinking you're writing to a university, so you need to use words that you wouldn't necessarily use, or that you're not familiar with, because what it does when you're reading it, it will just throw the structure out. And just something really for all students that are going to be writing this year, think about how you can use the essence of digital now in regards to compensate for the lot of stuff that we cannot do. So I know a lot of students will probably be worried or concerned around, right, how am I going to bolster my application form if I physically can't go out and do any volunteering work, or I can't go out and do any work experience? So have a look at the wonderful world of the big wide web, and see what's on there, see what resources are on there that you can get access to, that you can digest, and stuff that you can portray in terms of, right, this is the knowledge I've acquired to compensate the fact of what's happening during this pandemic.
Absolutely. I think you've got to be a bit creative and a bit proactive to fill the gap. You're right. You can't do the things you'd normally do. Doesn't mean the solution is you do nothing at all. You know, there's definitely opportunities out there to still get those skills. And hopefully over the summer and into the autumn, things will open up slightly. So there'll still be a chance to get some of those experiences and work for those part-time jobs and those types of things. Hopefully, you know, just like we thought the football would never come on, yet tonight we've got the Premier League back in action. So
I'm so excited.
I know, a little glimmer of lights at the end of a tunnel.
And they've confirmed the Champions League as well.
I know. So Champions League is a pleasure. But
that's it. So live stream. Let's talk about the Champions League.
Champions League resumes at the end of August in a week.
Now my phone's ringing, which isn't helping me. Right, cool. Have we got colleagues to bring in now? Because it's come to that point in our 6-hour marathon when we are doing a substitution through to some fresh faces and fresh voices for you guys to listen to.
We have David waiting in the wing.
No, bring them in. We'll do that. Hello. How are you, mate?
I am all right. We are 1.5 hours away from the end of this thing, so I hope you're all happy that you're leaving at this point and I'm taking over.
We're happy to be leaving it in your safe and capable hands. Do you have a partner in crime to chat with you?
I do. Faye has been very quiet back there. I think she's worried I'm going to ask her to say a load of stuff, but don't worry. You don't have to say a lot. You just have to keep me company.
Sounds good. Right, in that case, we should do it. Enjoy your
there she is.
Life, and we'll catch you at the end of it.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks. See you later, guys.
See you guys.
Cheers, Henrik and Dal. See you later.
Well, thank God they've gone, eh?
Oh gosh, thank God. Quiet time now.
Oh dear. Yeah, so we've got some stuff coming up, but I think we might have a bit of an alteration to the schedule here. I'm not sure if Aisha's joining us from the Students' Union, so we're going to do something slightly different. So I'm not going to show the schedule right now, but I thought it'd be a good idea to sort of recap what this event is. So, Faye, do you want to tell me what the fair is that we're currently part of?
Yeah, so if you haven't popped over to the exhibition hall yet, the virtual exhibition hall, you can pop along and you can have a look at universities, more specifically have a look at Montfort University, of course. It can link you through to our website, you can order a prospectus, you can look at the courses that we offer, and probably most importantly, chat to DMU students. There's lots and lots of students on there, and advisors, so people like myself who can support with anything like applications. So if you just missed the application talk, drop any of them a line and they'll be able to answer them questions for you. And anything like student finance, even student support. Lots of our students can offer some advice about that as well. Some of the support services that they've accessed during their time at university. So a really great place to start is the exhibition hall. Put my teeth in. It's been a long day, hasn't it? I can hear the thunder rumbling in the background.
Well, on my end, yeah.
On my end.
Oh, we've all got it. We've all got it. I'm desperately worried the power's going to go out with a flash of lightning or something. So yeah, we've got loads of students in the chat who are having really interesting conversations with potential students. So if you want to talk to a student about a very specific question, maybe it's about subject area or you've got a particular issue with your application, jump in there and they'll be able to give you some advice. And not just about DMU, they can give you advice about the general application process. We're not here just to sell DMU, we're going to give you general advice as well, so we will be impartial. So we've got a news segment to play now. Olga from our communications team is going to be reading the DMU news. Now these are some good news stories from the past few months and they're really, really interesting. So I'll pass over to Olga.
Hello, this is Olga from DMU, and today we would like to share some of our most inspirational stories of our students with you. To find out more, head to the news section on the DMU website. Let's start! So there have been countless stories of the NHS workers' selfless acts to help Britons fight against the COVID-19 pandemic, and DMU student Raquel Mayers truly embodies them. The 29-year-old is currently in her first year studying adult nursing at DMU, and since the start of the pandemic, she has been working 2 to 3 night or day shifts a week at Leicester hospitals, while homeschooling 4 children by day. Not only that, but Raquel also volunteered to take on extra shifts at Leicester Royal Infirmary to help free up more experienced staff for the frontline fight against COVID-19. As soon as the coronavirus started to grip the UK, another DMU student, Anissa Latkan, joined the #ViralKindness campaign to support some of the city's most vulnerable residents during the global pandemic. She has been popping postcards through her neighbours' letterboxes to encourage them to get in contact if they're self-isolating and need any help. Anissa has also been volunteering for Islamic Relief and other smaller organisations in Leicester, providing vital food parcels for low-income families. Anissa first started volunteering with DMU Local, and she has visited countries such as America, India and Germany to help support refugees. She has also been invited to the United Nations headquarters in New York twice to speak about DMU's role as a global hub for one of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. DMU Media Production graduate Lydia George secured her dream job on ITV's This Morning 6 months ago, but she never imagined she would become an essential worker during a global pandemic. As an assistant producer for This Morning, Lydia was lucky to be able to do most of her job from home, but she is still required to physically work from the television centre when covering for senior colleagues. As part of this role, Lydia creates live comments and photos sent in by the public through social media and shares them on air during relevant segments. Before the show starts, she also loads a selection of the best social media interactions onto an iPad so that the presenters can reference them during the show. Some of Lydia's personal highlights from before the coronavirus crisis include coordinating and hosting an Instagram Q&A session with pop group JLS and meeting a fashion designer and Queer Eye presenter, Tan France. Since the start of the global pandemic, DMU contour fashion student Disha Lula has been going above and beyond to support her home country of India. Disha has been using techniques learned as part of her course to create and donate over 600 reusable cotton face masks to her local community in Indore, where protective masks have been made mandatory. This month, the 21-year-old has stepped up once again by donating vital equipment to her local police department. This included 160 handmade masks, 10,000 oral dehydration solution pouches, 8,000 vitamin C tablets, 60 litres of hand sanitizer, sanitizing machine pumps, and infrared thermometers. Disha made this donation using her own savings. So this is it for today. We hope you have been inspired by some of these incredible stories. Please make sure to check out our news section on the DMU website to read more about our amazing students. Thank you. Bye.
Oh, that was wonderful. Thanks a lot, Olga. She's not really here. That was pre-recorded, but it still applies if you're watching, Olga. So those are all stories from actual DMU students. And so they could be your stories if you were to join us. And there are more and more students like that at DMU than we can play in videos for you today. So do check out the news stories on the DMU website. Head over to Twitter and have a look at the feed there, or Instagram. We're sharing lots of those stories there. So it'll give you an idea of what you can achieve as a DMU student. It's gotten quite stormy outside now, which is super exciting because storms are one of my favourite types of weather. So we're going to be speaking to a student shortly about student societies, hopefully, if they're not having any connection issues because of the storm. But in the meantime, we're going to let the DMU Gospel Choir entertain you with one of their songs. And this is called The Circle of Life, which is from a Disney film, but I cannot for the life of me remember what it is. Do you remember?
The Lion King?
The Lion King. That's
How do you not know this?
I don't know. I've never seen The Lion King.
What's wrong with you?
So we're gonna play this, and then when we come back, we'll have hopefully a student to chat to you. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the De Montfort University Gospel Choir.
Into the sun. There's more to see that can ever be seen, more to do that can ever be done. There is far too much to take in there, more to find that can ever be found. But the sun rolling high to the south by the sky keeps great and small on the earth's round. It's the circle of life, and it moves the soul through despair and hope, through faith and life. Beginning or end is the cunning secret of the master that created it. A cycle in its simplicity is against its separation from its creation. From the beginning to the end, it resonates an inseparable bond. It's the faith and love. Till we find our place on that path of working in the circle of life. The circle of life.
Well, I forgot to cut the outro off that video, and also I didn't know how long it was, so sorry about that. So we've got a student coming to talk to us, Jabrinda. She's in the background at the moment. We'll bring you on in a minute, Jabrinda. But I thought we'd have a very quick chat about what the students might be concerned about right now. During this part in the UCAS application process, and where they're thinking about whether they're thinking about choosing a university right now or waiting to clearing, or that kind of thing. What kind of concerns might they have at the moment, and what kind of advice might you have for them?
Is that my cue?
It is your cue, yeah.
Okay, I guess I'll start. Well, the actual deadline, if you are receiving offers at the moment, the deadline for accepting your offer, so making a firm or an insurance choice, is actually tomorrow. So that has been extended by UCAS. I think it's been extended 2 or 3 times. And I have had a few messages today on our student chat and staff chat on our website. So if you don't make it through to the chat on UK University Live on Search today, you can still get in touch with us via our website. And a lot of people have been asking about what the start of term will look like, what kind of teaching styles will be implemented, and also starting to ask about accommodation. This is normally, once you've made that decision, once you've made your firm and your insurance choice, that's normally when you'll get an email from the university asking you, do you want to book accommodation? Perhaps you're staying at home. Some people do that as well, or some people move out for first year if it's possible, but then live at home second or third year. So we do actually have a campus tour on our website. I think there's some accommodation tours on there as well, so you can start having a look. I think we have about 10 different halls, I think, as it currently stands. And as well, you should have probably have done, or at least make a start on the student finance application. Again, if you're not sure what university you're going to go to yet, and you haven't done your student finance application, just get it done. You can change the university, you can change the course later. It's just best to get the application process rolling so you get your funding in time for September, October.
So when I first went to university, I mean, the time that I went to university, I didn't go twice, but
I would love to go twice.
I would too. 3 years away from work, brilliant. So when I went to university, I went to De Montfort University, so I'm a graduate, but it was many years ago. I studied a higher national diploma. Those things don't really exist anymore, or at least not at DMU, but there was a 2-year degree. And I did that because I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. And I didn't put any research in, and there wasn't much advice around at the time about how to apply to university. People at my college didn't seem to know, or at least didn't have the right kind of advice. But there's so much advice available now, and DMU's got it in spades, really. You can just go to the website and get information, but you can also talk to our current students who are on the courses. So we have a service called UniBuddy, and you can go online onto our website and chat to our current students. So they can talk to you for a very long period of time. It can be chatting to you for weeks and weeks and weeks about your concerns during the application process, and as your questions change, you can ask new ones in that chat. So you can sort of develop a buddy relationship with them, which is why it's called UniBuddy, I guess.
I think I've been speaking to someone for about 3 months now.
So I was a real disadvantage when I went to university because I didn't have all that stuff available, but you do here, so do take advantage of it. But it sort of brings me on to the part that I wanted to talk about, was that I started doing a degree that I didn't then like. And actually, at DMU and other universities too, you have options when that happens. So if you find the course you started studying in the first couple of months isn't what you want to do, you can change, so you can move to a different course, and it's an option at DMU to do that. So the decisions you make now, while they're big and important, and you need to spend some time doing your research, there's always a way of changing things if it doesn't work out. So people will have a lot of worries at the moment about what they want to choose, and we're here to sort of try and get rid of those, to allay those fears. But there's always something a bit further down the line if you find out you've changed your mind. And you can also transfer universities to DMU, obviously, if you find that the course isn't for you or the area. So that's another part of it, really, is figuring out whether the city that you're going to be living in is for you. And so, on that note, Jabrinda, put a smile on. I'm bringing you in. There she is. Hi, Jabrinda. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
I'm very well. I haven't seen you since you did an accommodation tour for me. Do you remember?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, we did a video. So if you go online onto dmu.ac.uk/VOD, Virtual Open Day, and you can go on a campus tour. It's all designed around your phone, so you scroll through campus, and once you get past the scrolling bit, you're greeted with a section about subject areas and accommodation. And then I think it's you and Caitlin, isn't it?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, you and Caitlin take us around the glassworks. We had a lot of fun doing that, and we messed up loads of times, but it worked out in the end, so it was good. Now, Jabrinda, you do English and history, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a joint degree.
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'll get you to explain what that is in a second, because some people might not know. But you're also in a couple of societies, I think.
Yes, I am.
It's not like someone's given me all this information ahead of time, but the Korean Culture Society and the Bollywood Dance Society.
Yeah. So
I might have seen you do the Bollywood stuff on Instagram. Is that right?
Yeah. So Bollywood I did in first year, and we got to go to a competition called Battle of Bollywood in London. So we did that, and then the Korean Culture Society I've been part of for the last 2 years.
So what is a joint degree?
So it's when you kind of pretty much do half of 2 degrees, really. So I do English and history, and then in your third year you get to pick the one you kind of want to do your dissertation in, which I chose history because that's the one I felt like I was better at. And then you just focus on that for your dissertation, but you're still doing other modules in your English as well. So I quite liked it because I wasn't too sure about which subject I wanted to do. I really loved both, so having the opportunity to do both of them and then have like 2 different pathways I could kind of go into career-wise afterwards was quite appealing to me. So I think it is a good idea if you kind of are on the fence about 2 kind of similar-ish subjects, but want to try both of them. And then obviously I can both of them I can go through the teaching route with them, but also with history I can go through like archives and that kind of sense. With English go even more into other types of teaching. So I'm quite glad I did both.
So teaching's your thing. That's the thing you want to go into, is it?
Yeah, that's what I want to go into. So I've actually applied to do an English language teaching masters at the DMU. So I'm going to be doing that in September.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah.
What kind of school do you want to work in?
I actually want to go abroad. So this master's, it's specifically for if you want to teach foreign learners English. So that's exactly what I wanted to do. So hopefully I can go abroad and teach even in universities. So that would be quite good. So that's the kind of teaching I want to get into.
That's cool. Let's pretend for a moment, let's just forget 2020 has happened. Talk me through what your normal day as an English and history student would be.
So in my third year, a lot of it is kind of independent learning. I only had like classes 3 days in the week. The rest of the time I was expected to obviously get my reading done for my seminars and stuff, look up extra articles and things so that we could have stuff to discuss in lessons and things. And then obviously going to lectures and seminars. So lectures are where there's a lot of us, and it's basically in the name, like the tutor will be kind of not lecturing us, but like telling us about the subject in a lot of detail. We'll make notes. And then seminars I really like because you're kind of getting that information you've learned in your lectures and bringing it into a small amount of you and discussing what you've learned and getting other people's ideas from it. And it's really great because that way when you're going to be writing your essay, you've kind of already got other people's opinions and you've got what you can form into arguments and things for your essays. So I really quite enjoy seminars, to be honest.
Faye, am I right in thinking that, I mean, it's been a long time since I did A-levels, but the way that people learn during A-levels isn't the same as the kind of teaching methods that they have at university. So do they have lectures and things? Will they know what that is, what those things are?
I'm not sure. I actually didn't do A-level, so I'm not sure. But from what other people have told me, they have said that if anything, university can sometimes feel a bit easier than A-levels, in the sense that obviously you are concentrating on your subject that you are kind of learning, that you're interested in, and then the way, obviously you have your lectures and your seminars, but you're also getting a lot of support from tutors, where I feel like I didn't think that would be the case at uni. I thought a lot of it would be really independent learning. Like some teachers do kind of tell you like, you're not going to get this kind of help at uni, you're going to have to do everything yourself, but that's not the case that I found. I found that all my tutors are very receptive to, like, if I'm struggling with something or not understanding something, I can easily kind of contact them by email, or they have office hours where they've got that designated time for you to go and see them, and they'll happily like look at your work or give you pointers. And especially after you've just completed an assignment and got your grades back, you can easily just talk to them about where you could have improved and stuff like that. So I'd say it's a lot easier than A-levels. I feel like you still do get the help, but they do make sure that you are independent at the same time.
Cool.
I think when you do your A-levels, you don't necessarily know going into it whether you're going to enjoy studying that subject in further detail. So I think being able to just pick one or two subjects as you did at university, really kind of you're focusing on what you love and what you really enjoy. And there's so much support available. You know, I got to university and I'd written smallish essays as part of my A-levels, but I'd never really done referencing. I had no idea how to do that correctly, but there was lots of drop-in services to help me learn how to do these things properly, how to learn how to structure an essay like the way that you're supposed to, in a way that flows really, really well. So I think I picked up a lot of skills in my first year of university. I think a lot of the time your first year doesn't count at university. I think that's still the case, isn't it? It doesn't count towards your overall grade. Not to say obviously don't do well, but you know, if you find it a bit of a learning curve and you're still picking up lots of new information and learning new things, you've got that kind of wiggle room that you can do much better in your second year and even better in your third year. So it gets you kind of used to your university learning, I think is probably my opinion.
Yeah. I think, exactly. I feel like first year it's great because it's kind of that time where if you do mess up a little bit, it's not the end of the world because it doesn't count. You do need to pass, but you got that like time to learn, because obviously it is a little bit different to A-levels. You got to, like you said, do the referencing and things like that, and some people may not be used to writing essays and stuff the way that we do, but there's that time to learn it before you kind of go into your like second and third year that really matter.
That's really interesting, that the way you're talking about how you learn at DMU and supported by academics. Do you feel that that will be the same in your masters? Do you know much about what the learning experience is in a masters rather than a normal, just an undergraduate degree? Because they're very different, and I think the people watching now will be looking to do an undergraduate program. And the postgraduate thing is probably like way far off. They're not even remotely imagining it. So do you feel that that it takes a certain degree of responsibility to move into masters as opposed to undergrad? Is there more support, less support, or is it more self-learning?
I think yeah, so by that point, they obviously know, yeah, you know how to write your essays, you know how to reference and stuff. But I picked, the type of masters I picked, it is a lot of kind of practical teaching. So when I was looking at it, and when I've spoken to like the tutors and stuff, they still guide you. It's not like, okay, go and do your masters, like you'll see us once a week or something. Like there is going to still be lessons that you need to attend. There's that support, like I said, like office hours, so you can go and get help and stuff. So there's still that support, but obviously because you are at that stage where you're doing your masters, they do want you to try and do your independent work at home. So they are expecting you to obviously put the hours in, but it's not like you're just on your own, you're left to just kind of gather it by yourself. There still will be loads of support, and I think I do like that about DMU. It's not just only in your undergraduate that you're getting support, it's overall, even if you're doing like your masters or your PhD. Everyone I've spoken to that has carried on studying at DMU has found that they're still getting support throughout their education.
It's really interesting you talk about classroom based stuff. Excuse me. We had Nabila on earlier. He's also an ambassador. You probably know Nabila.
Yeah.
And she was talking about how initially she wanted to go into teaching, but it turns out she hates children, so doesn't want to do that. But she sort of figured that out when she did some volunteering and DMU Global stuff. Have you done any DMU Global trips or anything like that?
Yeah, I have. So I've done some DMU global volunteering, which kind of did help me decide that I did want to definitely go into teaching. I went and worked with some kids at a homework club in Beaumont Leys. So you kind of go and you help them with their homework or any subjects they're kind of struggling with at school. And then also you do some fun activities with them as well. And just kind of like being able to answer questions or help a child kind of understand something they're not really grasping very well, and seeing like them actually understand it. And it just kind of, it made me feel really great, like that I'd helped someone. So it kind of made me feel like, yeah, I do know I want to go into teaching. Because at first, I was kind of worried. I was like, do I want to go into it? I'm not too sure. I've never had any experience or work experience in that kind of environment. But doing something like that helped. And also I did get to go to Brooksby Melton College. I did a 40-hour placement there as well. So that really kind of made me see, like, yeah, I got to see all aspects of teaching. So like the grading and everything behind the scenes and stuff. I really enjoyed it. So those are experiences I wouldn't have had unless I'd kind of come to university and gone to DMU and they were offered to me.
All right. So I was going to ask, how did those placements come about? Did you go out and get them yourself, or were they supported by DMU?
So they were supported by DMU. So when I basically came to DMU, I signed up for like the DMU uni days and the global kind of like emails that you get, and they often send you in emails about different job opportunities or placements and stuff that are coming up. So and the volunteering. So I saw the volunteering one and applied for that, and then even also I got an email about the 40-hour placement, so I got to do that as well. So everything, it was just through DMU, otherwise I wouldn't have found it. Since
we've got Faye here, and Faye is look at that face, she's not sure what I'm going to say.
No idea.
Faye is pretty much an expert in student finance, and so I was hoping you could tell us, Jabrinda, about your experiences of student finance and budgeting, and then Faye can give you marks out of 10 for how well you did. I'm kidding about that bit.
Okay.
But I thought you could both talk about sort of what your tips are, and then Faye can pitch in with her own tips. So Jabrinda, give me some tips for managing finances at DMU, or at university in general. Sorry.
So the applying part, or afterwards when you have your money?
When you started, yeah.
Okay. I'd say don't spend it all. Like, I know a lot, especially in your first year, this might be the first time that you might have so much money in your account, and you're like, oh wow, let's go crazy and spend it all. Like, don't do that, obviously, because you need to keep that until you get your next student finance. You've got to pay for things like your rent, food to eat from, and all that kind of stuff. So I think it's easy, especially because freshers is right at the beginning, so people can go out and go wild and spend it all. But I think it's just important to kind of keep a budget. Maybe like once you've got your kind of summary of how much you're going to get, kind of budget out like, well, this is how much my rent's going to cost. This is how much I need for my food every single week and things like that. And then slowly kind of be like, well, okay, this is how much I'm going to allot myself to like leisure time or money that I can spend on whatever I want to, and then just stick to that. Don't kind of, if it's like, say, I don't know, £100, don't go over that. because then once you start going over that, you'll be like, oh, just a tenner doesn't matter, another tenner, and it really adds up. So I think the best thing is just kind of trying to budget it and trying to figure that out once you've got the money, not later when you don't have that much left.
I'm just going to point there. So,
what do you do about things like food? I know when I was at university, I don't know why, food is just something I like to talk about. I would kind of, I think 5 days a week, me and my housemates, there was 5 of us, we would have a night cooking, and then we do our own thing on the weekend. So like I would cook on Mondays, somebody else would cook on Tuesdays. So you were just having to make one bulk meal for everyone, which actually kept it really cheap. Yeah. And that actually helped us all save a lot of money. So that's probably one of the things that isn't talked about that much is, I mean, maybe you don't want to do that. Maybe you're living with people who are terrible cooks and you think, no way am I sharing food with this person. I love them, but not going to eat their food. But I think sometimes what I did is I bulk cooked things, did a big kind of like casserole, a big lasagna or something, and then cut it into sections. Popped it into the freezer, that kind of thing. So all these little tricks that you can do to try and make your money go a little bit further, I think. And maybe just like I don't know if you do this, do you go shopping and not look at the kind of branded stuff, so you don't have to have that Heinz tomato ketchup? It can just be Lidl or Aldi, for example. Just
try and find like what's going to be cheaper, because you can literally get the same thing, but there can be so much of a price difference in it from like one shop to another or one brand to another. They all pretty much just taste the same. So I think, yeah, you just kind of got to be kind of like money savage, like with that kind of thing, just making sure you're kind of picking what might be a bit cheaper. Also, I find once you start kind of making your friends and going to societies and stuff, try eating before you kind of go, because once you kind of get there, you can kind of get swept with everyone being like, oh, let's get pizza, let's get this. But if you're already eating, you're probably not going to eat it then. But like if you do that regularly, where you're eating with all your friends and stuff, it can really add up. So I found trying to make sure you eat before you kind of go out anywhere, and make sure you kind of save money that way.
I have no food tips. At university, I survived on toast and jacket potatoes, and that honestly was about it. But I can sort of offer up some financial type advice. One of the best things that I did when I was at university is sort of get my young person's rail card. That saved me a ton for going home. And NUS discounts, they're like everywhere, and it can save you loads and loads of money. So like definitely pick up an NUS card the moment use your NUS card, use your NUS discount wherever you go, because loads of companies want to offer you discounts to shop there, so you can save loads of cash that way. And there'll be loads of places giving out little voucher books with discounts for pizza. Maybe you shouldn't be buying pizza, probably a bit too expensive, but Domino's love doing that, not sponsored.
I think as well, some things that can be quite pricey in university, and perhaps we don't need to go and do, is to actually go and buy textbooks or just generally theory books for your course. Sometimes there's a reading list, but that reading list doesn't necessarily mean go out and buy all these books and end up spending all of your student loan. You know, there's a lot of online resources, a fantastic place called the library. I remember I used to do all sorts of kind of photocopying during my time at university. It was quite cheap to do that in the library, and it was allowed, so it was okay. So I don't know, how have you gone about, Brynda, finding out what kind of sources that you need for your course? Because I imagine there's a lot of reading with history particularly as well.
Yeah, both English and history. So we do obviously get set texts in English and history to kind of I need to look at. I went to the library. I've only ever bought one book in the whole time I've been for 3 years at DMU, just because they didn't have that at the library. But even then, I bought it second hand. Often there's students that will have been in the years before you, often selling their books. So it's always good to kind of check out things like Facebook Marketplace and stuff like that. And sometimes people even post up posters around the uni that they're selling their books. So kind of look into that. Just it can be really expensive, if you buy the books outright. So yeah, just kind of be nifty and either go to the library or just buy them second hand if you really need to. But like I said, I've only ever bought one, and it was like about £2.
I also bought books when I started university, and I still have them because I refused to get rid of them because they were like £50 each or something. They were very, very expensive, and I barely used them. lots of the books you don't necessarily need to use, but they're there for reference. So you can go into the library and they've got like 20-30 copies that you can go and take out. So yeah, I totally agree with that. Another thing is a lot of this for sort of computing students and game students, they often ask whether they need to buy like a super fancy laptop before they go to university, and often the answer is no, you don't. You know, the facilities are provided. You've got amazing stuff in the labs to use, but you will probably want a computer to write your essays on at home and look at Netflix probably mainly. So just, you don't need to get everything you possibly can in terms of kit and books and things, but the university provides an awful lot for you. I do want to ask about your DMU Global experience. So where did you go on your DMU Global trip?
I went to Seoul in South Korea.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool. So
Yeah.
can you tell me about the process of going on a DMU Global trip? How do you get on one? Where are they advertised? What do you do?
So there's different ones. So you get the ones that that basically like the uni has kind of set up. So they're normally on like the website. So you can go on there to look for those. The one I went on was a student-led one. So it was with the society that I'm with. So they kind of set it up. Oh, sorry, I got post. There's the society kind of set it up, and then you just kind of applied for it, kind of said what kind of reasons you wanted to go, how it would benefit kind of your skills and things you might get from it, or your experience, that kind of thing. So I applied that way. And then afterwards they let you know whether you can go or not. And what I do love about DMU Global is that you kind of get a bursary towards going. So I actually got £400 to go to this trip, which is really nice because that can mean so much to someone that might not have as much money to go somewhere. Having the chance to being like given a bit of money to be like, yeah, you can go on this trip was quite nice for me.
So do you pay that bursary back, or is that
no, so that also, as long as you meet the guidelines of the trip so far, I went for 3 weeks, but 1 week of it was technically with the uni. So there was like an itinerary of things we needed to do that the uni wanted us to do and had been approved. So as long as we went to all of those, then that's it. We didn't need to pay it back or anything. So, and obviously if you said you were going to go on a trip and then you cancelled last minute, then obviously you need to give that money back. You can't keep the money, but as long as you go on the trip, do what you're told, that's it. You get to keep that money.
So these things that happen on the trip, they're sort of academic experiences, are they?
Yeah, so academic and cultural. So we went to kind of like museums. We met up with some students from Korea and kind of did a language exchange, those kind of things. Things that it was like the committee from my society had like told DMU, this is what we're thinking of doing, this is how we think it would be beneficial, and DMU approved it to say, yeah, that we think that was the best thing for the students to do, that will kind of enhance their kind of experience in like an academic and cultural kind of way of learning. So yeah, so it was quite nice. So we did quite a lot of different things, but we still had plenty of time even in between those on the first week to kind of do what we wanted to do, like shopping or go to the park and things like that. So well, I stayed for 3 weeks because I loved it. So
I've just had, there's a comment that's come through on YouTube, and I just want to say that there's another advocate for the library there who says that he paid £50 for a book and used it twice. So we all know who that Ben is.
Yeah.
So wonderful, that's cool. We should have maybe Ben joining us in a minute, so we'll be able to bring him on the stream and chat. But he's not there right now. You were meant to be here at 15:15, Ben. It's okay, don't worry. So if there was, and here he is.
Yeah, there he is.
So, Jabrinda, the people watching this, the sort of our audience are year 13, perhaps year 12. They're people that are looking at perhaps late application or they've already applied. But what kind of advice would you have for them right now? What in their mindset, which would be thinking about which university they're going to, and thinking about coming to open days. And it's a difficult time for open days. So we've got a digital open day coming up on the 4th of July. I'm sure you're probably taking part in some fashion. So do you want to just sort of give some people some advice about what they should be thinking or worrying about now?
Yeah, I think yeah, like you said, it is a hard time at the moment. It's kind of everything can feel a bit like unknown. I think it's just important to kind of keep positive, to think that, look, things will still carry on. So it's important to still be kind of prepared. So that's making sure to kind of look at the open days like the ones we have online. I know it's not, you won't be able to come in person, but we do have really great facilities like the online tour and stuff like that. And on the day, I'm sure there'll be loads of stuff going on that will be able to show you the campus as well as we can in these circumstances. So it's kind of like doing that, making sure to like apply for your student finance and stuff still, even if you're not sure, like Faye said, about the subject or which uni, just apply for it. You can always change it afterwards. It's just better to get it done so it's out of the way, and it's easier to kind of change it afterwards than to kind of have to start from scratch and running around trying to get it done. So I think it's just stay positive. I mean, things are changing all the time, like what the government's saying about guidelines and things. So we never know how strict it's going to be in the future about kind of like uni and like going to lessons and stuff. So kind of just look positive in the fact that things might go back to normal, it might not, but either way, DMU and like other unis are also going to just kind of be making sure that they can provide the best for the students as they can in government guidelines.
Yeah, I think you're right. Also, they should definitely go to dmu.ac.uk/VOD where you can see Jabrinda take you around the Glassworks accommodation. Let me just take that off the screen now. I've got some thunder going on here. I don't know why I keep talking about weather. It's so British, isn't it? Right, I've got a wild Ben here. He's not paying attention. There he is.
Hello.
He's all right. Ben is going to help me host the rest of the stream. So, Faye, if you wanted to disappear, then you're welcome to, or you can hang around and chat. It's totally up to you.
I know you guys have it covered, so don't worry. I'll leave it to you.
I knew it. I knew she'd
opportunity to escape.
Cooking. It's all that talk about food. See you later.
Thanks, Faye. Bye.
See you later.
Bye, Faye.
I'm going to keep you around if that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool. And
yeah, just replying to a message on the chat, which is cool.
We've got Dennis in the background there. Dennis, are you ready to come in?
I think he is.
There he is. Hey, Dennis.
Hey,
we've got a video to watch actually with you in, Dennis.
Oh wow!
You're gonna. Do you know which one it is?
I know it's.
So I pulled this out the other day. I was like, "Who's Dennis?" So I was like, "Found you doing a video." Now this is, as a warning to everyone, this is pre-lockdown. So Dennis might be very close to people, but this was before, and so hopefully the new normal will allow this to happen again. But we're all going to just sit back and watch Dennis.
All right.
Here we go.
Like every modern city, Leicester is blessed with lots of coffee shops. And as everyone knows, the independent ones are the best. Here are our top picks for the best coffee and cake shops in Leicester. Housed in a pretty listed building on Cards Lane, a stone's throw from High Cross, Cafe M. Brique is a real delight. Peek through the window and you'll see a fine display of cakes. The coffee is really delicious, but where it excels is its menu with its Greek salad, falafel, and mezes. The aroma of freshly roasted beans hits you as you walk through this door. St. Martin's has a cozy home-from-home feel to it, and the staff are both lovely and knowledgeable. As well as specialty beans, there are over 40 loose-leaf teas to choose from. Sweet treats include pancakes, as well as the more traditional slices. To top it all, St. Martin's converts into Crafty Burger on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday evenings. It's easily the best place for a burger in Leicester. Orsor is very much part of the Immersion Coffee and Lights Bite scene. It has a lovely outdoor seating area that sees a lot of sun close to the New Market Square. As well as homemade cookies and cakes, there is a good food menu with plenty of vegetarian and vegan options, including a sizable avocado menu. If you're wondering past brew, late in the evenings, you'll still see people sitting outside, sipping their lattes, and putting the world to its rights. This late night shop is a lovely snapshot of how the cafe culture is alive and well in Leicester. As well as ice cream, there's freshly made waffles and plenty other desserts, making this cafe the perfect alternative for a night out. How about coffee with a conscience? This lovely shop, exposed with brick walls and chunky radiators, not only roasts its own coffee on site using ethically sourced beans, but it also supports learning opportunities for young people in the shop. It takes its name from the original Leicester Coffee and Cocoa House Company, which was formed in 1877 to invest its profits in the local townsfolk. Not strictly a coffee shop. In fact, it's not at all. It's a cinema with a cafe, and boy is the cafe really good. Fresh cakes, great coffee, and a really relaxing atmosphere. A freshly made sandwich will definitely fill you right up. It is a great place to unwind after capturing a film. So that's our picks for the top coffee shops in Leicester. Do you think we've missed anything? Let us know down below. Bottoms up.
Well, there we go. That was great. It was a little bit quieter than I thought, so sorry about that. Are you a big coffee aficionado?
I think I rather hot chocolate over coffee. Yeah.
So that video is a total lie.
Of course not. I would always advocate the person to drink coffee. I would always will, but I just prefer hot chocolate. Hot chocolate is so much better for me.
So which one's your favourite place in Leicester for getting your hot chocolate?
That's a very interesting question. I don't even know the answer to that question, to be honest.
We've literally just watched you make a video about it.
I think there's so many different options, so many different places that you can actually go to. Honestly, I think Phoenix had a really good hot chocolate, to be honest. It filled me right up, especially because outside was cold and I'm not accustomed to the cold weather. So I feel like that one was a good one.
It's a nice atmosphere too, isn't it? The Phoenix, because it's a cinema and there's loads of independent films, and they've got a really old cinema camera in there, cinema projector in there and stuff. So it is really cool. So Dennis, you are studying business and management, is that right?
Yeah, I'm doing air transport management. Yeah.
That's it, MSc, air transport management.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong line on the sheet that Ben prepared for me. So it's my fault. Sorry. But you're also part of the Caribbean Society and the Adventist Students on Campus, is that right?
Yeah.
And the Ambassador Society as well. That might even be more than that, and I think I've missed them out. So
that's okay.
Both you and Jabrinda are part of student societies on campus. And so I wanted to ask both of you, so you could take it in turns or you can try and shout over each other, whichever one you think is going to be more entertaining. But tell us why you think student societies are an important part of student life at DMU.
Jabrinda?
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to go.
Yeah.
I think I found it's the best way to kind of make friends. So when you kind of start, you have the kind of big fair where there's all the different societies, and what they do, which is really great, they do taster events. So without having to have a membership, you can go and try out the society before you sign up for it, which was really great. And then once you find the one or two that you really like, you kind of go often to them. They do things like socials where they'll meet up on a certain night of the week. Often think it's normally Wednesdays that a lot of them, or Fridays, that people go to society events, and you kind of do different activities, and sometimes they do nights out as a whole society together. But yeah, I found it was kind of the way I found the closest friends I have at them right now is I found through societies. So, and also, like I said, I got to go on a DMU global trip as well from that as well. So there's kind of loads of opportunities you're getting just from being in a society that you're interested in.
Nice. Definitely have to agree with what she says. I live by the philosophy when it comes to university and school on a whole that all work and no play makes Jack and Jill very dull individuals. I definitely believe that participating in societies, it would help you to be a better rounded student. Because let us look at employability, for example. Your employers just don't want you to have that book sense, as we used to say back home. You don't want that book sense alone, but you need those other skills that you can gain from the different societies. So teamwork, communication, public speaking skills as well, because with the Ambassador Society, we have to speak a lot and give a lot of different presentations. And also, as Dorinda said, it's a very good way in order for you to make friends, because even before I got to the UK, I joined the African Caribbean Society because they already created that platform for new students coming in to just talk. And while I was in St. Kitts, I was actually speaking to persons who were up here, and even to this present day, that all of us are very good friends. So it's definitely a good way for you to get new friends, and also it's a good way for you to learn a lot of different cultures as well, because DMU is a very diverse community, and you have persons from all over the world in these different societies. So you're not trying to learn a little language here and there or some food here and there. It's a very good thing. Yeah.
Cool. Now Ben is distracted because I know he's in the online chat with people asking questions at the fair. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if all of you have been working on the online chat today. So if you're not super busy, Ben was actually in the Demon Media Society when he was at DMU. And you ran your own radio show. Is that right?
I had my own radio show for 2 years, and I didn't miss a single show. It was a drive time show, so everybody in Leicester could tune in on a Wednesday from 4 till 6 to listen to this voice, which is not something that everybody wants to listen to. But yeah, I did that for 2 years. I even came in over the summer holidays. I did one that was it Christmas Eve or Boxing Day? I can't remember which. But I had security let me in the building so I could do the show on those days as well. It was brilliant. It was great fun.
Do you know how I can tell he's a media student?
I wasn't a media student.
Well, in Demon Media. Yeah. And you see in the reflection in his eyes, he's got those ring lights.
I have. Try and hide that.
They're for Instagram selfies. That's what they're for.
I've never taken an Instagram selfie though. Not my vibe.
So how do societies work? Dennis or Jabril or Ben, how do they work? Who runs the societies? How do you join?
You could go.
All right, so you have, every society has an executive committee where you would have the chairperson, secretary, treasurer, health and safety officer. I think there's a social coordinator as well. And you have a lot of sports as well. So you have a lot of different executive positions. And they basically run that society with the guidance of the SU. In order for you to join that club, normally what happens is that we'd have Freshers Fair. We had two. So we had one at the beginning of the school year in September. And then we had a mini Freshers Fair in January, I think it was, where a lot of different clubs and societies they were there, and you got a chance to actually sign up at the booth. But even if you miss that, you can always go on to the Montfort SU website, and you'll see the long list of the different societies that they have there. And under each society, you would see the contact information or the social media pages that they have, and you could just always just shoot them a message, and they would tell you more about the society and how you can actually be part of the society as well.
Cool. Have you got anything you'd like to add to that, Brenda, or are you okay?
No, I feel like you said everything.
I shouldn't have given you an out there. I said, or are you okay? I should have just said, have you got anything to add? No, that's cool. I think you put that pretty succinctly. Do you think there are any other advantages? So you touched on it actually before about a professional capacity, the book sense that you spoke about. So does it lead anywhere once you leave? Does it maybe change your mind about where where you want to go in life. I know that some people that have done things in Demon Media have ended up working in radio stations or working in media. Ben, exactly. So I think it can have wider ranging impacts than just the social benefit and the sort of giving you a bit more world sense that you were talking about. So it is really interesting in that respect. And there are more societies than just that. Like, there are loads of societies. There's the commonly laughed at but often loved Harry Potter Society, and a Quidditch. They do like Quidditch games as well. I have not taken part in that, but I would absolutely do that for an afternoon.
It sounds like great fun. I heard that they had somebody dress up in a golden morph suit and pretend to be the Golden Snitch.
That's amazing.
So they just have people just chasing a guy in a morph suit around campus, which is brilliant.
Oh wow!
So societies, they meet every week, and you've mentioned that you sort of start joining them at the beginning of the year. Does it cost anything to join a society?
So I think normally the society kind of makes those terms themselves. So different ones can kind of cost different amounts, but it's never like a lot. So for, I think, I'm trying to remember how much mine cost, because I've been there for like 2 years. It just kind of, I think mine was like £8 to join the society. And that's, if you think about it, they often provided like food and stuff and activities and stuff for us to do. So it really wasn't much, considering like I was getting a lot from it. I was going to it every week and stuff. But obviously it depends on the society. So I'm not sure how much yours cost then.
Yeah, mine was, I think Demon Media was about £10, but that got us into, for me, that got us into working in the radio station, working in the TV station, and also allowed us to contribute to the magazine. But at the time I was also running the magazine and I was one of the lead editors for it. So that for me was obviously quite a big contribution, but I was being supported by the SU quite a lot, and people sort of, you know, submit their articles and help write for us. So that was a really good opportunity. So £10 got you into essentially 3 different societies in one.
And with my society, this is Caribbean Society. I'm not sure if you can see it.
Hold on, let me make you bigger.
I'm not sure if you can see it that clearly, but with us, you get a membership card, and then with that membership card, you're able to get different discounts at different places as well. I know that with the Ambassador Society, whenever you pay your membership fee, I think the membership fee for Ambassador Society is £5. Yeah, you get a card for discounts at Rev. I think it's at Rev. Yeah, and getting discounts at Rev is a beautiful thing.
Yeah,
very beautiful thing.
That is a bar/dancing spot in Leicester off the New Walk, just in case anyone's wondering.
A dancing
so
spot?
those things, I don't know what the kids, I'm joking. It's basically, it's a bar/club. You can also get food there as well, so a discount's pretty cool. Yeah. So those are yearly fees, just in case anyone wasn't clear on that. So like £10, up to £10 a year to join a society. Although I do notice, Dennis, you're in loads of them, so that you're really racking up the cost. So I guess the more you join, the more costly it becomes.
Yeah, the more.
How many are you a member of? How many societies are you a member of, Dennis?
Let's see.
Let's get up to the list.
Do a tally.
I think it's just 4. I think it's just 4.
Okay.
Yeah, just 4 of them about, yeah.
So that's twice as many as you, Brenda.
Yeah. I'm not unofficial, that's why.
It's not a competition, I promise. So I'm going to switch over to talk about academic stuff for a little bit. We are, what is it now? What time is it now? We're almost just under 30 minutes away from the end of the stream, but I want to touch on some academic stuff. So Dennis, MSc Air Transport Management. Now, did you do an undergraduate at DMU, or did you just start on the MSc?
I just started on the MSc program at DMU, yeah.
Okay, so many of the people watching this will be undergraduate students or looking to do an undergraduate program. So your experience at DMU is going to be similar in terms of the social aspects and what it's like to be on campus to undergraduate students. But tell us why you chose to do an MSc and what's involved in an MSc in Air Transport Management.
All right. So the reason why I wanted to do an MSc is because I felt like I wanted to dig a little deeper into the aviation industry. My undergraduate is in tourism and hospitality management, and I felt like I wasn't doing enough in regards to the aviation industry. So I really wanted to get in depth into the management side of it. So in doing my research, I looked at a lot of different things, from the program, from who's teaching the program, to the actual campus life. I also looked at how beautiful the campus is as well. I know that's a minor thing, but yeah, I pick up on those little minor things as well. With the MSc program, it's more demanding than your undergraduate for sure, and you have a lot more individual study time. So you really have to push yourself in terms of when you get home from classes. Just tell yourself that you can see your bed and don't see it. Pretend like your bed is invisible. Pretend like Netflix is invisible for a little while, but you really have to go and do a lot more independent study into the different topics that you do. With my course, the Air Transport Management course is one of the newest courses at De Montfort University, and I would honestly recommend it to anybody who wants to actually look into the aviation industry. One of the good things that I love about it is that I don't have exams, and to a student, not having exams is like the best thing on planet Earth. But I do have a lot of different assignments, and these assignments are based on real life situations within the industry. So for example, I've had to design an aircraft livery. One of my most recent assignments is that I had to create an airline from scratch to service Birmingham International Airport and JFK. So I had to look at financing. How am I going to finance this airline? What types of planes I'm going to use? Lots of different elements. I feel like that one gave me the most stress out of my entire master journey, to be honest. But I would definitely encourage anybody to, just take a master. Just do a master's. It definitely helps you in the long run, not only in just the work that you have to do, but also the networking that would happen while you're doing your program.
Cool. So we've had a question in YouTube, and it's not particularly related to what we're talking about, but we'll see if we can answer it anyway. This is from Brandon. He says, how is the software engineering course? That's what I'm looking to do at De Montfort. Also, is there any music practice rooms available to students that don't study music? Yeah. Now, I can answer the first part, but I'm not sure about the music one. So software engineering at DMU is very popular. It comes from a program that we've run for years and years and years and years called computer science, which is very highly regarded. It's all based in the Gateway House on campus, and there are lots and lots of labs available, and labs in this regard are computer rooms essentially. So you have huge suites of computers that are available to use with all the software that you generally need, but you will end up having to have a laptop at home that you can use as well. And software is generally free in programming terms. So most of the time you'll get an IDE or an integrated development environment for a programming language you'll be able to install at home. So software engineering is a program that we have, and we're highly regarded for it. We don't have any software engineering students here at the moment though. But if you wanted to talk to a student who's doing a computing program or something similar, then you can jump on and have a chat with our uni buddies. There'll be someone there that's in an area that you're interested in, and they'll be able to give you some really detailed answers on modules and things that you might be interested in. Does anyone know anything about music practice rooms?
I'm not big into music, but I know that, and this goes with some of the Demon Media knowledge, but right next door to where the radio studios were, there were 4 or 5 recording studios that you could sort of book out. So even if you weren't doing one of those courses, you could speak to people in the department or go through like a society, because there is a music society that you could potentially join, and that should give you access to those music rooms. And as part of those music rooms, again, there are sort of recording studios and practice rooms for different kind of setups. Some of those will actually broadcast out live onto Demon FM, so onto the radio station. So it might be that if you really wanted to, you could obviously perform live on our radio station as well. So it's all based in the Queen's Building. So if you're looking for that on our sort of, again, virtual open day, or if you're looking for information about that, that would be the place to go.
And there's also a room. Sorry, there's also a music room right outside the Cleffam building as well. A really beautiful music room that's right there as well. So you could always check out that.
Cool. That one is called the Music Technology Innovation Centre, isn't it? That
yes.
building.
Yeah.
The DMU Music Society is a great shout. Actually, they not only will you be surrounded by other musicians doing that, singers and people who play musical instruments, but they also have sort of a battle of the bands thing with Leicester Uni. So you can enter this competition once a year, and all the bands come together and try and win. But they also do live gigs at a place called the Crumbling Cookie in Leicester. Right now that's all paused, I would imagine, but the Crumbling Cookie has sort of a live gig space downstairs, and they can go and just perform. I think it's every Wednesday.
Something like that, yeah.
But so there'll be lots of options available for you. If you have a quick Google of the DMU Music Society, there's a video up on the DMU Chems YouTube channel, which is the Computing, Engineering and Media faculty, that explains what the society is and what it does and how it can help you. And again, we've already talked about what the real benefits are of societies, so it's all really keys in that.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thanks for the question, Brendan. So let me just check where we are on the schedule. What time are we at? Ooh.
15 minutes.
15 minutes to go. Well, we're going to have a very short break from speaking for a second, and we're going to let Olga tell you about the latest news from DMU. It's a few minutes long, and then we'll be back for sign-off, I guess.
Yeah.
So, Dennis and Jabrinda, hang around for a minute. Don't go anywhere. And then when we come back, we'll just sort of have some closing thoughts. Or Jabrinda's decided to disappear.
She'll be back.
We'll play the video. Maybe she'll come back. Okay, take it away, Olga.
Hello, this is Olga from DMU, and today we would like to share some of our most inspirational stories of our students with you. To find out more, head to the news section on the DMU website. Let's start. So there have been countless stories of the NHS workers' selfless acts to help Britain's fight against the COVID-19 pandemic, and DMU student Raquel Mayers truly embodies them. The 29-year-old is currently in her first year studying adult nursing at DMU, and since the start of the pandemic, she has been working 2 to 3 night or day shifts a week at Leicester hospitals, while homeschooling 4 children by day. Not only that, but Raquel also volunteered to take on extra shifts at Leicester Royal Infirmary to help free up more experienced staff for the frontline fight against COVID-19. As soon as the coronavirus started to grip the UK, another DMU student, Anissa Latkan, joined the #ViralKindness campaign to support some of the city's most vulnerable residents during the global pandemic. She has been popping postcards through her neighbours' letterboxes to encourage them to get in contact if they're self-isolating and need any help. Anissa has also been volunteering for Islamic Relief and other smaller organisations in Leicester, providing vital food parcels for low-income families. Anissa first started volunteering with DMU Local, and she has visited countries such as America, India and Germany to help support refugees. She has also been invited to the United Nations headquarters in New York twice to speak about DMU's role as a global hub for one of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. DMU Media Production graduate Lydia George secured her dream job on ITV's This Morning 6 months ago, but she never imagined she would become an essential worker during a global pandemic. As an assistant producer for This Morning, Lydia was lucky to be able to do most of her job from home, but she is still required to physically work from the television centre when covering for senior colleagues. As part of this role, Lydia creates live comments and photos sent in by the public through social media and shares them on air during relevant segments. Before the show starts, she also loads a selection of the best social media interactions onto an iPad so that the presenters can reference them during the show. Some of Lydia's personal highlights from before the coronavirus crisis include coordinating and hosting an Instagram Q&A session with pop group JLS, and meeting a fashion designer and Queer Eye presenter, Tan France. Since the start of the global pandemic, DMU Contour Fashion student Disha Lula has been going above and beyond to support her home country of India. Disha has been using techniques learned as part of her course to create and donate over 600 reusable cotton face masks to her local community in Indore, where protective masks have been made mandatory. This month, the 21-year-old has stepped up once again by donating vital equipment to her local police department. This included 160 handmade masks, 10,000 oral dehydration solution pouches, 8,000 vitamin C tablets, 60 liters of hand sanitizer, sanitizing machine pumps, and infrared thermometers. Disha made this donation using her own savings. So this is it for today. We hope you have been inspired by some of these incredible stories. Please make sure to check out our news section on the DMU website to read more about our amazing students. Thank you. Bye.
Now we're back. Girona did drop out for a second, but here she is again. So it's just about laptop there. So, oh, Dennis, you're muted. Okay. So it's okay. So we're kind of at final thoughts time. We've got 10 minutes left of the stream. I'm very tired. I haven't been here the whole time. I'm not going to make out like I just did 6 hours. But I know you're both ambassadors. You both have a lot of experience talking to, parents, talking to potential students, people at different stages, whether they're, 2 years away from coming to university or 1 year away, or they've taken a year out and fancy coming now. One at a time, and try not to steal like each other's best bits or anything. But give me your one piece of advice you'd give, or just maybe even a bit of a story that might inspire somebody. So I'll go with Dennis first, so you don't have to fight it out.
Oh wow!
Look, trust me when I tell you that there will be people that are looking at you now, and they're inspired. You're doing a master's degree, and they're in a place where they don't even know where they want to be, so they don't know what they want to do, and you're in a different place entirely. So they'll be really interested to hear your opinion.
Okay, so some advice I would give you guys is that if you feel like you don't know what to do with your life, don't stress. It's okay. The whole purpose of going to university is to really just find your footing, really just to find where exactly you want to go in life, really and truly. And one of the good things about university is that you can always change your program. No one's going to be mad at you for changing your program. So don't be afraid to change. Don't be afraid. I'm not saying don't be afraid, but don't beat up yourself if you're somewhat lost in where you want to go. Especially at university, where you have a lot of different persons who will be there to give you a lot of different advice, from your program leaders to the Ambassador Society as well. We do this every single week. Also, whenever you go to university, try to have fun. A lot of us, we might think that we're just going to university just for the degree, but we're going for the experience.
No, we might have lost you there, Dennis.
Sorry.
Oh, there you go.
So we're going to the university. We're going to the university to learn new things, learn new skills, new culture, and network. Networking is very, very important at university. So take advantage of every single networking experience that you will come across. In terms of how I could inspire you guys, I didn't know what I wanted to do after my master's program. I was very lost, very, very lost. But I had a conversation with my program leader, and she gave me some really good advice. And who knows, I might be back at DMU in September to do my PhD. So be willing to actually speak to individuals, and they give you good advice. And remember, you're coming to university for the experience. It's not always about the academic part, but you're trying to be a well-rounded individual. yeah, so that's my advice.
Dr. Dennis, that sounds pretty good.
Smash it.
That'd be great. So, Jabrinda, despite your background not having really cool flags, I'm going to go over to you. Both you and Ben have really boring backgrounds in comparison to Dennis. What are all those flags, Dennis? We'll just do a quick aside here. What are all the flags there?
Let me go from this side. So this is where I'm from. I'm from St. Kitts and Nevis, and then I did my. Oh, okay. Let me show you better. I did my undergraduate in Barbados, and then all of my friends gave me flags before I left. So we have St. Lucia, we have Haiti, and we also have Belize. And then here we have the Antiguan flag from one of my very, very good friends, and it's signed by him as well. So this is just a little memory of all my friends that I left back in the Caribbean.
That's cool.
That is lovely.
I've got such a boring
that, Jabrinda.
No, just blank wall. That's yeah, I think advice-wise, before I came to uni, actually, I didn't do my A-levels. I did GCSEs and then kind of did different kind of courses. I did it in fashion, which has nothing to do with English and history. And then I kind of just went and started working. Just because I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. I think it's really hard when you're at such a young age, and even after A-levels, to be like, okay, what do you want to do for the rest of your life now? But that, like Dennis said, don't beat yourself up about if you don't know exactly what you want to do. I came to uni being like, well, English and history, I think I want to go into teaching, and I know I like those two subjects. Let's try that out, and hopefully as I go along, I'll figure out what I want to do. And luckily, from the experiences that being at DMU and opportunities I've been given with like placements and getting to go on DMU Global to like career and stuff, it's kind of made it certain about what I want to do. But if you think about it, it's taken me 3 years to kind of get to that point. Before that, I wasn't really sure. And even with my master's, I wasn't even sure about doing that. It wasn't like that was my plan. My plan was kind of a whole different thing. But it kind of takes time, and don't beat yourself up. Just kind of go with the flow. Like Dennis said, you can always change things around if you're not too sure. If after your first year, you kind of want to kind of switch over to maybe something a little bit different, you always can with your course and stuff. So yeah, I think it's just about kind of taking it at like, be nice to yourself. Like, you are young, it's hard to kind of know what you want to do for the rest of your life, but I feel like coming to university and make the most of it, kind of go on placements if you can, make friends, like Neda said, network, so that you can kind of suss out what you want to do for the rest of your life. And even if at the end you're not sure, I'm sure there will always be someone that can give you advice and then kind of steer you along the right path. So yeah, I think it's just that kind of, I don't know where I'm going with this, but yeah. Just like, yeah, just be kind to yourself and have the uni experience. Have a balance of both. Make sure that you are studying, but also have fun. You are here and you are young, but don't forget to also go to your classes and things, because you are here for a degree.
Well, thanks a lot, Jabrinda. I think a lot of it's about people doing the research, asking questions, having a think, but you don't necessarily have to have the answer. I know, Dennis, you said that. Don't worry if you don't know what you're going to do. Mm-hmm. You've got time to figure it out. You can always change later on. So don't stress about it, but just keep asking questions, keep thinking, keep exploring other options. I think that's really important. Okay, we are reaching pretty much the end. So thank you very much, Dennis and Jabrinda, for joining us. It's been really nice to see you both. Nice to see you again, Jabrinda, and nice to meet you, Dennis. And I did really like that coffee shop video. I honestly did. If you guys want to watch that again, by the way, you can find it on the DMU's YouTube channel and watch the whole thing. You did another one, a vlog of some kind as well.
Yeah, I did. I did a cooking tutorial, and I also did a accommodation tour as well. Yeah, I think it was those two. Oh, and just tips into settling into Leicester, I think it was, yeah.
So there are loads of DMU vloggers, so if you want to find out what our students are up to, jump on the DMU's YouTube channel and take a look. All right, I'm going to kick you two out now, and it's just going to be me and Ben.
Bye.
So thanks a lot for joining us. It's nice to see you. Bye-bye.
See you later. Bye. Oh, that's it.
Just us two left now. Thanks a lot to both Jabrinda and Dennis for joining. So it's pretty much the end of the stream. It's been a mammoth one. So we've been streaming at the UK Oh, Ben, help me out.
UK University.
UK University Search Fair, virtual fair.
Yeah, that's it.
I don't know how many universities were at the fair. I've been stuck inside this tiny little box for such a long time.
There was loads of universities were in that exhibitor list. So thank you very much for coming to our little corner of this massive exhibition and come and have a look at our live stream.
And we've had loads of people in the live chat, haven't we, from our exhibitor booth, talking to our students and getting their take on whatever their questions were.
Yeah,
so we are
questions.
So we're pretty much signing off now. We have Brandon, you're going to be the last question of the stream. So Brandon says, what work experience would you recommend to get onto software engineering course? I'm doing engineering at college. You don't necessarily need any work experience to get onto software engineering at DMU. We'll largely go on your personal statement and your predicted grades. But if you did want to do something that would look good in your personal statement, have a think about doing something that's easily accessible, like web design. But don't just look at coding in HTML, because there's not much there to do. So it could be JavaScript, it could be Python or PHP. Look at some of the more back-end kind of technologies, and that will certainly help you. Ben, you did like computing and stuff, didn't you? So
I did. I'm rubbish at coding though. That was one of my biggest downfalls when I did my degree, was that I wasn't very good at coding. But what I did quite a lot of sort of IT support and sort of implementation of software. So I was sort of teaching people how to use certain software and implementing it into their sort of businesses. One of my placements was I worked in a timber yard of all places, helping them set up their like customer service till system. That was good fun. So yeah, there's loads you can do, particularly in lockdown. There's loads of resources online, so just get out there and just learn some new stuff.
Yeah, I think demonstrating in your personal statement what languages you've heard of and understand is important. Java is going to be one of the things that you'll end up using. And Scala is another one, which
yeah. The nice thing is though, with DMU, I didn't know that much programming before I went to the university, and I started in my first year and I was like, oh no, there's loads of programming on this computer science course. But actually they taught everybody at the same level. They could have kept the pace up with everybody, so it didn't matter that so and so knew loads of programming but I didn't know a lot. It put everybody on the same page within the first 6 months, so that all of this stuff after that was all new stuff and everybody was on the same page. So from that perspective, don't worry, but just show passion, show commitment, and you'll be absolutely fine.
Well, hopefully that answered your question, Brandon. Thank you for asking.
Perfect. There we go.
He says that he's done some projects on Python. The first one was a BMI calculator. So
perfect.
I think that's
well on your way.
Really good experience. Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. We're going to be signing off now because we've run over, actually. So we have a digital open day coming up on the 4th of July. So if you head over to dmu.ac.uk/open days, I really wish I'd created a banner for that. Maybe if Ben's really quick, he could probably pull one up. There we go. Well done. And you can sign up for that. We're going to have lots of students available to talk to. We're going to have course streams, so very similar to this, but for individual courses or clusters of courses, and you'll be able to chat to students and academic staff there. Absolutely. Me and Ben will also be there in some fashion, chatting away, I think.
Yes, we will.
So yeah, there's going to be upwards of 50 streams going on, so there'll be lots to see and do, so do come along.
Yeah, so, and thank you very much, David, for putting this all together and being the backbone of this operation. It's been wonderful. Really good.
The bonehead of the operation, I think, is what they're describing it as.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No.
So thank you very much. We're going to leave you with a video for our digital open day. Appreciate your coming, and hopefully we'll see you in July. All right. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Welcome to another DMU live stream from your fantastic student advisors.
Everyone, and welcome to our session on creativity and well-being.